When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 951, Enemies Meet Again. Emo watched the two leave and waited another day before carefully packing his things. He then took the jade card and finally left. He could rest easy at last. Having directed the Ghost Immortal sect fellows to Xiaoshan City, Li Yuqian and company lost a big enemy. Emo really wanted to go to Peihai City now, but he knew he had to increase his power at all costs. Although he was at Golden Core State Level 2 and he wouldn't fear even a Golden Core State Level 8 in battle, he had too many enemies, and every single one of them was much stronger than him, so he chose to go to the All-Herb Mountain Ranges. The All-Herb Mountain Ranges were boundless. They formed one of the 10 big mountain ranges of the North Far State. This had always been a trial ground for low-level members of sections. Emo obtained the Rainbow Golden Lotus there and he passed and had reached the Foundation Establishment State there. This was also the place he killed Li Bilan. Without the flying pike, it was very inconvenient for Emo. Although Zissou was also very fast, Emo felt the flying pike saved a lot of time and effort. He had made up his mind to buy a good flying magic artifact after getting to a big city. Many days later, Emo was back in the All-Herb Mountain Ranges, although there had always been a lot of low-level sect members there doing trials. Most of the area remained unsearched. The map Emo had gotten was of the depths of the All-Herb Mountain Ranges. After getting there, Emo used 3 days, while avoiding many level 5 beasts, to get to the spot that was marked on the map. Emo believed that he currently didn't have to fear ordinary level 5 beasts, but if they fought, it would cause too much commotion. The spirit chi there was dense, but Emo thought that since it was a ruin he was looking for, the spirit chi around it should be even denser. Yet when Emo got to the place on the map, it was as if he were in the wilderness. There was nothing but naked rocks and peaks. The entrance should be at the edge of a huge stalagmite according to the map. Emo was just about to check it when he felt cultivation essence waves appear in his spirit sense area. Someone was there? Emo immediately noticed 4 cultivators, and all of them were more powerful than him. Without hesitation, Emo hid himself. The 4 were all at the Golden Core State, so they were soon there. They also seemed to be looking for something. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman looked young but cold. She was very pretty, and her long hair was curled to the top. She was at least at Golden Core State Level 7. Out of the 2 men in front of her, one was very handsome. Emo was shocked to see that he actually knew the man. He was the city lord of River State City. Zhang Chengfeng. Emo despised this hypocrite who took his pill yet did nothing for him. When Emo first saw him, he was at Golden Core State Level 6, but now he was at Golden Core State Level 7. The frontmost man looked innocent and genuine. He was at Golden Core State Level 8, but Emo couldn't see anything special about him. Emo could feel his arrogance, though. Clearly, he was the leader in his eyes. Yet Emo had the strange feeling that this man wasn't as dangerous as the old man at the end. That old man had a slouched back and was also at Golden Core State Level 8, but Emo felt he was the scariest. They were all Golden Core State Tertiary Stage cultivators. No one was at the Golden Core State Peak Stage or Middle Stage. Just when Emo was confused about why they were there, Zhang Chengfeng asked, "Brother Fei, we've been searching for 5 days, and we've pretty much looked through the whole area. Did you maybe remember wrongly?" The honest-looking man replied calmly, "I didn't remember wrongly. I found out about this unintentionally. The fellow that was acting against me ran from the market and killed a Foundation Establishment State cultivator called Gu Yuhua. He robbed from him a 9-creviced sword and the map of an ancient ruin. The map was of the All-Herb Ranges, but that young man just isn't here yet, but we've been looking for so long." "Would the person you got the information from have remembered poorly?" the cold-looking woman suddenly asked. "No, he's Gu Yuhua's brother, and he's only at the Qi-gathering state. I searched his soul, so I'm sure he didn't lie," the man called Fei said. Emo had already realized who this Fei was. He was the person who tried to fight over the stone stool with him at Nanshan Market. Hidden Sword Sex Fate Zhejiang. Emo was surprised to see that he looked like an innocent guy. One really can't judge a book by its cover. Since it was Fate Zhejiang, Emo knew why he could find out about him having taken the map and key. Luckily Emo had put on 9 transformations. Otherwise, he would have been caught by him. Hearing this, no one else said anything. and they just kept looking. If it wasn't for this Fate Zijiang, it would be fine if these people left, but Guillermo really wanted to kill Fate Zijiang. Just when Guillermo was hesitating, the old man suddenly looked at the big stalagmite and said, "There's a hidden formation under there, let me open it and see." They had found the place, but Guillermo wasn't worried. The four might have found the place but clearly didn't have the key. There's a hidden formation here indeed. It seems Brother Luo found the right person. Who else would set a formation here? Zhang Chengfeng laughed as he hacked out with his sword. Immediately the hidden formation disappeared, and a stone door was revealed, a space formation portal. The old man yelled in excitement, "It really is a space formation portal, we're rich, huh?" Fate Zijiang laughed in a hysteric way which really mismatched his innocent-looking face. Even the woman and Zhang Chengfeng were excited. What do we do now? Zhang Chengfeng was the first to calm down. Fate Zijiang stopped his hysterical laughter too and said, "Brother Luo, set up a hidden formation outside the space formation portal, and let's go in first." The old man nodded and started throwing out formation flags. 15 minutes later, a new hidden formation was set up, and the four of them as well as the door disappeared from Yemo's sight. When Yemo was sure they should be thoroughly inside, he got up. A space formation portal was very hard to set up, so why was it covered by such a simple hiding formation? There were a lot of dubious points about it, but Yemo didn't want to waste time. The old man's formation was barely level 3, so it was not bad, but it was far from enough to stop Yemo. Yemo went inside and took out some formation flags of his own, setting a trap formation outside the hidden formation before going in. Chapter 952, Enticing Ruins. After going into the space formation, a long set of stairs appeared before Yemo. Yemo carefully sent his spirit sense down, but he found that the four people before him had disappeared. Clearly, something inside was blocking his spirit sense. Yemo walked for about 1 kilometer down the stairs and his spirit sense scanned those four cultivators again. They had stopped at a spacious hall in the shape of a hexagon. There were illumination formations all around the hall. Although it had been many years, these illumination formations could still consume spirit chi. Yemo suddenly realized why there was a lack of spirit chi there. There were so many formations there and all of them devoured spirit chi from nearby. After countless years, of course there would be a lack of spirit chi. The reason the group had stopped in this huge hall was because there was nothing else here except a huge sword-shaped rink in the center of the hall. Yemo looked at it and realized that the shape matched his sword. It seemed those two Foundation Establishment State cultivators were right. The big sword he had gotten was the key, no door, nor any place to go. What do we do? Zhang Chengfeng looked at the empty hall and asked. Fate Zijiang glanced around and said, "That guy took the 9-chip sword and that's the key. Although we found this place, we can't go in without the key." Zhang Chengfeng suddenly took out a flying sword and attacked the wall. There was just a low thud, but Zhang Chengfeng's flying sword didn't do any damage to the wall. There wasn't even a spark. There's no way you can force your way into there. Even a nascent soul state cultivator wouldn't be able to do that probably, the old man Luo said. Fate Zijiang's innocent-looking face spasmed. He really couldn't accept not being able to go into a treasure mountain. He was burning with anger. "Brother Luo, didn't you say you could enter through the formation? Do you have news of the cultivator who stole the sword?" the cold-looking woman shadowlessly asked. Fate Zijiang shook his head. "No, after I found out about this ruin, I found Dao friend Luo and then I told you guys. This formation needs 4 golden core state cultivators to form it. Brother Luo, regardless of the situation, let's do what we planned before and set up a formation." The woman shook her head and said, "I don't think ordinary formations will have any effect on this hall. Brother Luo can set up a level 3 formation at most. I don't think it's possible to shake this hall at all without a level 4 or above formation, even though, since we're here, we need to try. If it doesn't work out, then we'll investigate the whereabouts of that kid." Zhang Chengfeng intervened. Fate Zijiang suddenly regretted it now. He should have found that cultivator first and come here himself. If in the end that old man Luo couldn't break the formation, then he would be losing too much. Not only would he not be getting anything, but also would he be exposing an ancient ruin. The old man nodded at Zhang Chengfeng's words. He took out formation flags, which he set up around the sword-shaped rink. Yemo could tell that the old man was setting up a 4-division position-breaking formation. This formation could use the power of 4 golden core state cultivators to blast this hall. However, when Yemo saw the old man set up another hidden blood sacrifice formation on the outside of the formation, he immediately realized this old man had ill intentions. Indeed, the old man said, the 4 divisions position breaking formation needs essence blood as a lead. We'll prepare a drop of essence blood each and drop it into the heart of the formation, Emo sneered. The blood sacrifice formation needed essence blood as a lead. Once the cultivator dropped his essence blood, the formation could suck the essence blood of the cultivator to supply itself with energy. Then, the old man dropped a drop of his essence blood on the formation's heart. Seeing this, the other 3 didn't think much and they all did the same. When he saw they followed his words, there was a sliver of joy at the corner of the old man's eyes. Yet, it soon disappeared. Okay, let's stand on one corner of the formation each. Then, the old man took the Jin position. Zhang Chengfeng was the closest to the Zhang position, but he could only stand on the Ken position. The woman took the Dui position without hesitation. Fei Zijiang could only stand on the Li position. The Li was closest to the wall of the hall. However, Fei Zijiang felt strange, as though something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Just when he was still thinking, the old man said, I'm going to activate the formation. Insert your cultivation essence into the formation, don't stop. The more cultivation essence, the stronger the formation. Then, the old man threw a formation flag and started to insert cultivation essence. The formation emitted a faint yellow light. The remaining 3 realized that the formation had been activated, so they started to insert their cultivation essence too. Thud, the formation started to inflate like a balloon. Rumble dash, the formation got activated. A powerful explosive energy charged out of the formation into the sword-shaped rink. The hall started to shake. Was the formation actually useful? However, Emo immediately understood that the ancient ruin had been here for countless years and many of the defense formations had started to loosen up. The old man kept throwing formation flags as blasts of explosive energy charged at the wall. Fei Zijiang was the closest to the energy blasts and his clothes were already messy. If it went on, he was going to get heavily injured or even killed. He quickly said, Brother Luo, stop. I can't stand here anymore, I need some rest. The old man smiled. Dao friend Fei, don't worry. It will be fine soon. Just hold on a little longer. The impacts on the woman in Zhang Qingfeng's positions weren't as big as Fei Zijiang's, but there were still some. Rumble, a huge energy blow shook Fei Zijiang as he spat blood. Luo Yuping, what did you do? Why does this formation keep draining my cultivation essence? Why can't I stop? Fei Zijiang finally realized something was wrong. The old man acted as though he hadn't heard this and he just kept throwing formation flags inside. Luo Yuping. This bastard wants to have the ruin all to himself. Fei Zijiang shrieked. Needless to say, the woman and Zhang Chengfeng had already realized this. They had both fallen into Luo Yuping's trap. Zhang Chengfeng called out, Luo, are you trying to take up on us 3 at the same time? Hurry up and stop, or don't blame me for the consequences. The woman didn't speak, as though she was trying to activate something. Emo sneered. These people didn't understand the power of a blood sacrifice formation. Devouring their cultivation essence was just the beginning. After a certain stage, the formation would devour their essence blood, but GMO had no intentions of doing anything. Even if they didn't need to use the key and Luo Yuping broke in with the formation, he wasn't worried. Rumble, rumble dash, more explosions sounded. Yemo could feel the ground beneath him starting to shake. The old man's face was full of worry and concentration. Fei Zijiang spat mouthfuls of blood and shouted, Luo Yuping, you treacherous bastard. The hidden sword sect won't let you go. Arg, he suddenly howled. Luo Yuping, you dare suck my essence blood. Zhang Chengfeng and the woman's faces also went pale. They were feeling the same. The woman suddenly took out a rune and spat blood at it. Luo Yuping saw this and his expression changed drastically. He quickly threw many formation flags, yet, the rune had turned into a huge whirlpool and it swept the woman away, a level 8 space mobility rune. The rune was worth a fortune. Yemo hadn't expected that a golden core state cultivator would have this sort of rune. Clearly, she was no simple character. With her escape, the place would soon be no secret. Yemo had to quickly search this place and leave. Chapter 953, using a trap formation against Yemo. After the woman escaped, Luo Yuping spat a mouthful of blood. Zhang Chengfeng also ran out from the formation too. But he didn't have the power to fight with Luo Yuping. Fei Zijiang was paralyzed on the ground without the energy to resist. Luo Yuping looked at the unopened rink with a sliver of annoyance. He took out a huge sword and walked to Zhang Chengfeng. Zhang Chengfeng saw this, his face was full of fear. He said shakily, "Brother Luo, don't do this. I'm willing to go, let it go. Please take whatever you want from my storage ring." Luo Yuping shook his head. "You idiot. If you hadn't held back your strength at the beginning, I would have broken this wall already. Leaving a trash like you behind is a disaster anyway. Don't. Zhou Yushuang already got away. If you kill me, the Zhang family will know for sure." Zhang Chengfeng begged. "Who is it?" Luo Yuping ignored Zhang Chengfeng and looked at Yi Mo, who had walked out of the shadows. When he saw that Yi Mo was only at Golden Core State Level 2, his face was full of surprise. He couldn't help saying, "You're a mere Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator? How did you avoid my spirit sense?" Luo Yuping noticed that the cultivator who had appeared was only at Golden Core State Level 2. But he didn't seem worried at all. He didn't dare to go up and attack. Yi Mo was capable of avoiding all of their spirit senses and follow them there. This meant that he was no ordinary cultivator. Moreover, he had used up a lot of cultivation essence too. Before Yi Mo could talk, Zhang Chengfeng called out in joy, "Brother Yi, I didn't think you would be here too. You even reached Golden Core State." "Brother Yi, I'm Zhang Chengfeng, please save me." Yi Mo glanced at Zhang Chengfeng and said plainly, "So it's City Lord Zhang. What a coincidence." Yes, Brother Yi, we're both from River State City. Please save me." Zhang Chengfeng showed a fawning smile and said desperately. He had lost too much essence blood, he wasn't even as strong as a chi-gathering peak stage cultivator at that moment. Luo Yoping's eyes spun and said, "So it's Dao Friend Yi. If Dao Friend Yi is Brother Zhang's friend, I will let him go." Yes. I'm friends with Yi Mo, very good friends. When Brother Yi opened a shop in River State, I went there." Zhang Chengfeng called out in desperation. Yi Mo shook his head. "What a waste of good looks. Your face is too thick. I had just opened my shop then and you took a face-preserving pill from me for nothing. He. I should be thankful that you didn't attack me. I couldn't even ask for you to pay me back, right?" Later on, when Sister Lee was forming her nascent soul, "You didn't even want to lend me some spirit stones. Eventually, when people annihilated my China pharmaceuticals, how is it that I didn't see you come to help? City Lord Zhang, I really want to help you, but I really can't find a reason to." Zhang Chengfeng heard this and his face went pale. Suddenly, he cursed, "Yi, even if I die, the River State Zhang family won't let you go. They will kill you and annihilate your entire family." Yi Mo shook his head. This Zhang Chengfeng wasn't threatening Luo Yuping, who was about to kill him, but he put the hate on him instead. What logic was this? Moreover, how could he be scared of the River State's small Zhang family? "You're noisy." Luo Yoping's huge sword hacked down and Zhang Chengfeng was decapitated. Yi Mo grabbed the storage ring telepathically. Luo Yuping saw that even though he had killed the person, this Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator dared to take the loot. His expression looked bad. He didn't attack Yi Mo nor say anything. He looked at Fei Zijiang again. Fei Zijiang saw that Zhang Chengfeng was dead and his heart turned ice cold. There was nothing he could do now. He looked at Yi Mo. "Brother Yi, I'm the hidden sword sex Fei Zijiang. If you save me, I will pay you back with my life." Yi Mo sneered. "There's really a lot of familiar faces here. To be honest, I wanted to go find you later, but you came to me instead. I was interested in a stone stool in the Nanshan market. But it was bought by the wealthy and snobbish Mr. Fei. He. I was threatened as well, otherwise, how could I have known it was you? Fei Zijiang. Mr. Fei, it's you." Fei Zijiang pointed at Yi Mo and his hands started to shake. After a moment, he suddenly said, "The key is on you." Yi Mo took out a rusty-looking sword and said, "You're right, but there's no reward. By the way, let me borrow your storage ring." Yi Mo waved his hand and Fei Zijiang's finger fell off, along with his storage ring. However, Yi Mo threw it inside his golden page world without looking. Fei Zijiang looked dazedly at this comical scene and said after a while in joy, "So you're the person with the key? That means we can go into the ancient ruin now?" Then, Luo Yuping sliced off Fei Zijiang's head with a shake of his sword, as though he had done something insignificant, but Yi Mo looked calmly at Luo Yuping and said, "You're wrong. I can go into the ruins, not us." Luo Yuping was dazed. He then looked at Yi Mo with cold eyes. "You want to fight me? You're a mere Golden Core State Level 2. Even though I've used some cultivation essence, it won't be a lot of trouble killing a golden core state level 2 cultivator. Then, Luo Yuping took out formation flags and started throwing them. He was careful in nature. Even though he was sure he could kill EMO, he was still going to make preparations. He was laying out a trap formation. However, EMO just stood on the side watching him, as though he didn't know what he was doing. EMO was sneering inside. This was his usual method, and it was amusing to see Luo Yuping using it now. Luo Yuping rejoiced as he kept throwing formation flags and said, "Brother Yi, if we work together on this ancient ruin, it'll be much better than doing it alone. If you agree, I will let you choose 3 items first," EMO sneered. Luo Yuping was mean-hearted. If he hadn't used up half of his cultivation essence, he would have already attacked him. Although EMO was sure he could kill Luo Yuping, he wasn't sure he wouldn't get injured. Who knew if this guy had some killing blow like GZ Yuan did? 10 minutes later, Luo Yuping's face looked joyful. He took out the controlling formation flag and threw it. "P&K, you're too immature to fight me. Thanks for bringing the key." Yet before his formation flag could land on the formation, it was grabbed by EMO. Just when he got curious about how EMO had managed to go into his formation so easily, he saw EMO take out a few formation flags too and throw them in the formation. Instantly, his trap formation turned into a reverser trap formation. Luo Yuping had understood now. This golden core state level 2 cultivator's formation skills were far better than his. How could this be? He looked so young. How could he have such formation mastery? He had been studying formations for more than 2 centuries and he was only at level 3. However, this guy, with simply throwing a few formation flags, had turned his formation against him and trapped him instead. Clearly, he was a level 4 or maybe even level 5 formation master. Luo Yuping soon woke up. Now he had realized why EMO hadn't done anything while he had been laying down the formation flags. He had tried to trap a formation master with a trap formation. Luo Yuping's face turned pale. "Let me go. I'm willing to give you everything," Luo Yuping said. However, he released his huge sword at the same time and took out a dark and yellow umbrella-like magic artifact. EMO ignored Luo Yuping's plea for mercy. As he threw his formation flags, he activated the formation. A yellow light ray stopped the umbrella. Luo Yuping knew it was pointless to beg now. He charged with his sword at EMO's formation. The sword almost broke the formation's yellow light ray. EMO was shook. Luo Yuping was good at formations indeed. He had used half of his power, yet his strike had been more powerful than the strike of the golden core state peak stage cultivator at the herb plane. If he attacked the formation a few more times, it would break. Although it was due to the fact that Luo Yuping had set up the formation and EMO was only using it, it still showed his mastery in formations, without hesitation. EMO released Zisu. The Illusion Cloud Division strike brought a cascade of purple sword rays towards Luo Yuping. Chapter 954, Eerie 6-Star Hall. Luo Yuping was also worried, but not as worried as before, because he realized that this formation was as strong as he thought it would be. He was very shocked that EMO took control of his formation so quickly. He thought he was dead for sure, but he didn't expect that he would be able to see through a gap of the formation after his strike. With time, he would be able to break this formation. Once he broke free, he wouldn't need to worry. This cultivator was only golden core state level 2 after all. He was golden core state tertiary stage. Even though he had used up half of his cultivation essence, it was still enough to take on a golden core state level 2. When that cascade of ever-increasing purple sword rays swept over, however, he finally realized that EMO's sword technique was also extraordinary. This made him worry again, while he used his yellow umbrella to stop the purple sword rays, but when the purple sword rays clashed with his umbrella, he realized just how wrong he was. He had used half of his cultivation essence, but even if he hadn't, he might not be a match for the golden core state level 2 opponent he was facing. Before he could speak, the purple sword rays completely overwhelmed the radiance of the umbrella with the help of the trap formation. Rip Luo Yuping's umbrella was torn apart and became tattered. Meanwhile, he was sent flying by the purple sword rays, crashing into the trap formation. He spat many mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, looking at EMO in shock. He even forgot to beg for mercy. Never had he in all his years seen a golden core state level 2 cultivator as powerful as EMO. Even though he wasn't in his prime, it was too absurd for a golden core state level 2 cultivator to break his umbrella shield in one strike. EMO hacked out with Zisu again. Prior to his death, Luo Yuping would have never believed that he would die this simply. After taking Luo Yuping's storage ring, Yemo burned the bodies before studying this hall again. This hall was very spacious, and there was nothing inside. Other than the wall made of unknown materials, there was just that door to enter the place. Yemo turned around and wanted to set a trap formation at the entrance. It would alert him when someone came in. He believed it was necessary to be careful at all times, but when Yemo turned around, he was dazed. The door which he came in through was gone, and there were just 6 walls now. He couldn't tell which direction he had come from anymore, and what shook Yemo was that the wall with the rink also seemed to have changed. What was going on? Yemo was flustered. He had been in there the whole time, and if something changed, he should have noticed right away. But the rink had really changed from the Li position to the Can position. Yemo calmed down. Regardless of whether the door was still there, it was very eerie that the rink changed positions. He closed his eyes and felt around with his spirit sense. The entrance disappeared, probably because some mechanism had activated. Perhaps the whole place was spinning, but Yemo was disappointed to find that the hall didn't have any signs of spinning. Yemo frowned. He suddenly didn't really like this place. It seemed too eerie, so without hesitation, he took out the sword and walked to the rink. He had no exit, it was impossible to break the walls, and he wanted to get the fortune here and leave as soon as possible. When Yemo was about to put the sword into the rink, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. This feeling was very strange. Yemo trusted his sixth sense very much. Was there some hidden danger there? Yemo hesitated, and he suddenly subconsciously wanted to take the sword away. However, before he could, a suction force came from the rink, and it targeted the key sword. The sword flew out of his hand and slid tightly into the rink. Yemo was shook. He immediately wanted to retreat, but found that now, the entire hall did start to spin. It spun faster and faster. If this kept going on, Yemo could imagine he would be spun to pieces by the centrifugal force. Yemo realized at this point that this was no simple ruin. Ruins were for people to find and excavate, not to be killed by them. Wait, Yemo suddenly realized that this place resembled a formation. What formation was shaped like this and didn't use formation flags? The seal. Yemo suddenly realized this place was a seal. When he came in, the hall didn't spin. This wasn't a hexagonal hall. If you included up and down, this was an octagonal hall, so if this was a seal, then what was it sealing? Yemo didn't keep thinking, as no matter what was sealed there, it would be no good for him to release the seal. Since this was a seal, Yemo also realized that the sword was the key to unlock the seal. Realizing this, Yemo cursed. He immediately focused on resisting the dizziness and charged to the rink, grabbing the sword. The seal hadn't been completely unlocked yet, so he just had to take the key away, but when Yemo used his cultivation essence to pull it out, he found that the sword was stuck there and wasn't budging at all. Yemo seemed to hear a sneer. As though someone was mocking him for his feeble attempt, Yemo started to sweat. He used all his cultivation essence, but the sword still wasn't moving at all. Without hesitation, he took out that bursting pill he had. He hadn't even used it against GZ Yuan, but he had to use it now. He threw it onto the rink and at the same time went into the golden page world. Rumble dash, a huge explosion sounded, and the entire hall shook. The explosive power was stronger than the formation Luo Yuping and company used. It was akin to the strike of a nascent soul state primary stage expert strike. The hall seemed to have paused for just a moment, before it began to spin again. Before the explosion ended, Yemo came out from the golden page world. The violent concussion hadn't disappeared as it tore Yemo's clothes apart, but he didn't care at all. He only had one bursting pill. He couldn't come out after the effects were over. After Yemo came out, the first thing he did was to spit out essence blood. He started to burn his essence blood and then reached his hand into the rink and grabbed the sword, pulling it with all of his cultivation essence. The key loosened under the effects of the bursting pill, and after this grab, it was actually pulled out. The powerful suction force came again. Yemo held onto the sword tightly and immediately sent it into the golden page world. He knew that even if he put it in his storage ring, it might still be summoned out. Finally, the hall shook and started to slow down until it stopped completely. Yemo let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground, feeling powerless. Chapter 955, Scamming Each Other. Just when Yemo sat down, he felt a very angry chi fill the hall. Kid, where did you put the key to the ruin? Hurry up and take it out. Yemo heard an even angrier voice. The voice was like the sound of screeching metals. Yemo breathed easier after hearing this. This place was indeed a seal. Yemo couldn't see where the guy was nor his power, but he could feel his anger and how he was just an insignificant insect to this person. The reason he breathed easy was that he was sure the person hadn't been released yet. If he had been, then he would have been dead by now. Emo took a life essence pill and got up. Since this is a ruin, how come I don't see anything here? Aren't ruins usually supposed to have a lot of treasures? Why do I just see an empty hall? The voice sneered, insolent brat. If you put the key back into the rink, the ruin will open and you will see the treasure. You haven't even opened the ruin yet, how can you see any treasure? Emo sneered. This place was clearly a seal. But this guy was trying to convince him that it was an ancient ruin. However, Emo didn't need to say that. What he needed now the most was an exit, not to make the guy speechless through arguments. As long as I don't see the treasure, I won't believe this place is a ruin, Emo said and got up. Wandering around the hexagon hall, the voice realized that Emo wasn't taking him seriously and fell silent for a while. He was no longer as angry as before and said, "What treasure do you want?" His tone was still a bit sharp. Emo heard this and thought. Who knows who had released the key and had tricked him to come here to almost open the seal and lose this life? Yet, from this guy's tone, perhaps he could get something out of him. Thinking about this, Emo said, if only there was a way to increase cultivation speed. Alright, it'd be great if there was an escape cultivation method. If I can't beat my enemy, I can run away at any time, the voice sneered. These things are littered like trash in the ruin. As long as you open it, you will have anything you want. Emo couldn't be bothered answering. He just kept looking for a way out in the hall. A while later, Emo heard a clap. Two things fell into a corner of the hall. Emo grabbed them telepathically and looked. It was a 5-element mobility cultivation method. It was at heaven grade level 5. Emo also opened the bottle of pills, which emitted a pleasant aroma. Clearly, it was some kind of very high-level pill. Emo couldn't even recognize what kind of pill it was. Then, Emo heard that voice again. This is a heaven grade 5-element mobility method, but this is rather ordinary inside the ruin. The pill is called the Heaven Ascension Pill. It can help you reach a level higher. The bottle is enough for you to reach Golden Core State Peak Stage in half a year. Emo was amazed. He hadn't expected there would be such powerful pills here. Even if he took the blue one pill and sat in the Spirit Marrow Pond every day, he wouldn't be able to reach Golden Core State Peak Stage in half a year. The Heaven Ascension Pill was truly powerful. Emo didn't doubt the effects of the pill, but that didn't mean he would take this pill. Even if he was going to use this type of pill, it would be after he made it himself. Who knew if there was something dodgy with the pills this guy had given him? However, Emo liked the 5-element mobility cultivation method greatly. Emo put the pills and the cultivation method away and finally felt a little better. Seeing that Emo still didn't have any intentions of taking out the key, the voice said impatiently after a while, "Why haven't you opened the ruin yet?" Emo looked around and said, "If only there was a flying cultivation artifact." Does the ruin have that? Emo desired a middle-grade flying spirit artifact the most. However, if he could get a cultivation artifact, why would he settle with a spirit artifact? The voice said in contempt, "A flying cultivation artifact is nothing, there's plenty of that in the ruin. Don't think that I'm trying to seduce you to open the ruin. The reason I want you to open it is because there's something I want from inside too. It's a level 9 spirit herb, it's called the Immortal Curl Flower. There are plenty of immortal curl flowers inside, I just need one. Although I'm in the ruin, I'm only a spiritual body, I can't get close to the immortal curl flower, so I need your help. You only need to give me one after you get it," Emo sneered. This person's words were a mixture of truth and lies. However, Emo could tell that this person had realized he had a rare flame and that was a pill master. That's why he said such things. The immortal curl flower was said to be a level 9 spirit herb, but it had long surpassed the realm of spirit herbs. It could be called the immortal herb. It was a treasure that everyone in the cultivation realm desired. Its greatest power was building a body. A ghost cultivator or a spiritual body could build the perfect body for themselves through the immortal curl flower. Even if one wasn't a ghost cultivator, with this flower, they had a chance to rebuild a new body. This herb was talked about in legends. He knew that no one in the cultivation realm that had ever found it before. However, if a spiritual body was too weak and it didn't have a ghost core, it wouldn't be able to get near the immortal curl flower. If they got near it, they would immediately be devoured. They could only use an immortal curl flower that had already been plucked. Emo could tell that the reason this guy had said this was to make him think that he hadn't reached golden core state in terms of ghost cultivation. Thus, he would be no match for him, no matter what. Emo didn't believe this guy and he wasn't going to do as he said. This means you haven't formed a ghost core yet? Emo asked intentionally. The voice hesitated and then said, but I believe that in a few more decades I will be able to form a ghost core for sure. Only an idiot would believe that. Emo shook his head. Actually, I'm not interested in the immortal curl flower. My greatest interest is having a flying cultivation artifact. At this moment, the entity behind the voice had clearly realized Emo was telling lies. Everything he had said before was a trick. He even suspected that Emo could tell this place was a seal. Otherwise, why would he go through all that effort to pull the key out? However, Emo was his only hope now. Hence, even though he knew Emo was scamming him, he could only say, look, this is the level 10-9 feathers golden perch. This type of feather can even make extreme grade cultivation artifacts. My power is limited. So I can't move some of the cultivation artifacts. Emo immediately grabbed it. He was filled with joy just by looking at the azure feather. This feather itself was no less valuable than any top-grade cultivation artifact. The strong power the feather emitted even shocked Emo. Emo placed the feather in a jade box and sent it into his golden page world. Seeing that Emo was ignoring him again, the voice released his anger and said, now, will you open the ruin already? If there are some other extreme-grade spirit stones, then I'd be really interested. Are there some inside? Emo suddenly clapped his hand in excitement. Insect. Are you here to make fun of me? The voice finally couldn't resist it anymore. Emo heard his and realized he couldn't get any more out of this guy. So he said coldly too, are you a ghost? A ghost that can see that I have a rare flame inside my body. When did I see that? The voice subconsciously answered. Then, how do you know I'm a pillmaster? Emo quickly asked. The voice didn't remember when he called Emo a pillmaster. He paused, and then he realized that Emo was tricking him. Clearly, Emo had realized that he could see that he had a rare flame after he mentioned the immortal curl flower. Such meticulous thinking process. The voice said helplessly, you're right. I shouldn't have mentioned the immortal curl flower. Emo sneered. Even if you hadn't talked about the immortal curl flower, I wouldn't have broken the seal to let you out. A ruin? You can trick other people, but not me. Chapter 956, Break Free. After Emo said that, the voice turned extremely cold. So that means you've been tricking me this whole time? You've got what you wanted, yet now you don't plan on opening the ruin. It was just 2 sentences, but Emo almost felt himself shiver. What strong power! But Emo soon regained his composure. Trick you? Don't make yourself sound so pitiful. I'm disgusted. You've been saying this is a ruin non-stop. You never said it was a seal. From the beginning to the end, you've been thinking of how to trick me to open the seal. As for these things, I found them here. I never asked about them from you. How is that tricking you? The voice's owner was speechless. Emo never asked him indeed. He just said it would be great if he had them. The voice's owner just hadn't realized this. The voice didn't keep arguing about this problem. It laughed, open my seal, and I can swear I won't hurt you and will let you go out. I have a lot of good things, and there are a lot of treasures here. I can give it all to you. If you don't want to open it, then after a few more years have passed, I will still be able to open the seal myself. By then, you would be the first person I want to kill. Moreover, even if you don't open the seal, do you think you can just leave? This is an 8-gate spirit locking formation. Unless you also have a level 8 teleportation rune like that person from before, you will be trapped here like me. Emo had still wanted to ask who had trapped this man here and why the key would be in the outside world, but after hearing that, he lost interest. The most important thing for him now wasn't to ask about that but to find a way out. He didn't have a level 8 teleportation rune, but Emo didn't believe his last sentence. He was at most trapped outside the seal. This was completely different to being sealed inside the seal. If it really was inside the seal, then he was sure that even the woman before wouldn't be able to leave. Seeing Emo ignore him again, the voice said more things, but Emo ignored it all. Eventually, the voice stopped talking, as the owner was made to wonder why he couldn't sense the key anymore. 2 days later, EMO was still walking around the hall without any progress. At the moment, he was really getting a bit desperate, and eventually, he just sat down. He knew that if he kept going around like that, it wouldn't help him at all. EMO stared at the rink. He was sure that it changed places not because it changed to a different face of the wall, but because the hall was spinning. When he first came in, he was facing the wall with the rink. As long as he found the wall facing the rink, he would find the entrance. EMO sat down and started investigating how the wall with the door could have suddenly disappeared. EMO thought there might be a stealth formation hiding the door. But after EMO used every method he could think of, he still didn't find any stealth formation, space formation door? Just when he didn't know what to do, these words popped into his head. He came in through a space formation door. Would the entrance also be a space formation door? Thinking about this, EMO's heart sunk. There were many types of space formation doors, and although EMO couldn't lay down any of them, he knew there were conditions to activate one. If it really was a space formation door, then he really wouldn't be able to go out. Unless he could reach the level of building a space formation door himself one day, he would never be able to leave through this 8-sided hall's space formation door. A few more days passed without EMO finding any way to escape. He was very worried being trapped there. The voice seemed to know that EMO didn't want to talk to him, so it never talked, as though waiting for EMO to ask for his help after experiencing defeat. On the 9th day, EMO in his dejectedness took out the half an eye he obtained from the three-eyed purple frog and started to spirit control it. Half a day later, the eye turned into nothing, and some simple spirit sense refining and basic attacking means appeared in EMO's mind. EMO rejoiced and even forgot about going out. A spirit sense attack, the voice sounded, after cultivating the 3 birth chant. He could learn it with the slightest of hints and form his own cultivation method based on those hints. The spirit sense attack was no different. When EMO opened his eyes again, he felt that although his spirit sense hadn't gotten stronger, it was more refined. He could even make a simple spirit sense attack to stun the opponent now. When EMO tried his spirit sense attack on a wall, a huge door suddenly appeared. EMO rejoiced and was flustered at the same time. No way, was his spirit sense attack that strong? He had just begun learning it, but soon, EMO understood what was going on. Someone else was coming. Before anyone even appeared, EMO already understood from the power waves that there were at least 3 nascent soul state cultivators coming. The door had opened and they hadn't come in yet, so without wasting even a moment, EMO dashed out of the first door and stayed by the doorside, not daring to move. Even if he was risking his life, he was going to try to get out. If he didn't get out, he would be killed by those who came in anyways. As soon as EMO left the hall, he heard the furious rage of that voice, but soon he couldn't hear it anymore. He knew why the voice raged. EMO had taken away the key. EMO was very confident in his stealth cultivation method, but he wasn't too sure against nascent soul state cultivators. He acted like a rock on the side of the road, emitting no chi whatsoever, but EMO knew that if nascent soul state cultivators were to continuously keep their spirit sense on him, he would be caught no matter what. Thus, he only dared to hide at a place not far from the door, so the cultivators would see the door and ignore him. He didn't dare to hide into the golden page world yet. He couldn't change its color, so if a golden light suddenly appeared in mid-air, it would be found by them. There's a door here. It seems Zhejiang went in from here, a low voice said not far from EMO. It seems these people came to find Fate Zhejiang. It really was good to have a sect. 4 people had come, and 3 of them quickly passed through the door. The last person was almost about to step in as well when EMO clearly felt him hesitate, about to step back. But eventually he didn't. EMO then couldn't help it anymore and dashed up the stairs towards outside. Was something wrong? One of them noticed and asked. The last cultivator frowned and said, "There's something strange here, so let's go back out first. When I first came in, I seemed to have felt someone hiding by the door, but when I wanted to check it, I came in subconsciously first. Someone who can hide even from us. Is he a nascent soul state cultivator too, maybe even stronger than us?" One of the party said. The last cultivator shook his head. He might not be as strong as us, but he must be at nascent soul state for sure. Otherwise, how could we be tricked? I'll go back to Cheam. As the 3 turned around, they saw the door that was behind them disappear. This place is very dangerous, the last cultivator said. Chapter 957, the South Peace State's Black Ice Mountain. EMO dashed outside through the space formation door and the stealth formation as fast as he could. He got on Zhisu without even daring to turn around. He carried a purple beam with him as he howled past the sky of the all-herb mountain ranges. He could no longer care about staying low-key. It would be success if he got out of the all-herb mountain ranges. There were 4 states on Luoyu continent and each continent was boundless. However, all of them put together weren't even close to the size of the Heartless Sea. The South Peace State was the best cultivation ground on Luoyu continent. The Black Ice sect was one of the 9-star sects there, which was situated on the famous Black Ice Mountain. It was said that the sect had been built more than 100,000 years ago. It had always been on the top 3 amongst the 9-star sections. In the past millennium, the Black Ice sect was no longer as glorious as before and it was at the bottom of the 9-star sections. Even its 9-star grade was in danger. Yet recently, they had acquired a few genius disciples. All of these sort of signs showed that the Black Ice sect seemed to be able to rise up again and reach the top 3, in a 10,000 kilometers radius around the Black Ice Mountain. There was one main peak, 18 side peaks and 108 supplementary peaks. The main peak was the Black Ice Peak, where the core of the sect was. Truth Realization State cultivators used to be the only ones that could stay at the side peaks, but that had changed too. Now, there was only one Truth Realization State cultivator in the sect. Hence, those who reached Cauldron Filling State could live on the side peaks. Those above Cauldron Filling State were the Grand Elders of the sect. As for the supplementary peaks, they had been accommodated for the inner sect elders and some managers, as well as cultivator who had made huge contributions to the sect. Other than these peaks, there were countless small peaks on the Black Ice Mountain. These were awarded to excellent sect members. To all the cultivators there, their greatest desire was to study under one of the 18 side peak leaders and become a core disciple. Only then could they live there. However, most sect members wouldn't even be able to get into the 108 supplementary peaks. The Black Wind Peak was also one of the 18 side peaks. This peak's leader was one of the Cauldron Filling State Grand Elders of the sect, Fan Lianju. The spirit chi there was extremely dense and there was an individual spirit range underneath the spirit gathering formation. From a room on this peak, a woman of unparalleled beauty walked outside. There was some joy in her despondent eyes. "Sister Susu, have you reached Golden Core State?" Another beautiful woman came out of the house next door and said in excitement, "Kin Beiwei, you're almost at Golden Core State too. Hopefully, someday we will be able to cross the Heartless Sea and go to the East Black State to see if your brother is there," Susu replied. Beiwei nodded. "And I also miss my brother. Sai, we came together as 5 before, but now we've gone to 3 different sections. I wonder how Sister Qingxue, Z, and Luo Fei are." Clearly, they didn't know that GMO was in the North Far State. So Luoing, who had recovered her memories, believed GMO had gone to the East Black State. They wanted to cross the Heartless Sea to find GMO. However, without having power above body condensation state, it was a joke. Hearing this, Luo Ying's joy of reaching Golden Core State disappeared. It was fine as long as they cultivated non-stop every day. However, once they stopped, that burning longing scraped their heart. Luoing didn't tell Beiwei that GMO's talent was average. In a few decades, they might have still not found GMO yet even if they reached Cauldron Filling State. Moreover, Luoing was worried that GMO hadn't come to Luoyu continent at all. If that was the case, they would never be able to see EMO again. She knew it was a coincidence that they had come there. If they wanted to go back, it would be impossible unless they had world-dominating power. That kind of power wasn't something that could be achieved by the cultivators of the cultivation realm. If she could choose, Luoing would rather go back to Earth and live with EMO in Luoyu City. In her eyes, it was SOSO to live thousands of years without EMO. She would rather live a few decades with EMO. Tang Beiwei was also worried that her brother hadn't come there, but she didn't say it out loud. If they said it out loud, then they would lose hope and stop cultivating. "Sister Susu, we didn't go to the Desert Plain Herb Valley this time because our power was too low. Are we going to the South Peace City Cultivator meeting next April?" Tang Beiwei changed the topic. Luoing came back to her senses and nodded. Core disciples like us aren't allowed to leave the sect without a certain level of power. Qingxue will probably go to the meeting next year. It'd be good if we saw each other. "Sister Susu, last time I went to Treasure Tower, I heard something. That 9-star Infinity Sect's core disciple Wen Sai said she would challenge you after reaching Golden Core State. If we go to the South Peace City next year, will we meet her there?" She ranked number 1 in the Golden Core State Hall of Fame, Tang Beiwei asked worriedly. Luoing looked at Tang Beiwei in confusion. "I don't even know her, why is she challenging me?" I'm not interested in fighting. If she thinks she's strong, I won't disagree. What has that got to do with me? Tang Beiwei shook her head. It's not that. You and her both ranked first beauties of the South Peace State. On top of that, the person she likes is Yuan Guannan from the Infinity Sect, but the person he likes isn't her. That Yuan Guannan said after he reached nascent soul state, he would come and propose to us. Yuan Guannan liked Wen Sai a lot before we came, but after we got here Luoying said calmly, I'm not going to compare myself to her. I have a husband, she can like whoever she wants. It has nothing to do with me, Tang Beiwei nodded. Yes, she's the most beautiful in the South Peace State. Yet she's that bored. I heard there's a Dong Tianyan who likes her in her sect, but she doesn't like him back. I really wonder who that Yuan Guannan is. How can he make her love him so much? Beiwei, let's not care about such things. We need to focus on cultivation. This isn't our home, Luoying said. I know, sister. Tang Beiwei poked her tongue out. The North Far State's Jiangchuan city was as populated as Broken Leaf City. Cultivators and mortals lived amongst each other. The spirit chi there was arid and there weren't many cultivation resources nearby. It was also very far from the Heartless Sea. So there were rather less cultivators there, and no high-level cultivators. The highest level there was only at Foundation Establishment State. There were occasional Golden Core State passerbys. Even the city lord there was just a martial artist. Those with higher power wouldn't stay there. They would go to a place with more spirit chi. When Yemo got there, it had already been 3 months after he had escaped from the All-Herb Valley. During these 3 months, Yemo had been to 15 cities and 4 small countries. Some were cultivation cities and some were just mortal cities. Yemo had tried to avoid cultivators from the Ghost Immortal sect, as well as that black and white halfway pill king. He chose distant places. Yemo was still wearing 9 transformations. Chapter 958, Worried. The reason why Yemo was taking so long was partly due to taking alternate routes, but more so because he was studying the Heaven Ascension pill. He didn't dare take it, but if he could make it himself, he of course would dare eat that. Even if he spent 1 year to study it and half a year to raise his level, he felt it would be worth it because without it, he would need at least a few years to reach Golden Core State peak stage with other resources. If he didn't have pills or any special resources, he wouldn't be able to reach the Golden Core State peak stage even after 5 or 6 decades. Luckily, Yemo didn't waste the past 3 months. Although he hadn't decoded the pill yet. He found something and knew at least 2 ingredients. What made Yemo especially happy was that his Spirit Sense attack had formed a basic model. He had named his Spirit Sense attack Purple Eye Soul Sever. Yemo divided it into 7 levels. The first level allowed Yemo's Spirit Sense to attack someone else's Spirit Sense by forming a Spirit Sense pike. The instant of the attack would render a piercing pain to the opponent's Spirit Sense, making them dizzy for a brief moment. But there was a condition for the attack, which was that the opponent had to send out their Spirit Sense first. The second level could actually sever the part of Spirit Sense the opponent was sending out, thereby injuring their soul. The third level could form a Spirit Sense sword. From this level onward it was no longer a matter of just making the opponent be stunned for a brief moment. It could attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. If their sea of consciousness wasn't strong enough, it could get broken by the Spirit Sense sword. Even if the opponent didn't send out their Spirit Sense, the attack would still be effective. If Yemo could reach level 7, he would be able to use the Spirit Sense attack to crush his enemy's sea of consciousness and turn them into an idiot. It was very hard to defend against the Purple Eye Soul Sever unless the opponent had a Spirit Sense defensive magic artifact. However, the attack also had a fatal weakness to it. It also injured the attacker's Spirit Sense, and it had a huge requirement on the power of the attacker's Spirit Sense. Even Yemo would only be able to use level 1 twice right now. If he continued to use it after that, he would be the one to faint first. The greater the power, the greater the side effects, but Yemo believed that as his Spirit Sense kept getting stronger, one day he would be able to ignore such injuries. Yemo had also gone from the Golden Core State level 2 primary stage to the middle stage. This was thanks to a bottle of green condensed pills and was quite a lot, coming to the city Yemo was currently in. He was in no rush to cultivate. He found a hotel and was prepared to stay a day before going. Yemo had a habit of carefully scouting the area to see if there were wanted signs for him each time he came to a new place. If he found any signs, he would immediately change directions. He wasn't afraid of wasting time, but he was very afraid of bringing along any enemies to Pei Hai City. He hadn't seen anyone at signs for him on the way yet, but he was still very careful. As soon as Yemo came, he noticed there were no high-level cultivators. The highest-leveled cultivator was only at the foundation establishment state. The first thing Yemo did after coming to the hotel was to send out his spirit sense to cover the entire city. Despite knowing there were no golden core state cultivators around, he didn't cockily cover the entire heavens with his spirit sense. Compared to Earth, Yemo felt that he should be more careful with his current power on Luoyu continent. As Yemo sent out his spirit sense, he felt a sense of familiarity. Yemo immediately looked over and saw a young girl wearing a bracelet. The girl looked cute and wasn't ugly in any way. What shook him, though, was the bracelet. It was a bracelet he had made. A magic artifact that could attack and defend. Yemo liked to leave his spirit sense mark on magic artifacts he made. Clearly, someone he knew had lost it. Yemo no longer had the mood to keep watching patiently. So he went to the young girl's room and grabbed her wrist, taking the bracelet. The girl was enjoying reading in her room when a man suddenly appeared from the sky and menacingly took her bracelet, so she immediately screamed. Clearly, her family was well off and had some power as this was a private manor. After her scream, two maids immediately came, and one of them wasn't too bad in terms of power. Yemo didn't care, however. The moment he took the bracelet, he knew who it belonged to. It was the one he told Ning Qingxue to bring to Su Jingwen. Clearly, Su Jingwen had also come here but didn't seem to be doing well. Yemo knew that had Yemo stayed with Su Jingwen. Who are you? Why did you come to my room? Taking my thing? The girl calmed down quickly. She could tell that this man only cared about the bracelet and didn't even stop her from screaming. Miss, what happened? The two maids immediately positioned themselves in front of the girl. Yemo asked the girl coldly, where did you get this bracelet? Why should I tell you? The girl's tone wasn't nice as hearing the footsteps in the yard. She knew the guards were already there, and she felt confident. Immediately, a few strong guards appeared by the door. One man came up and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the young miss was fine, and he quickly asked, Miss, what is going on? Did this man hurt you? Should we capture him? Before the girl could talk, Yemo waved his hand, and the guards were all swept away like leaves falling into the yard. The girl opened her mouth in shock, and before she could scream again, Yemo raised his hand, and the makeup desk in front of her turned into dust. Then she heard Yemo's even colder voice, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't speak, then you don't need to speak ever again. This involved Su Jingwen's life, so Yemo had zero patience. The maid reacted first. She immediately realized that this person was some legendary immortal master. She began to shake as these immortal masters didn't need a reason to kill. They did whatever they wanted. This immortal master was even furious and clearly had little patience at that. She resisted the fear and quickly shook the girl. The girl reacted and called out in excitement, You're an immortal master. 1. 2. Yemo counted bleakly. The girl just realized now wasn't the time to admire Yemo, and she quickly answered, I saw this bracelet at the precious jewelry tower. It was very pretty, so I bought it. After saying that, she was going to keep talking, but she found that the man had already disappeared. I saw an immortal master today. And a very powerful one. The girl was still immersed in the experience. Miss, quiet, those immortal masters have strange tempers and kill on a whim, the maid reminded. A moment later, Yemo appeared before the precious jewelry tower. Hello sir, are you here to buy jewelry? Please go up the stairs. A waiter immediately came up. Yemo had no mood to waste time with him and said, Tell your manager to come here, I have business with him. The attendant could tell that Yemo was probably not there to buy jewelry but to start trouble. His tone was no longer as polite as before, and he said calmly, The manager isn't here. Sir, if you're not here to buy jewelry, please leave. Chapter 959, Search. Then he looked at the 2 martial artists at the door. Clearly they were the guards. The 2 guards walked over and said to Yemo, Sir, if you're not here to buy anything, Leah dash. Before they could finish, they were thrown out and smashed onto the door sign, shattering the luxurious shop sign. They fell onto the streets holding their legs and were crying out in pain. Then, Yemo said coldly, Tell your manager to come. If you say any more bullshit, I will tear this place apart. Yemo was burning with desperation and was not going to use calm means. He needed to know where Su Jingwen was as quickly as possible. Su Jingwen was the first girl he met on Earth, and Yemo was with her too. without the attendant even having to call, a very fat man suddenly rushed down. He immediately saluted with his fists and said respectfully, "I didn't know a mortal master had arrived. My apologies for all the rudeness, please have a seat upstairs." Clearly, this manager had been watching what was happening downstairs. Guillermo took out a bracelet and said, "Did this come from your place?" The manager now knew that Guillermo had to be there because of the bracelet and quickly said, Yes, it was sold from my shop 5 days ago by the young miss of the Chin Manor, Chin Maya. I didn't ask you who bought it. I want to know where you got it from." Guillermo calmed down a little, seeing the manager was cooperating. The manager was clearly astute, and he knew that the bracelet hadn't come through proper means. If ordinary people came to investigate, he wouldn't tell the truth, but now an immortal master came and asked. He didn't dare to lie at all. If he offended an immortal master, his entire shop would be immediately disintegrated, much less his fame, although they also had an immortal master behind their back, who knew if they wouldn't reach some deal. Also, it just wasn't worth it for an ordinary person to hide things from an immortal master, and so without hesitation, the manager said, "It was the 4 brothers we got it from. They used to dominate the local martial scene, and every once in a while, they would come sell some things." "This bracelet dash, where are they now?" Guillermo asked. The manager immediately replied, "They aren't in Jianchuan City. They're in the Pei family manor outside the city. It's 50 kilometers to the east from here." The manager gave very specific details without Guillermo needing to ask. Seeing Guillermo suddenly disappear from right in front of him after saying that, he was even more scared. Luckily, he didn't offend the immortal master. It seemed this was no ordinary immortal master. It was near winter, and there were rarely people outside the city. People gathered inside the city walls, and so the streets seemed busy. When Guillermo got to the Pei family manor, it was also very populated, for men were drinking in a room with a few beautiful maids serving them wine on the side. That Ma Yanwen really knows how to enjoy life, starting dual cultivation with that Lao Shensi. Does he have nothing to do? How can he live joyfully like us? Drinking wine and eating meat, a man on the left said with a little drunkenness. The skinny man opposite him smiled and said, "Third brother, aren't you just jealous that us 4 don't have spirit roots?" That man gulped another cup. Clearly he was a little jealous. The man sitting at the head seat said, "Second brother, you don't need to say that. Although we live an enjoyable life, it's not as good as those immortal masters. Living hundreds of years and all that. I heard that next spring, the Changhe River will start taking in disciples. We should go have a look too." Just when they wanted to agree, a voice said, "That's if you have the life to go." The 4 shot up and saw a man suddenly appear in their room. Watching them coldly, "Who are you?" the big brother stopped them from attacking and asked. He knew that this person quite possibly might be an immortal master to be able to appear in their room without them noticing. Guillermo took out a bracelet. "Where did you get this bracelet from?" All 4 brothers could tell Guillermo didn't harbor good intentions, so the 4th brother suddenly said, "This is the first time I've seen this bracelet. We have never had anything to do with it." Guillermo didn't look at him, but his spirit sense easily caught the glimmer in his eyes. Clearly the fellow was lying. Guillermo threw out a wind blade casually, and the 4th brother was sliced in half before he could even scream. Blood splashed out onto the floor. The maids immediately fainted at such a bloody scene. The other 3 couldn't take it anymore. One of the 4 brothers was killed. They pulled out their swords and charged up. Guillermo could tell that their brotherhood was extreme, so it would be impossible to interrogate them. Thinking about this, Guillermo no longer had the intention of asking questions. He killed another one and controlled the souls of the other 2 to interrogate them. The 2 had never cultivated before, so it was very easy to do so. If they had formed spirit sense, it would be very hard. Soul-searching someone with spirit sense would be even more implausible, as it required at least truth realization state power and a soul-searching cultivation method. 15 minutes later, Guillermo killed the last 2 and left this Pei manor. He had learned of the bracelet's story. 2 months earlier, Jiangchuan City had a battle with the nearby Fuemo City. It was a battle between 2 cultivators initially, but countless people in the cities died. People soon started to flee, including the wealthy families. Some wealthy families brought along guards, but most of them were in a chaotic state, so the 4 brothers used the opportunity to rob all those asylum seekers. From what they knew, this bracelet was taken from some very ugly woman. Guillermo asked repeatedly, but the men assured him that the woman didn't have another girl by her. Clearly Guillermo wasn't there. Whether that ugly woman was Su Jingguan in disguise or not, finding out that those asylum seekers had all ended up in Jiangchuan City. Emo came back to the city again. He searched with his spirit sense, and in order for Su Jingwen not to be shocked by seeing him, he took off 9 transformations. Emo believed that as long as Su Jingwen was there, he could find her. Meanwhile, the sky grew dark, and more snowflakes started floating. Soon, the ground was covered in a thin layer of white snow. Emo stood above the city. The city walls were big but could only block some wind. If Su Jingwen was in the city, she would have nowhere to go once it snowed. Emo could only hope she found a good place to stay. Emo was very desperate, but he couldn't find Su Jingwen in the end. He gradually calmed down. He knew he had to calm down to find one person out of a million people. So he stood in the center of the street and searched with his spirit sense again and again. As the snow grew bigger, the busy streets quickly quietened down. Soon, there was only Emo on this street. Emo kept searching very carefully and didn't even notice a layer of snow was forming on him. Chapter 960. The moment I met you, the places Emo needed to search were fewer and fewer, but this just made him more worried. He had searched 90% of the area, but there were still no signs of Su Jingwen. A woman wearing rags stumbled across the street Emo was at. She noticed Emo standing in the center of the street, cloaked in snow, and had a sudden resonance in her heart. Was this person standing in the snow like her due to something he didn't want to let go? She knew that once the snow fell, the frigid winter had arrived. Her days of roaming outside would be over. If she couldn't find a good place to go, then she would have to prepare for death. She wanted to roam around in the snow and think about her days in Ninghai. Think about how she went from Ninghai to Luoyu City for him. From Luoyu to that small world, and then from the small world to this living hell. After reminiscing those days, she would leave Jiangchuan City and find a peaceful place in the wilderness to settle and leave this world peacefully. Perhaps in her next life, she would find a place where she truly belonged. Perhaps in her next life, she would find love in someone who also loved her back. Her only pity was that her bracelet had been stolen. If only she could leave the world with the bracelet still on her. She had no regrets. Sometimes, people needed to pursue what they wanted in life, and she wasn't a woman who could settle for anything. She just wondered if her mother was alright, if Emo, Wanqing, and Sister Yuhua were fine. She wondered if he was fine. Perhaps no one would ever know that her final destination had been a place like this, a world like this. She walked past Emo, who was standing still. When she was only a few meters away, her heart suddenly ached. She turned around and looked at the man who stood still in the middle of the street, the bracelet he was holding in his hands. She was dazed. After a long while, she moved her eyes from the bracelet to Emo's face. Although Emo's eyes were closed and there was a layer of snow on his hair and brows, she was still shook. An unexplainable feeling gushed out from the depth of her heart. Am I dead? Am I hallucinating? Is this person really him? Why is it so real? She didn't wipe her eyes. She didn't dare move. She was scared that this figure would disappear and she would wake up from her hallucination to realize she was still by herself in that endless strange world. Tears flowed down her eyes, finally letting go countless hardships. She had never teared up, but at that moment she couldn't control her tears anymore. In her loneliest and most helpless moments, she hadn't considered crying even though she had been about to die. But seeing this person before her, she could no longer bear the feeling of helplessness, loneliness, and grief in her heart. She wanted to cry. However, this was even more of a reason not to move. She would rather die slowly like this than make the hallucination before her eyes disappear. She didn't dare say a word. When I first met you, I was walking down the busy streets of my hometown, the hustling crowd around us. You were alone in a corner of the street selling charms. At that time, you weren't a part of world yet, but you saved my mother. When I met you for the last time, I was walking on the streets of a foreign place, flying snowflakes around us. You stand alone in the middle of the street waiting for the snow. At that moment, you were only the hallucination of my mind. You allow me to leave without any regrets. The snow had also covered her body, but she didn't move nor blink. She wasn't going to let the person before her disappear even if it was just an illusion. Emo's heart sunk. He hadn't let anyone pass his spirit sense. He had fully committed his mind to searching. Even if someone had tried to attack him, he wouldn't have noticed. He probably had never been so focused on doing something. However, he had been searching nearby and hadn't found Su Jingwen at all. Emo sighed. He was prepared to take back his spirit sense and leave when he saw someone standing a few meters from him, not moving. How far does someone have to search? Sometimes, you search around everywhere, but you can't see that what you're looking for is right in front of your eyes, Jingwen. Yemo immediately realized that the person in front of him was Su Jingwen. He had been looking for her, but she had found him first. Since she had found him, why wasn't she talking? Why was she just standing there? Su Jingwen had a faint smile on her face. 2 rows of tears were frozen on her face. She didn't have Yemo's cultivation essence power. Her body was weak to begin with. If she hadn't had that faith holding her, she would have fallen down already. Yemo's spirit sense immediately noticed that Su Jingwen was on the brink of death. He was shook. He quickly grabbed her and took her to his hotel. Yemo took off her disguise, unveiling that pretty and familiar face of hers. With Yemo's power and Pill King prowess, it wasn't hard for him to heal Su Jingwen. Yet, what disappointed Yemo was that no matter what he did, Su Jingwen simply had a smile on her face and looked at him. If he disappeared from her sight, she would tear up. Yemo was sad. He hadn't thought Su Jingwen had such feelings for him. In the depth of his heart, he felt guilty. He had thought of many people, but he had been worried about Su Jingwen due to Yemo. He remembered when Su Jingwen invited him to dinner. The first dance of his life had been with Su Jingwen. No matter what, I will cure her. Yemo made up his mind. He started to remove her clothes and shower her. Yemo was just going to stay in this city for a day, but because of Su Jingwen, he stayed for 3 days. On the 4th day, he took her to the most famous doctor there. He was a cultivator, so he never had thought he would need a mortal doctor, even though he was powerful and a pill king. He didn't know what was wrong with Su Jingwen. He had refined Su Jingwen's marrow for her and even cured her old sickness, but she was still like this. Yemo had taken her to many clinics, but none of them could even tell what was wrong with her. However, at least he knew that one person might know what was wrong with her. That man was Dr. King Sun Ho Chang. It was said that he was not only a Dr. King, but also an immortal master. He lived on the Menhe Mountain thousands of kilometers from there. Yemo immediately headed towards this place, yet, Yemo could only hold Su Jingwen in his arms. He couldn't carry her on his back as she would start crying as soon as she couldn't see him. After getting there, Yemo immediately realized that Sun Ho Chang was just an ordinary solo cultivator and one who wasn't so powerful. Spirit Chi was scarce there too. Seeing this, Yemo was greatly disappointed. Sun Ho Chang was worse than him, and he was perhaps this famous only due to his status as a cultivator, but regardless, he had to check if this Sun Ho Chang actually had skills. Yemo didn't know if Sun Ho Chang had the skills, but he certainly thought highly of himself. Yemo was stopped outside the formation. 2 Chi-gathering female disciples said that their master was outside and he hadn't come back yet. As soon as they said this, 2 men came out. One had a beard up to his chest and seemed like an immortal. The other was an ordinary-looking man. Yet, Yemo realized that these 2 cultivators were at Golden Core State Level 7. Brother Sun, I'll rely on you for this matter, the ordinary-looking man said. Yemo immediately could tell that the bearded man was Sun Ho Chang. Sun Ho Chang laughed. Dao friendly, don't worry, I will do my best. In 1 month, you will receive good news. Chapter 961, Obsession. This looks like a case of the wool overexertion syndrome. What a woman of strong obsession. It was the ordinary-looking man who said this. Yemo heard this like immortal music and quickly went up and saluted with his fists. Dao friend, do you know the cause for her illness? The ordinary-looking man was much stronger than Yemo but seemed very amicable, and he nodded. I know the cause of her illness because I've seen it before. You're probably here for pills from Pill Master Sun, right? But you're probably going to be disappointed. Sun Ho Chang glanced coldly at Yemo and Su Jingwen and didn't say anything. Yemo was very unhappy with this Sun Ho Chang. He was just an ordinary pill concoctor. Was this act necessary? Did he think he was a pill king? But since this ordinary-looking man recognized Su Jingwen's condition, Yemo couldn't underestimate Sun Ho Chang. Moreover, he had come to ask for help, so he saluted with his fists. Pill Master Sun, may I ask dash? Before Yemo could finish, Sun Ho Chang waved his hand and said, no need to ask, I can't cure this. This is the first time I've heard of such a condition. Then, he ignored Yemo and saluted with his fists to the ordinary-looking man. Brotherly, I'll be going. Then, he went back inside and shut the formation. The person he called Brotherly showed his hands to Yemo and said, he's such a strange-tempered man, but he's a level 6 spirit pill master. I came to him for pills, but I think he really doesn't know about such a disease. I've only heard about it here and there as well. Emo wasn't going to let this opportunity to gain information pass, and he saluted with his fists and said, "Dao friend, please, do you know how to cure this will overexertion syndrome?" The cultivator shook his head. "The reason why I even know about it is because 70 years ago, I went with an elder to visit a Qianbei. He had seen this sort of patient before. That Qianbei said that this condition was caused by an obsessive will that surpassed the patient's love for life. If the patient can't be awakened on the mental level, he or she will be incurable otherwise." What did that Qianbei say in the end? Emo asked desperately. Seeing Emo was so desperate, the cultivator coldly replied with sympathy that Qianbei couldn't cure it either. He just said that you need to understand the patient's obsession and then wake the patient up with mental and soul-type pills. But the soul-type pills are very precious. As though not wanting to see Emo lose hope, Lee added, even spirit sense repairing pills are very expensive. I heard that in the last pill concoction Hall of Fame tournament, one pill master used spirit attraction grass to create the spirit weaving pill. Perhaps you can go find him and see? Emo was dazed. That person was him. If he had a way to cure this, why would he ask some level 6 spirit pill master? Seeing Emo flustered, the cultivator continued, that Qianbei did say that there's a herb called Du Lan Chun Xiao. If you use this herb in a pill, it could perhaps wake up the patient. If the #1 Hall of Fame pill master would be willing to help, perhaps this pill could really be made. Emo suddenly realized his thinking had really been clouded because of being personally involved. Wasn't he a pill king level master? Yet in his desperation, he couldn't think of that much. He didn't even come up with the diagnosis that Su Jingwen was just in a state of too much obsession. He knew the Du Lan Chun Xiao. It was a type of level 3 spirit herb. It did have great potency for curing spirit and mental type conditions, and perhaps he could really use this herb to make a pill and test it out. Not to mention, he knew that Su Jingwen's obsession might be related to him. The only difficulty now would be to find the Du Lan Chun Xiao. It was just a level 3 spirit herb, but it was very rare. As rare as level 5 spirit herbs, the herb wasn't as difficult to make a pill with as the spirit attraction grass, but it was still very hard. But since he could put the spirit attraction grass into a pill, why couldn't he do the same to Du Lan Chun Xiao? Thinking about this, Emo felt relieved. Even if he couldn't make the Du Lan Chun Xiao into a pill, he still had the spirit recovery pill. That was a heaven grade level 3 pill, the best pill for recovering injuries to the soul. Even if he couldn't cure Su Jingwen, he could make her better. Emo immediately put a spirit recovery pill in her mouth. It melted immediately, and Su Jingwen's eyes shut. After a while, she fell into sleep. Emo rejoiced. Su Jingwen hadn't slept for a few days, and that's what worried him the most. If he hadn't refined her marrow for her, she really might not have lasted this long. Now that she was asleep, even if she didn't recover, it would allow him enough time to look for the herb. Seeing the possibility of curing her, Emo rejoiced. He was very thankful to this cultivator, and he said, "Brotherly thank you, I was enlightened thanks to you." The cultivator looked at Su Jingwen in shock. "I heard that Qianbei say that patients with this condition can't fall asleep. How did you make her fall asleep?" This man had helped him a lot, so Emo didn't want to lie to him. "That was actually a spirit recovery pill I obtained by chance." "What?" The cultivator was shook. "Are you talking about the heaven grade level 3 spirit recovery pill?" He didn't know how the spirit recovery pill was made, but he knew it was a heaven grade level 3 pill. It was worth a fortune. And yet this cultivator just gave one to the woman in his arms. How wealthy was he? Emo didn't want to talk much about it. "Brotherly, I'm going to find the Du Lan Chun Xiao. Farewell." Emo wanted to tell the man his name, but since he was being hunted by so many people, he couldn't. The Lee cultivator realized Emo didn't want to talk about the spirit recovery pill, so he didn't ask and said, "If you want to find the Du Lan Chun Xiao, I know a place that will have it in 4 days. Where would that be?" Emo asked. "In 4 days in Shuragan City, there will be a small-scale golden core state gathering. I heard that someone will be bringing the Du Lan Chun Xiao there. I'm going there too. If you want to go, you can come with me," he said. This was too coincidental. Yet as Emo studied this Lee cultivator, he could see that his tone was genuine, and Emo didn't feel there was anything wrong with him. He nodded. "Thank you then, brotherly. My name is Emoing. I'm a solo cultivator." "What pill are you asking Sun Hochang to make that it will take a month?" The cultivator smiled. "I'm Li Jingwen. I am similarly a solo cultivator. I got 2 pieces of blue and grass, and so I wanted to ask Pill Master Son to concoct some blue and pills. This Li Jingwen had helped him, so Yemo couldn't let him be scammed. Thinking about this, Yemo said, "Brotherly, I'm not saying what you did was wrong. But the blue one pill isn't something a level 6 spirit pill master can concoct. It requires at least a level 7 spirit pill master. As for special grade ones, only pill kings can make them." Li Jingwen smiled bitterly. "Of course I know that, but out of all the pill masters I know, Pill Master Son is the highest level. I wouldn't be able to afford level 7 or above spirit pill masters." Sigh. Yemo immediately understood the hardship of Li Jingwen. Yemo was a pill king, so he didn't experience the pain of ordinary cultivators. He thought for a moment and said, "Brotherly, if I'm not wrong, Li Jingwen shouldn't be able to make it. He's lying to you saying that it takes 1 month to make 2. I've made the blue one pill before, and even a bad level 7 spirit pill master wouldn't need a day." Are you a level 7 spirit pill master?" Li Jingwen was shocked. Chapter 962, Golden Core State Gathering. "That's right, I'm a level 7 spirit pill master. If you're willing to trust me, I can concoct the blue one pill for you. I'm sure that Sun Ho Chang is tricking you. Whether or not he has the ability to concoct it is questionable, but just based on how he says it will be done in a month, it doesn't sound trustworthy." Yemo really didn't like this Sun Ho Chang, but he had a good impression of Li Jingwen. Yemo thought Li Jingwen would be rather careful about letting him concoct the pill for him. As after all, the blue hen herb was precious, but what he didn't expect was that Li Jingwen only hesitate for a moment before saying, "Brother Mo, I trust you. I believe you're a level 7 spirit pill master." Yemo was surprised. He didn't think Li Jingwen would be that honest. "It's good Yemo wasn't planning on tricking him," Li Jingwen said. "If you can give this woman a heaven grade level 3 spirit recovery pill, it means you're someone who values the more important things in life. I don't believe someone like that is a liar." Yemo knew what Li Jingwen meant. In the cultivation realm, even a husband and wife might not give each other a heaven grade level 3 pill. Sun Ho Chang was very happy today. He just got 2 blue one herbs. Although he couldn't make it yet, once he became a level 7 spirit pill master, he would. The blue one pills made from these 2 herbs would be enough to support him up to the Golden Core State Peak stage. As for Li Jingwen, he would find some excuse and compensate him with a bit of spirit stones, but before he could finish enjoying his mood, his 2 female disciples reported that Li Jingwen was outside. He felt strange. Why had Li Jingwen come back right after he just left? In any case, Sun Ho Chang kept his 2 blue one herbs and went. He couldn't just avoid him after all. Thinking about this, Sun Ho Chang left and came up to Li Jingwen with a serious face. "Brotherly, did you forget about something?" Li Jingwen said with awkwardness. "Pill Master Son, could you give back my 2 blue one herbs for now? I would like to ask for your help in 4 days instead." Sun Ho Chang was shook and quickly asked, "Why?" "I was studying the herbs right now. If I get them 4 days later, it will delay the time you get the pills." Li Jingwen shook his head. "I know, but I have no choice. I want to see if I can trade the herbs for some blue and pills during the gathering in 4 days in Shuragon City. If not, then I'll come back to ask for your help. Please understand." Sun Ho Chang heard this and looked at him in shock. "You want to trade blue and herbs for blue and pills? You know that's impossible." Li Jingwen sighed. "I know it's very hard, but how can I be sure it won't work if I don't try? If I don't try, I can't put my heart at ease." Sun Ho Chang looked at Yemo. Li Jingwen was someone very easy to talk to, so why did he change his mind so quickly? Clearly this had something to do with Yemo. But he was sure that even if someone had blue one pills at the gathering, they wouldn't trade it for blue one herbs. But the blue one herbs belonged to Li Jingwen, and he had only just given them to him. He couldn't even find an excuse not to give it back. If Li Jingwen came back the next day, he could say that he had already started making it. But Li Jingwen hadn't even left for 10 minutes. Not to mention that Li Jingwen was no weaker than him. If they fought, he might not be a match for him. Sun Ho Chang felt very unhappy. Even though he was sure that Li Jingwen wouldn't be able to trade his herbs for the blue one pill, he would still feel more secure if he kept the blue one herb on himself. "Pill Master Son?" Li Jingwen reminded Sun Ho Chang of his presence, seeing he wasn't talking. Okay, since Brotherly wants to try, I agree of course." Sun Ho Chang took out the 2 jade boxes in the end. After Li Jingwen confirmed that the boxes contained his blue one herbs, he nodded and said to Sun Ho Chang, "Thank you, Pill Master Sun, I'll be leaving now."
Brother Mo.
"Let's go together." Sun Ho Chang looked at Mo and said, "Friend, if you don't mind, I would like to invite you to my place. I can help you look at this patient."
How could Mo not know what Sun Ho Chang was planning?
He didn't want to let go of the blue one herb and hated him for seemingly meddling, or perhaps he called him in so that Li Jingwen would follow as well. This way, he could take revenge against him and get the blue one herb from Li Jingwen at the same time, but GMO had no time to bullshit with this random person. Even if he could save Jingwen, he wasn't going to beg Sun Ho Chang, so GMO ignored Sun Ho Chang and said to Li Jingwen, "Well, let's go then." He released a simple flying sword and left the place with Li Jingwen quickly. Seeing the two leave like that, Sun Ho Chang's face turned green. "Insolent brat, how dare you ruin my plans and act so cocky? In 4 days, you will be dying at Shogun City." After Li Jingwen left the mountain, he immediately stopped and gave the blue one herbs to Mo. He didn't ask Mo to give him anything in return as insurance or anything and just left Mo to concoct the pills. He simply arranged to meet up with Mo 4 days later in Shogun City and left. Seeing him leave, Mo sighed. Li Jingwen was nice and trusted people easily, but he wasn't really an idiot. Or else, he wouldn't use the excuse of trying to trade his herbs at the gathering to ask for his herbs back. No one who had cultivated to the golden core state tertiary stage was dumb.
Li Jingwen's character was just much better than ordinary cultivators.
But once it involved his interests, Mo believed this man would surely have a way to retaliate. Although Sun Ho Chang took back his herbs easily, if Mo couldn't provide him the blue one pills at the latest a month later, he wouldn't end well. The reason why he trusted Mo was because he gave a spirit recovery pill to Su Jingwen and didn't even care. Compared to the spirit recovery pill, the blue one pill was nothing. That night, Mo arrived at Ganshua City. It was tens of thousands of kilometers from Jiangchuan, but Mo finally found out why the cities around there were so arid in spirit chi. There was a level 6 spirit gathering formation here. This high-level formation required supreme means and top-quality materials. With such a powerful spirit gathering formation around, of course the spirit chi from the area would get sucked over. The spirit chi here, however, was almost as good as in Broken Leaf City.
But without a spirit range, Ganshua City would become like Jiangchuan City eventually. Mo found a hotel to settle down Su Jingwen before starting to concoct the blue one pill. Li Jingwen had only given the 2 blue one herbs to Mo. He didn't provide any supplementary herbs. But Mo didn't really mind. Li Jingwen had helped him.
Furthermore, Mo had too many blue one herbs and more than 100 blue one pills. The herbs he got weren't very aged, but he still made 12 blue one pills in 2 tries. They were all special grade pills. Mo put them into a bottle and started organizing his loot. He had obtained multiple golden core state storage rings from the all herb mountain ranges, but there wasn't anything really good inside. Fate Sejong's storage ring had a level 7 water mobility rune and the stone stool. It was exactly the same as the one he got from Tianze. The 2 stools resonated with each other. Mo didn't know how Fate Sejong could have the stone stool, but he knew it wasn't ordinary. Tianze was no ordinary old man. Mo put them inside the golden page world and started counting his spirit stones. He had more than 1.7 million top-grade spirit stones, more than 5 million middle-grade spirit stones and more than 4 million low-grade spirit stones. 3 days passed by quickly, and Mo didn't go anywhere.
He was studying the Tianhua pill.
As for Su Jingwen, she was sleeping most of the time. When Mo carried Su Jingwen on his back to the location of the gathering, Niaoxiang Tower, Li Jingwen was already waiting for him. Chapter 963, I'll take it. Li Jingwen saw Mo look over and put on a joyous face, but Mo could see a sliver of unease in his eyes. Clearly, although he gave the 2 herbs to Mo quickly, he still had some worry in the depth of his heart. After all, he had only seen Mo once. Despite Li Jingwen not asking him about it, Mo still gave him a jade bottle and said, "The pill's ready, have a look." Li Jingwen heard this and his hands shook. He really couldn't find a level 7 spirit pill master anywhere and thus took this gamble. He didn't think he would really get a bottle of blue one pill. Even though he was golden core state level 7, he still couldn't control his excitement. He carefully took the jade bottle and opened it. Inside were 12 special grade blue one pills. Li Jingwen felt dazed for a moment and reacted, "I don't need that much. The supplementary herbs were supplied by you. You only need to give me 4 or 5. Although Li Jingwen knew Mo might be a level 7 spirit pill master, he didn't have much hope.
But clearly, he trusted Yemo more than Sun Hao Chang. Even so, he would be very happy if he got 2 pills back. Yemo waved his hand. You trusted me to concoct pills for you. Plus, you've helped me as well. Although the blue and pills are precious, I don't really care. Yemo knew that Li Jingwen probably could tell he wasn't poor, so he didn't need to act poor. Li Jingwen thought for a moment and knew Yemo was telling the truth. He said gratefully, in that case, I'll be taking advantage of you this time. If you need me in the future, I will help for sure. Yemo's impression of Li Jingwen was getting better and better. He intentionally said those things, but Li Jingwen didn't seem like he intended to rob him at all. Many people would think of ways to rob another cultivator who was weaker than them but had more valuables. Li Jingwen's eyes didn't even flutter after learning Yemo was wealthy. He was truly an honest person. Wait, this is special grade. Li Jingwen thought of something and opened the bottle again. He looked at Yemo in shock. You're a pill. Li Jingwen realized he was at least a level 1 pill king. Yemo knew Li Jingwen was going to say pill king, but he waved his hand and stopped him. You just need to know yourself, brother Li. If you need help in the future, just ask me. Li Jingwen was shook. He didn't think that a random person he met would turn out to be a pill king, and such a young one at that. He could also concoct the spirit recovery pill. Didn't this mean that he was at least a level 3 pill king? Such a young level 3 pill king. Li Jingwen suddenly realized that this person wasn't Moing, he was Yemo. The number 1 of the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. Who else could he be? You're from the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. Li Jingwen realized, and started to voice this thought, how could Yemo let him? He quickly cut him off by interjecting, yes, brotherly, sorry for hiding this from you before, I had no choice. Li Jingwen heard this and knew his guess was correct. His eyes reflecting more surprise and joy. It was like a heavenly gift for him to know a pill king. As they spoke, a few more golden core state cultivators arrived. One of them knew Li Jingwen and greeted him. Li Jingwen was originally planning to help Yemo get the Dulan Chun Sha no matter what, but since he knew Yemo was the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame number 1, he knew why Yemo was so wealthy. He wouldn't need his help. Miaoxiang Tower was a brothel. The female cultivators here were all experienced in the art of dual cultivation, but today, the Golden Core State cultivators weren't here for the girls, they were here for the social, so excepting a few, the cultivators didn't need female company. Yemo carried a woman on his back, so no female cultivator went up to solicit him. Brotherly, you're here earlier than me, Sun Hochang said. Li Jingwen had already got his blue and pill and would have left if he wasn't here to accompany Yemo, so he just casually replied to Sun Hochang's words. Sun Hochang's face was unsightly. He scanned Yemo coldly and made up his mind that no matter what this person wanted he would buy it first, and he wouldn't mind killing this cultivator if he got the chance. As for the beautiful woman on his back, if she could recover, she could become a female disciple to serve him. If not, he would just kill her as well. The social was held in a bright and clean hall. When Yemo and Li Jingwen entered, there were already 40 people present. Yemo sat in one corner with Su Jingwen. Li Jingwen sat not far from Yemo. Sun Hochang intentionally sat opposite to Yemo. In his mind, he would show this Golden Core State primary stage that there were some people he couldn't afford to offend. 15 minutes later, 53 Golden Core State cultivators sat in the hall. After the door closed, Yemo found that other than the female waiters, he was the weakest one there. The weakest cultivator besides him was a Golden Core State level 4, but Yemo didn't mind. His power had greatly increased and he had mastered the Purple Eye Soul Sever level 1. He wasn't afraid of anyone here even before he had learnt it. But now, he was confident in killing Golden Core State peak stage. Seeing that Yemo, a mere Golden Core State level 2, dared to come to a high-level Golden Core State social, many people were shocked. Seeing that he came along with Li Jingwen though, they understood that this Golden Core State level 2 was being protected by him. However, Li Jingwen was only Golden Core State level 7 himself. Seeing that all the cultivators were here, a Golden Core State peak stage cultivator got up and said, "This is a social within our small region, most of you people here are solo cultivators. The purpose of the social, as you all know, is for us to get what we need the most. Okay, let's cut the bullshit. I'll start." Then the cultivator took out a palm-sized chip and began, "This is a top-grade flying spirit artifact. I hardly need to explain its value. It uses small spirit stones and is very fast. It also has a very special property, stealth." Yemo saw this and was interested.
Ever since his flying pike broke, he hadn't gotten a flying magic artifact. The ones he got from the golden core state storage rings were very low grade, even his Zisu was better. This cultivator scanned the excited cultivators and continued, I didn't want to sell this, but I've been stuck in golden core state for too long, so I want to trade for a Chaohuan pill or a similar pill. People in the room were immediately disappointed. How precious was the Chaohuan pill? It was the most important pill for golden core state cultivators. No one would be dumb enough to trade a Chaohuan pill for this. Dao friend Jia, your flying spirit artifact is precious, but it's not worth a Chaohuan pill, plus, it has close to no defense abilities. This greatly diminishes its value, a golden core state level 9 pointed out. The golden core state peak stage felt a little awkward. He knew that it wasn't worth the pill, but he wanted to test his luck. I'll offer 200k top grade spirit stones and 1 low grade flying spirit artifact, a voice suddenly said. The cultivator shook his head and responded, I don't need spirit stones. I need pills or herbs helpful to me. Plus, this price is far from what I wanted. No one made a bid. Everyone wanted the flying spirit artifact, but the price was absurd. Yemo had the Chaohuan pill, but taking it out here it would be tantamount to suicide, but he still had a lot of good things. Does any friend want to trade for this? The cultivator asked. If not, then bring out the next item. I'll take the flying spirit artifact, a voice suddenly sounded out, catching everyone's attention. Chapter 964, whole scene envious, everyone looked at the cultivator who made the bid. When everyone saw it was just a golden core state level 2 cultivator, they were all dazed. This was a joke. There were 53 golden core state cultivators present. And this golden core state level 2 fellow was the weakest. When everyone else couldn't afford it, this cultivator said he was going to take it. Brother Mo, Li Jingwen reminded Mo worriedly. Although this was a private small gathering, if you messed around, people would still punish you. Not only would you not be allowed to make any more bids, you would even have to give compensation to the other party. This compensation purely depended on the person's mood. If they were in a bad mood and made you hand over your storage ring, you had no choice but do so. You were allowed to make a bid on anything you wanted, but your bid had to be at least similar to what the other requested. If the difference was too huge, then it was considered messing around. How could a golden core state level 2 cultivator have something that matched a top grade flying spirit artifact? Sun Hochang was surprised but quickly reacted. This golden core state level 2 cultivator didn't know the rules of the gathering and wanted whatever he liked. The time for him to suffer was coming. Now, he was even grateful that Li Jingwen had brought over Emo. That golden core state peak stage cultivator was originally happy when he heard someone make a bid, but when he realized it was a golden core state level 2 cultivator, his face sunk. This cultivator was too young and his face didn't make him think of anyone special. Clearly, it was his first time here. Dao friend, do you know what the consequences are if you can't take out something I'm happy with? The cultivator said with an unhappy voice. Mo didn't know what the consequences were, but he was no idiot. These sort of small gatherings cared about credibility the most. It would be no good for him to lie. When everyone looked at him, he said calmly, I can't take out the Chaohuan pill dash, then that means you're here to play with me. The cultivator, who was called Jia, had his voice turn cold. He was ready to fight Yemo if Yemo had nothing reasonable to say. Brother Jia, calm down. Let's see his bid first. If you're not happy with it, then you can speak, an ordinary-looking woman said. She was in her 40s, at golden core state level 9. Yemo nodded to her in gratitude. Big sister Lian, you must not have had a young guy in a while. Another golden core state level 9 cultivator laughed. Big sister Lian's face went cold. Guan Ping, what's that got to do with you? Even if you let me use your matchstick, I wouldn't be interested in using it. Perhaps this struck him where it hurt. Guan Ping grunted and didn't look too happy. Mo didn't wait for anyone else to say anything else and took out a crisp green vine. It was a level 6 herb. Mo had gotten it from the Mist Valley. It had 2 main functions. One was to be used in making the Soul Gathering Pill. The Soul Gathering Pill could increase a golden core state peak stage's chances of reaching the nascent soul state. The effects weren't as big as the Chaohuan pill, but it was still a heaven grade level 1 pill. Its other important function was to make the nascent soul state pill. That was a pill nascent soul state cultivators could use in their cultivation, but rarely anyone used it for the second purpose as it was too much of a waste. A crisp green vine. The cultivator looked clearly at what was in Nemo's hand, and he jumped. This was the thing he wanted. If there was no Chaohuan fruit, the crisp green vine was the best option for him. A crisp green vine, most of the other golden core state tertiary stage cultivators opened their eyes wide staring at the crisp green vine. This to them was much more important than some flying spirit artifact. If they found a pill king to help them concoct pills with it, they could get 1 to 2 soul-gathering pill out of it. A soul-gathering pill's temptation was irresistible to those golden core state peak stage cultivators. The Ja cultivator really wanted Yemo's crisp green vine, but he felt like using one crisp green vine to trade for his top-grade flying spirit artifact was a bit unbalanced. After all, it had to be made into a pill first. If the concoction failed, he would get nothing. I need this indeed, but you've only got one herb. If you had two. The Ja cultivator stated his problem. Ja Renjo, if you don't want it, I'll take it. Friend, I have a top-grade spirit artifact. It's not a flying spirit artifact, but it's a rare offensive spirit artifact. Another golden core state peak stage cultivator stood out and said he couldn't care about rules anymore. This involved the possibility of him reaching the nascent soul state. He might never get to see a second crisp green vine in his life. Jean-Sure, are you going to obey the rules or not? I'm the one offering a trade right now, it's not your turn yet. How can you intervene? The Ja cultivator roared in anger. The golden core state peak stage cultivator laughed and didn't say anything. He had reached his goal already. If Yemo wanted his top-grade offensive spirit artifact, then he wouldn't trade with the Ja fellow. However, Yemo already had Zisu and didn't care about attack spirit artifacts. He just wanted a flying spirit artifact. He understood the Ja cultivator's hesitation. Perhaps if he persisted for a bit longer, he would eventually trade it, but Yemo didn't have the mood to be petty about little things, so he took out a spirit crystal and said, I've only got one crisp green vine, but I'll add a spirit crystal. I think that's about the same worth as what you wanted, seeing how crazy these golden core state cultivators were for the crisp green vine. He felt lucky he didn't take out the Chao Huan pill. Even for the crisp green vine, he could only allow himself to take out one despite having more than 20, a spirit crystal? Okay, I'll trade it. Ja Jurin threw the top-grade flying spirit artifact to Yemo. Yemo confirmed it and gave the spirit crystal and crisp green vine to Ja Jurin. The first deal ended like that. No one expected that the first exchange would involve such good things. After the first deal, every cultivator looked at Yemo fervently. Who knows what other good things he had? Sun Ho-chang regretted very much that he didn't try harder to have Yemo stay a few days earlier. If he had taken out Yemo, these things would all be his. Now that this golden core state level 2 cultivator had exposed so many good things, his life would already be reserved for other people. Li Jingguan dazed upon seeing this and soon knew Yemo would be in a predicament. The things he took out didn't match his power. If he was a golden core state peak stage cultivator, then it would be more reasonable for him to take out such things. He frowned but still decided to help Yemo. It's my turn. I have a spirit grade level 6 cultivation method. It's an escape-type secret technique. Once you activate it, not even nascent soul state cultivators can catch up to you. However, it can save your life, but it does use some essence blood. The second cultivator got up. He looked honest, but Yemo knew one couldn't judge people by their looks. Fate Zijian looked more honest than anyone, yet he was very cocky. Everyone understood this was a blood escape-type secret technique. It was equally valuable as a top-grade spirit flying artifact. Many people who didn't have escape means were interested in this escape technique. This cultivator then looked at Yemo and continued, I want to trade it for a half-step extreme grade attack magic artifact. I don't mind the type. Of course, if there's things like the crisp green vine, I'm willing to trade too. Perhaps Yemo would be interested in this if he didn't have the 5-element mobility technique, but now he really wasn't interested in this spirit grade mobility technique. After all, the 5-element mobility technique was heaven grade. Seeing that Yemo didn't reply, this cultivator looked at the others in disappointment and continued, if any of you have something I'm interested in, I can also trade it. Chapter 965, I want to see just how you will kill me. Although a lot of people wanted this blood mobility technique, his price was too high. Not even nascent soul state cultivators could afford half-step extreme spirit artifacts, much less golden core state cultivators. This exchange failed, so the people afterwards started requesting reasonable bids. Despite this, most of the requests were still at a higher value than the item itself. Most cultivators habitually looked over at Yemo, but after that first deal, Yemo hadn't made a sound. As the gathering progressed, all sorts of spirit-level cultivation methods, top-grade spirit artifacts, spirit herbs, ores, puppets and so on were taken out for exchange. But there were very little pills. For golden core state cultivators, pills were very precious. Yemo saw a few herbs and ores he liked too, but he didn't buy them.
He wasn't there to make a scene.
He had come for the Du Lan Chun Shao. But halfway through the gathering, he still hadn't seen it yet. Just when Yemo was worried and wanted to ask Li Jingwen, he saw Sun Hochang walk up to an old man and whisper something in his ears. The old man was at Golden Core State Level 8, and his face changed into surprise and joy after Sun Hochang's words, but he immediately suppressed that expression. Yemo's heart sunk. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, 2 more people made an exchange. And the next one was that Golden Core State Level 8 old man. The old man saluted with his fists and said, "I'm Ming Yuzhang. I'll be trading 2 things today. First is a blue moon ore, second is 10 Dulan Chuan Shao." Yemo heard the words Dulan Chun Shao and became focused. Li Jingwen pushed him in reaction too. He couldn't let someone take it, but at this moment, Ming Yuzhang said, "I want to trade for 1 crisp green vine and 1 spirit crystal." Everyone was shook when the old man said this. The blue moon ore was just an aesthetic item.
It could be made into exquisite jewelry.
It had a warm sky blue light that calmed the mind, but it had no benefits for cultivation. All the people there were there to increase their power. Who would want such a decorational ore? As for the Du Lan Chun Shao, it was even worse. It couldn't be added to a pill and was only a level 3 spirit herb. It was just rare and had some potency for mental conditions. Its help was limited though, since it couldn't be added to a pill, a blue moon or in 10 Dulan Chun Shao. How dare he ask for the crisp green vine? But that was the price. It was up to you if you wanted to trade it. Everyone looked at Yemo.
Clearly, this old man was targeting Yemo. Yemo calmed down. He understood what was going on.
Sun Hochang had guessed that the reason why he came to the gathering today was for the Du Lan Chun Shao. After all, it was beneficial for mental conditions, and he knew that this old man had Du Lan Chun Shao, so he told Ming Yuzhang to ask for the crisp green vine. Seeing that Yemo seemed willing to give everything for Su Jingwen, Yemo didn't make a bid, though. He had to get the Du Lan Chun Shao, but he wasn't impulsive. In fact, Yemo would be willing to trade all of his crisp green vines for the Du Lan Chun Shao without hesitation, but the key thing was, if he took out another crisp green vine, he would be facing an extra round of hunting. If he could take out 2, it meant he had a third. Everyone looked at Yemo, hoping he would take out another crisp green vine. Yemo said coldly, "I don't have any more crisp green vines, but I believe you know I need the Du Lan Chun Shao desperately, and that's why you asked for it. If you're willing, I have 2 other options. One is to give you the top-grade flying spirit artifact. The second is to give you 5 blue one pills and my last spirit crystal. Choose your option." Although everyone was disappointed to hear that Yemo had no more crisp green vines, they realized how desperate Yemo was for the Du Lan Chun Shao. But one thing was for sure, this cultivator didn't have any more crisp green vines. Even if he did, he wasn't willing to take one out. Ming Yuzhang was shaking with excitement. He didn't think his items would trade for so many pills. Just when he wanted to answer, he was pushed by Sun Hochang. Ming Yuzhang woke up from his excitement and knew that even if he asked for more, Yemo would still trade. Clearly, Sun Hochang hadn't tricked him. He said, "I just want crisp green vines, but if you really don't have it, then you can combine your 2 options." Not just Yemo, but everyone else at the scene was cursing at Ming Yuzhang's greed. Nearly 10 level 3 spirit herbs, and he dared ask for a top-grade spirit artifact and 5 blue one pills and a spirit crystal. Was he mad? Usually, 10 Dulan Chun Shao wouldn't even be worth 1 blue one pill, yet he was asking for such an exaggerated price. Yemo held back his anger. If it wasn't that they were in the middle of a gathering, he would want to kill Ming Yuzhang right away, but in order to save Su Jingwen, he had to agree. Even the spirit recovery pill she had taken was far more expensive than this price. Just when Yemo wanted to agree, he heard a voice in his head, "Little brother, I have Du Lan Chun Shao but only 8.
Is that enough? I don't have the blue moon or either.
If you agree, I only need 3 blue one pills." Yemo heard this and knew it was the sister Lian who had helped him before speaking. He rejoiced and immediately answered her telepathically, "Okay, I'll take it. 8 is enough for me." He only had 1 spirit attraction grass, yet he had managed to add it to a pill at the tournament.
8 was more than enough for him to practice. Okay, in that case, after the gathering, I will wait for you in the Chang Park, 300 kilometers to the east of the city, Big Sister Lian said with joy. 3 blue wind pills would be enough for her to reach the Golden Core State peak stage. Brother Remo, this price is too excessive, and the Dulan Chun Xiao being able to help is just a theory we have. We don't know if it will work, Li Jingwen reminded Yimo, fearing that he would agree on impulse. Yimo smiled. Brother Li is right, I'm too careless. Then Yimo said to Ming Yujiang, Dao Friend Ming's items are too expensive. I can't afford them, you should find someone who can. Hearing this, everyone breathed in a sigh. This was normal. Everyone subconsciously didn't want such an unfair trade to be made. How can that be? Didn't you just say it's very important to you? How can you suddenly not proceed with the trade? Ming Yujiang couldn't accept such a sudden loss and screamed out. In his desperation, he forgot that it was Sun Hochang who told him this. Yi Mo sneered. Why not? I don't want to trade. Do you want to force the trade? Ming Yujiang just realized that Yi Mo really didn't want to trade, and he immediately began to worry. Everyone looked at Ming Yujiang and laughed. This guy was too greedy and caused the buyer to change his mind. Let's do as you asked before then. 5 blue wind pills and 1 spirit crystal, Ming Yujiang quickly said. Yi Mo just shut his eyes and couldn't even be bothered to talk to this Ming Yujiang. Ming Yujiang became more and more desperate. Do you want to break the rules of the gathering? A mere Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator made a bid and now wants to go back on it. Do you think I won't kill you? Very well, I want to see just how you will kill me. Yi Mo suddenly got up. His bleak killing intent spread over the entire hall. Even some Golden Core State peak stage cultivators felt cold and thought, this Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator has such dense killing intent. How many beasts and people has he killed? Ming Yujiang's temperament was nothing compared to Yi Mo. Chapter 966, Follow, Ming Yujiang, how come I heard you're the one breaking the rules of the social? Do you think that I can't kill you? Jia Renjiu was already unhappy with Ming Yujiang asking for high prices. Plus, he got something from Yi Mo too. He traded his top-grade flying spirit artifact for the crisp green vine, but this Ming Yujiang still dared to threaten people during an exchange. Ming Yujiang saw Jia Renjiu come out and threaten him and immediately looked down. He was inwardly very unsatisfied, but he had no choice but to take a seat. Sun Hochang didn't think Yi Mo really wasn't going to have the Dulan Chun Xiao. This wasn't what he expected. He wasn't able to sabotage Yi Mo. But when he heard Yi Mo had the blue wind pill, his hatred for him grew. He finally understood why Li Jingwen asked for the blue wind herbs back. He had been trading blue wind pills with this Golden Core State Level 2. He had to kill this Golden Core State Level 2 or else he would feel unsatisfied. He would ask for Ming Yujiang to help him later. Even with Li Jingwen standing on his side, they would win for sure. Even though he was going to kill Yi Mo later, he didn't want to let Yi Mo off now either. Dao Friend Jia, Dao Friend's here today. That Golden Core State Level 2 clearly said that Dao Friend Ming can choose one of the 2 options, but now he says he doesn't want it. Is this not challenging our social rule? Then, he looked at Yi Mo and said, you're a mere Golden Core State Level 2 when you dare to challenge the rules of our social. Even if other people will let you go, I won't let you go. Even though I'm a spirit pill master and am not good at combat, I still demand justice. Sun Hochang was reminding others that Yi Mo was only Golden Core State Level 2 and he was Golden Core State Level 7 and a spirit pill master, trying to force them to choose sides. No one who cultivated until Golden Core State was dumb, and they could understand what Sun Hochang meant. Some people didn't think they would need help from Sun Hochang, but no one wanted to offend a spirit pill master for something irrelevant. Even Jia Jiren didn't speak out this time. Yi Mo looked at Sun Hochang and said coldly, Scum, show me what you have. He didn't bother explaining anything. How could Sun Hochang resist such an insult? He was about to stand up and speak again, but that big sister Lian said coldly, Son, you're just a shabby level 6 spirit pill master. What's there to show off about? Anyways, what has this even got to do with you? Ming Yujiang was unhappy with the bid and already rejected it clearly. Are you deaf, or do you think everyone else here is deaf? The Dao friend opposite you called you a scum. I think even scum is much better than you. Sun Hochang's face turned green, but he didn't dare to rage at big sister Lian. She was much more powerful than him. Truly, a level 6 spirit pill master really wasn't much. He had a lot of friends because he knew how to concoct pills, but his level of friends wasn't too high.
If he was a level 7 spirit pill master, this woman wouldn't speak to him like this. Big Sister Lian's words brought a wave of sneers. Everyone knew that after this, Ming Yujiang and Sun Hochang weren't going to let go of that golden core state level 2 cultivator, but no one cared. Sun Hochang sat down reluctantly. He wanted to charge over and kill Emo immediately, but he had to wait till the social ended. The social continued. There were a few more things that Emo wanted, but he didn't bid at all. He knew that although he only bid twice, he had shown too much and couldn't bid anymore. The social ended quickly due to the first deal being too good and people being unable to get what they wanted. Sun Hochang didn't see Li Jingwen take out the blue and herb and wanted to kill Emo even more. When it was just daybreak, the cultivator left Miaoxiang Tower. He was going to say goodbye to Li Jingwen when he said, "Brother Yi, I don't have any place to go now. If you don't mind, I'll follow you." Emo knew what Li Jingwen was thinking. He was worried that Ming Yujiang and Sun Hochang would ambush him. But another reason was that he was a pill king. If he followed a pill king, his future would certainly be bright. Emo trusted Li Jingwen's character and said, "Brotherly, you know I'm hiding from people. The power that is hunting me is bigger than you can imagine. If you stay with me, it might bring misfortune to you." Li Jingwen laughed. "Brother Yi, if I don't even have this little courage, I don't deserve to stay with a pill king. With my talent, even if I reach golden core state peak stage, it would be very hard for me to reach nascent soul state. I might as well follow Brother Yi, okay?" Emo nodded. "Brotherly, I was planning to go to Peihai City, but Big Sisterly told me telepathically to deal with the Dulan Chunshao outside the city. If you've decided to fight for a future with me, then we'll go to Peihai City separate ways. I have too many enemies, so be careful." Li Jingwen nodded. "Okay, in that case, I will go with you to deal the Dulan Chunshao first. I suspect Ming Yujiang and Sun Hochang aren't just going to leave. After you get the Dulan Chunshao, we'll split up and meet in Peihai City." The two walked around Ganshua City for a while and came to the small garden 300 kilometers east of the city. Big Sister Lian had long been waiting there. She saw Emo and Li Jingwen arrive and smiled, taking out a big jade box for Emo. Emo liked this straightforwardness. He checked the box and found there were indeed 8 Dulan Chunshao inside. Upon which he immediately put it away. He took out another jade bottle and a spirit crystal without hesitation. Big Sister Lian was dazed and asked, "I just asked for 3 blue and pill. Why did you add a spirit crystal?" Emo smiled. "Thank you for helping me twice. This is the price I named before. I don't like going back on my word, so don't mind it." Big Sister Lian heard this and put on a seductive face. "Little brother, you really know how to talk. My bones are going numb hearing this." Emo immediately knew this Big Sister Lian was no saint either. She looked average but knew some seduction methods, but this had nothing to do with him. When she opened it to see that there were 5 blue and pills, she became very happy. But when she saw they were special grade, she couldn't calm down anymore. "You're dealing special grade blue and pills?" Emo smiled but didn't mind. Even if this woman had any bad intentions, he was leaving immediately. He was grateful that this woman helped him, but he had other plans for giving her the extra in the form of 2 blue and pills and 1 spirit crystal. Seeing that Emo only smiled and didn't speak, Big Sister Lian immediately knew that while her goods seemed expensive, Emo didn't care about them at all. Her interest in this golden core state level 2 was immediately piqued. She smiled seductively. "Seeing how you're giving me so much, let Big Sister help you out too." Emo knew Sun Hochang and Ming Yujiang were trailing him. He wasn't planning to let Big Sister Lian help nor take out the extra goods, but the third person who came made him change his mind. Chapter 967, This cultivator is too scary. Emo estimated that even Big Sister Lian had only noticed Ming Yujiang and Sun Hochang. It seemed she hadn't noticed the third person. If she had, she probably would be taking her things and leaving already. If it was only those two, how could Emo ask someone for help? He could get it done himself. The third person who came was Jin Shi, the golden core state peak stage cultivator who dared to fight with Jiarenjiu. Before Big Sister Lian said anything, Emo saluted with his fists. "Thank you for helping, Big Sister Lian." Emoing is very grateful. She looked at Emo with astonishment. "You know that Ming and Sun are following you?" Big Sister Lian was just bemusely asking a rhetorical question, so without waiting for an answer from Emo, she immediately looked a few hundred meters away and said, "Come out, stop hiding. I hate sneaky people. A mere golden core state level 7 and level 8 dare to rob others? It's your bad luck that I'm here." Ming Yujiang and Sun Hochang's expressions were very bad.
They didn't expect this woman to intervene in the matter. With her here, they would lose for sure. Li Jingwen felt very guilty. Both Yemo and Big Sister Lian knew they were being followed, but he didn't. The two were about to leave when suddenly a voice sounded. What if you include me? Other than Yemo, everyone looked over at the voice. It's you, Jinshi. What are you doing here? Big Sister Lian had a bad feeling. She had the feeling she had been used by this golden core state level 2 fellow. Although she could ignore her shame and leave now, but she was quite a known figure in Shogun City. It would be too embarrassing to be scared off by Jinshi like that. Jinshi didn't mind her words and said calmly, I was interested in this little brother's crisp green vine, but he ignored me. I'm very uncomfortable with that. So if he's willing to apologize and let me check his storage ring, I'll leave immediately. Big Sister Lian looked at Yemo with a troubled look. This would be like slapping his face and killing him. Even a Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator shouldn't ask a Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator to do that. Yemo sneered as though he didn't hear what Jinshi said at all. Li Jingwen knew that the big battle couldn't be avoided and took out his magic artifact. Standing on Yemo's side, Big Sister Lian had a troubled look. It's not that she didn't want to help Yemo, but she really couldn't beat Jinshi. Jinshi was a solo cultivator, but he was renowned for his savagery. Even Jia Juren didn't want to mess with him. He cultivated a gold element cultivation method and had a top-grade spirit artifact spear that was made with 18 types of metals. Jinshi said to Ming Yuzheng and Sun Hochang, help me a little, I can give you 30% of the kid's storage ring. Brother Jin, what are you saying? I have feud with that little punk anyways, it's my duty to help Brother Jin. Sun Hochang immediately said. Although he couldn't get all of Yemo's wealth, even 15% was enough for him. He could tell that this Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator was very wealthy. Yemo looked at Big Sister Lian and suddenly said, if you can help me stop this gene scum for 8 minutes, I'll be very grateful. I don't need you to be involved any more than that. Big Sister Lian heard this and immediately said, okay, I can do that. Although I'm no match for him, I can still stall him for that long. Jinshi heard that a Golden Core State Level 2 dared to call him scum and immediately felt the same rage Sun Hochang felt before. He waved his hand, and a faint red spirit artifact spear appeared in his hands. Then he attacked Yemo with blood-red killing intent. Before the spear could reach Yemo, Big Sister Lian blocked it with a spirit artifact shield. Jinshi didn't say anything and attacked Big Sister Lian. Yemo said to Li Jingwen, brotherly, stall Ming Yuzheng. I'm going to kill Sun Hochang, this scum. First, Yemo wanted to kill this guy the most. If it wasn't for this guy, he would have been able to buy Ming Yuzheng's Dulan Chun Shao for the most reasonable price. If that happened, none of this would have happened. Brother Mo, you're just at Golden Core State Level 2. Li Jingwen was worried that Yemo wouldn't be able to deal with Sun Hochang, but Sun Hochang and Ming Yuzheng had already charged up towards Yemo, clearly both wanting to kill Yemo to ease their fury. Li Jingwen didn't have time to talk, and he could only stop Ming Yuzheng, who was slightly stronger, and watch Sun Hochang attack Yemo. Sun Hochang was a very ordinary Golden Core State Level 7 fighter. Yemo waved his hand, and Zisu appeared. At the same time, an illusion cloud essence binding strike was chopped out. When Sun Hochang saw Yemo use a kitchen knife spirit artifact, he was stunned. This shouldn't be, right? This guy was so wealthy, how could he use such a trash magic artifact? Before he could think too much, though, he felt that his cultivation essence was bound. He was shook and immediately knew things weren't good. This guy was no Golden Core State Level 2 fighter, he was clearly stronger than him. Sun Hochang was sweating, and his only thought was to escape Yemo's bind and run away. When Sun Hochang wasn't able to break free, he burned his essence blood without hesitation and broke free from the bind, but as soon as he broke free, the second strike came, Illusion Cloud Division Strike. Countless sword rays came pouring over him. Despair appeared in Sun Hochang's eyes. What sort of person was this? How did he have such a terrifying sword technique and enormous cultivation essence? If he got another chance, he would rather suck up to Yemo than stop him. This was suicide. Sun Hochang only had time to release a shield, but before he could even insert cultivation essence into it, he was consumed by Yemo's purple sword rays. Blood and flesh flew all over the sky. Yemo didn't show any mercy. Yemo sneered. He had overestimated this Sun Hochang. He only used 2 moves, and he was dead. Yemo didn't stop there. He waved Zisu and used the Illusion Cloud Division Strike again. It covered the heavens as it swept towards Ming Yuzheng this time. More and more sword rays appeared as they flew towards him. Ming Yujiang was only a little bit stronger than Li Jingwen, so he was caught up by Li Jingwen already. He wasn't too worried at first as he believed Sun Ho Chang would help him after he killed that golden core state level 2 cultivator. However, what awaited him wasn't help but endless purple sword rays. As they quickly completely enveloped him, his heart sunk rock bottom. He was tricked. This was no golden core state level 2 fighter at all. If he were, he wouldn't be able to kill Sun Ho Chang so easily and release such powerful sword rays. Ming Yujiang now felt like his threat to kill Emo had been too ridiculous. He should have been alerted when he felt this cultivator's intense killing intent, but he was blinded by greed. He wanted to stop the sword ray but couldn't break free from Li Jingwen. Before he could even regret, his head was sliced off and fell tens of meters away. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief that he had just died like that. It was less than a minute and Emo had killed both Sun Ho Chang and Ming Yujiang. Jin Shi and Big Sister Lian stopped their fight subconsciously. They both looked at Emo in shock. Even they wouldn't be able to kill a golden core state level 7 opponent in such a short time. Much less two of them. This golden core state level 2 cultivator was too scary. Chapter 968, Heading to Pay High, You're not a golden core state level 2 cultivator? Jin Shi looked at Emo with shock and concern as he gripped his spear tighter. Emo raised his Zisu and said, I've killed quite a few golden core state peak stage cultivators. Since you dare to look for trouble with me, why ask for my power level? This doesn't have much to do with you. Big Sister Lian, move aside. Thanks for helping, I will do the rest. Big Sister Lian woke up from her shock and showed a seductive smile. Little brother Mo, you really know how to act. Even I was tricked. You probably already knew Jin Shi came when I offered to help you. Mo was getting goosebumps from her current voice and quickly said, those two guys are too weak. I didn't even use my full power and they were done for. I just hope this Jin fellow doesn't disappoint me. Then, Mo turned to Jin Shi and said slowly, I'll fulfill your wish to fight me now. As for the crisp green vine, it's not that I won't give it to you, but even if I gave it you, you wouldn't be able to use it. But unexpectedly, Jin Shi heard this and saluted with his fists to Emo. Dao friend Mo, I didn't know you were at the golden core state peak stage. Please forgive me for my crossing the line. As compensation, I'm willing to give you a middle grade spirit artifact. Then he reached out, and a dark ruler-shaped magic artifact appeared in his hand. It was a fake universal ruler. He had a strong sense of threat after seeing Emo instantly kill Sun Ho Chang. He wasn't necessarily scared of Emo, but clearly Emo was stronger than him. With Lian Yuji on the side, he would get injured for sure, if not die. He was about to form his nascent soul. How could he get injured now? As Emo saw the universal ruler, he hesitated. In all honesty, he had been wanting to fight a golden core state peak stage opponent ever since he reached golden core state level 2. He wanted to see how far he could fight a golden core state peak stage cultivator without formations or using shadowless. But he knew today wasn't the best time for battle. He was carrying Su Jingwen after all. If he fought with a golden core state peak stage cultivator, he wasn't sure if he could protect her. Seeing Emo's hesitation, Jin Shi suddenly said, Dao friend Emo, although I offended you this time, if we actually fought, I might not necessarily lose. Furthermore, now is not a suitable time for you to fight either. Why not just have a truce? Emo glanced coldly at Jin Shi and knew that if he wanted to kill him, Jin Shi would fight with his life. Knowing that Emo was still hesitating, Jin Shi threw the ruler at Emo and said, I'll be leaving. Then, he flew off. Emo didn't chase him. Brotherly, you can have this. Emo gave the ruler to Li Jingwen and took Ming Yujiang's storage ring. He took out the blue moon or Indulan Chun Xiao and gave the rest to him too. Li Jingwen knew Emo was wealthy, so he didn't reject. Seeing this, Big Sister Lian said unhappily, Brother Mo, I helped you a lot. When I go back, that Jin Shi won't let me go. How could Emo not know what she wanted? He took out Sun Ho Chang's ring and checked the inside. He took out an extreme grade spirit stone and then threw the ring to her. The things inside are enough to compensate you. Enjoy secretly laughing it off somewhere. Then, Emo signaled Li Jingwen to leave. Soon, they were gone. Lian Yuji saw Emo take out the extreme grade spirit stone and then throw everything to her, and she was a little unsatisfied. In her eyes, Sun Ho Chang's most valuable thing was the extreme grade spirit stone, but when she checked inside, she found a jade bottle. When she opened it, she saw it contained a soul-forming pill. Her heart skipped rapidly.
She didn't expect Sun Ho-chan to have such pills.
This was too unexpected. Did that MO fellow not find this? Rather than that, this was probably what he meant when he said she could laugh it off somewhere. A golden core state level 2 cultivator didn't even care about the soul-forming pill? How wealthy was he? Yemo was definitely no ordinary person and had much more valuable pills on him.
But she didn't want to think about that. She had obtained the blue one pills and the soul-forming pill. What she should be worried about now was finding a quiet place to form her soul. Yemo was planning to go separately to pay Hyatt first, but Jin Shi and big sister Lian knew that Li Jingwen was with him. Even if they couldn't find Yemo, they might find Li Jingwen and follow him to Pei Hai City. Yemo had also decided to study Su Jingwen's condition on the flying ship he bought. Someone needed to man the ship, and Li Jingwen was the best choice. This flying ship he bought from Jiarenja was countless times better than his flying pike. It was much bigger and had 3 rooms with a set of living facilities. Its speed was incomparable, and it flew in a much more comfortable way. Yemo's spirit controlled the ship and named it the Flying Cloud Ship. The only bad point about it was that its defense was too weak. Yemo was no forgery master, but he excelled in formations. He inscribed a few formations on the ship, and its defense was drastically improved. He let Li Jingwen control it after releasing it. He took Su Jingwen inside a room and settled her down before starting to investigate the Dulan Chunshao. Li Jingwen chose to go to rather distant places as told by Yemo, and so they didn't face any obstructions on the way. Li Jingwen would use his spare time to cultivate, but he didn't disturb Yemo. He knew Yemo was trying to figure out how to use the Dulan Chunshao in a pill. Yemo thought it would be much easier than when he used the spirit attraction grass to make a pill, but Yemo was made to realize 2 days later that he had been too hopeful. Dulan Chunshao could be added into a pill, but it would greatly decrease its effects of curing mental conditions. Yemo used up 6 Dulan Chunshao and still didn't succeed. Yemo was thanking Ning Yujung in his heart now. If he hadn't brought him 10 more, Yemo would be really worried. The reason why the Dulan Chunshao could even be added to a pill at all was thanks to the herb essence whirlpool Yemo had invented, but its potency was still greatly reduced. When he used the spirit attraction grass, this didn't happen, so why did it happen with the Dulan Chunshao? The potency of the herb couldn't be kept and would immediately start to dissipate. On the 3rd day, Yemo used up a lot of spirit sense as he needed it to control the whirlpool. When he used the spirit recovery pill, he suddenly thought of the 10.000-year stalagmite marrow. It could be made into spirit recovery pills because it could absorb the potency of other herbs and form a new pill. The reason why the spirit recovery pill worked out was because of how the marrow could fuse the potency of multiple herbs together without any loss of potency. The more Yemo thought, the more he felt like he had a possible solution. It was just that the difference in level between the 2 items was so high that he didn't think of adding them together before. Just when Yemo was about to try out his new method, the warning card in his room lit up. This warning card was used between him and Li Jingwen. Now that this card lit up, it meant that Li Jingwen was in trouble. Yemo immediately put down his pills and closed the door. Then, he dashed to the head of the ship. Chapter 969, Bandits. Brother Yi, we've been stopped by bandits. Li Jingwen held the universal ruler and said. Yemo saw that their boat had been stopped by another boat. It was a middle-grade flying spirit artifact. But it was much bigger than the flying boat and seemed a lot sturdier. However, it was ugly. Just when Yemo was confused about how such a ship could stop their flying boat, Li Jingwen said, Sorry Brother Yi, I was so focused on studying the universal ruler that I didn't notice we had been stopped by these bandits. Yemo thought that these bandits probably wanted his ship. Even if Li Jingwen hadn't lost focus, these guys probably would have a way to stop their boat. There were more than bandits aboard the ship. There were also 2 Golden Core State Tertiary Stage cultivators. One was Golden Core State Level 9 and the other a Golden Core State Level 7. In addition, there were 3 Golden Core State Middle Stage, 5 of the Primary Stage, and 4 Foundation Establishment State cultivators. A cloaking formation prevented Yemo's spirit sense from reaching inside. The head Golden Core State cultivator had messy hair. When he saw Li Jingwen call out to a Golden Core State Level 2 cultivator, he sneered and said coldly, Leave behind your ship along with your storage rings and I can let you leave. As he said this, a few cultivators from the ship surrounded Yemo's flying cloud ship. Yemo estimated that if these people attacked at the same time, he and Li Jingwen would be no match. But the good thing was that they were on this ship. Its agility and speed were such that the bandits' ship couldn't compare. This made Yemo think of a good idea: control the ship and escape south.
Yemo quickly said to Li Jingwen. This was heard not only by Li Jingwen, but also by the people from the other ship. The Golden Core State Level 9 quickly ordered, "Stop him, don't let him go." Those cultivators with quick reactions had already charged south, ready to stop them. They might not be able to completely stop the ship, but they only needed to slow it down a little. The 4 Golden Core State cultivators went south. To them, Li Jingwen was the person they needed to be wary of, but he was controlling the ship and letting Emo pave the way. This was too beneficial for them. Emo stood at the head of the ship. Before the ship neared those few Golden Core State cultivators, he released Zissou. He was facing only Golden Core State primary stage and middle stage cultivators, so he didn't need to worry at all. He cast the Illusion Cloud Division Strike. Zissou activated and released countless sword rays that formed a sword veil. The 2 Golden Core State Level 1 cultivators were swept away in this shock, and the 2 Golden Core State middle stage bandits just barely managed to protect themselves. The cultivator who charged up to stop Emo stopped quickly, but Emo didn't stop. He used the second strike. Emo found that his spirit sense and cultivation essence was far superior to ordinary Golden Core State middle stage cultivators. So he didn't need to use Illusion Cloud. This second strike was just an ordinary strike. The Golden Core State Level 4 that just blocked Emo's sword ray didn't even have time to react before Zissou hacked over. His only thought was, such a fast blade. In just 2 moves, Emo had killed off 3 of the 4 cultivators who came to stop him. The remaining Golden Core State middle stage fighters weren't able to stop Emo's ship no matter what. Just when Li Jingwen was about to break free, Emo commanded, "Go east." Li Jingwen immediately realized what Emo's intentions were. Emo had never planned to escape. He was instead planning to finish off the weaker cultivators and then go kill that Golden Core State Level 9. Thinking about how Emo had instantly killed 3 Golden Core State cultivators, Li Jingwen could feel his blood boiling as well. There were 1 Golden Core State middle stage and 2 Golden Core State primary stage cultivators here along with 3 Foundation Establishment State cultivators. This power was enough to hold them up for a bit, but Emo never intended to run. He released Zissou and used the Illusion Cloud Division Strike again as well as the Purple Eye Soul Sever to pierce the spirit stones of the Golden Core State middle stage cultivator. Emo wanted to test how powerful his Purple Eye Soul Sever was in the first level. A purple ray swept over and the Foundation Establishment State cultivators couldn't resist at all. One of the 2 Golden Core State primary stage had an arm severed and fled. The Golden Core State middle stage was disoriented under the Purple Eye Soul Sever and was instantly killed off by Emo's purple sword rays. At this moment, the Golden Core State Level 9 realized that his enemies had never planned to escape. If they really did, they could have just fled from the south side. He thought that if his men could stop the 2, then he could attack them, but the reality was that he never had a chance to attack. As Emo killed more people, the bearded cultivator was furious. He now knew that Emo was at least of his caliber, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill Golden Core State primary stage cultivators so easily. When Emo wanted to kill more, he was stopped by that Golden Core State Level 7 and Level 9. Emo wasn't worried now. He used his lightning battle to kill many Golden Core State cultivators. Now there was just 1 more Golden Core State middle stage and 2 Golden Core State primary stage opponents left. Emo ignored those Foundation Establishment State cultivators. One of the Golden Core State primary stage cultivators was also heavily injured. Emo was sure he could deal with the 2 Golden Core State tertiary stage, and Li Jingwen could clean up the remaining people. Because Emo killed so many of them in such a short amount of time, the Golden Core State Level 9 was adamant on killing Emo. These people had followed him for a long time. Due to how quickly they got wealthy from robbing others, their cultivation speed was fast. Originally, it was just him and the Golden Core State Level 7 who were in the Golden Core State in this group, and the rest were all Foundation Establishment State, but after many years of robbing, they had amassed 10 people in the Golden Core State. Now, half of them had already been killed by Emo. This meant their team was broken. How could he not be furious? He was also regretful. Their power wasn't overly strong, so they would usually choose their targets carefully before taking action. They had carefully studied the flying cloud boat and only took notice of Li Jingwen. This sort of boat was supposed to be their goat, but now the goat had turned into a fierce tiger. The Golden Core State Level 9 came up and used 4 Level 5 runes while releasing 7 flying swords. The Level 5 runes couldn't affect Emo and would at most force him to use some cultivation essence. Emo knew that the Golden Core State Level 9 didn't expect the runes to do anything. He just wanted to use them to gain the advantage and take the opportunity to attack him with the flying swords, a sword formation? Yemo looked at the 7 flying swords and immediately could tell this cultivator was a tough opponent. His sword formation skills weren't perfect as he had needed to buy time with a few runes. This was the first time Yemo had encountered this opponent, but if it was the second time, he could make sure he wouldn't even have time to set it up. After the sword formation was formed, the Golden Core State cultivator used a few hand signs and the flying swords left him and surrounded Yemo. Yemo suddenly felt as though he had sunk into mud. He couldn't really move and this mud was filled with sharp knives. Such a powerful sword formation, Yemo thought, using his illusion cloud exert will sword. Other than this move, Yemo couldn't think of another way to defeat the formation. He was sure that with his formation master skills, it wasn't a problem to see through this formation. But he didn't have the time right now. If he hesitated even slightly, he might really be minced by this sword formation. Chapter 970, Powerful Sword Formation. Seeing Yemo trapped in his sword formation, the Golden Core State level 9 sneered. If his sword formation could be so easily defeated, he would have died many times before. His sword formation wasn't merely a combination of sword rays, there were also some discrete ray combinations. Unless they possessed very strong spirit senses, the discrete rays would be enough to kill any cultivator. He had used this move to kill many cultivators stronger than him. It had never failed him. Creek, Zisu's sword rays clashed with those of the formation. Their cultivation essence barriers were shaking from the remnant sword rays. The Golden Core State cultivator was very surprised to see Yemo release such dense sword rays with a single strike, hitting his sword rays accurately. But he wasn't worried, his sword formation attack had just begun. Yemo's illusion cloud exert will sword was the fusion of sword and will. Wherever his will was directed, the sword ray would arrive. Because his spirit sense was strong, all the sword rays he released were in his spirit sense and so had the ability to find the sword rays from the formation. But after Yemo hacked out with this strike, he felt something was wrong. He didn't have time to think properly, but he trusted his instincts. Quickly, he formed another cultivation essence barrier before he withdrew Zisu. As soon as he did this, he felt a chill. His reaction was rather fast. But a few sword rays he hadn't noticed still pierced through his cultivation essence barrier and struck him. Although he was injured, Yemo immediately ate a cultivation recovery pill and life force pill. Seeing that Yemo's injuries immediately began to heal from his heavily injured state, this Golden Core State level 9 was very shocked. He immediately knew that this cultivator had a lot of good pills. Thinking about this, he grew even more fervent. In his eyes, Yemo must be a Golden Core State peak stage cultivator. If he had such good pills as well as the precious top-grade flying spirit artifact ship, it meant that he might even have pills that helped in reaching the nascent soul state. If he could get such a pill, it was worth it to lose his brothers. Just when he wanted to attack Yemo again, he found that Yemo instantly left his sword formation. He was shocked, his formation only managed to attack once before Yemo broke free. Although his power was low and he didn't know how to use consecutive attacks, he realized that this cultivator must be experienced in formations. Yemo indeed instantly found the life door of the formation when he got injured and immediately came out. If he didn't get injured, he could stay and study the sword formation, but he wasn't going to take that risk now that he was injured. After coming out, Yemo wanted to check what was it that tricked his spirit sense and injured him. But that Golden Core State level 7 attacked once more, not giving Yemo a chance to breathe. He used a middle-grade spirit artifact longsword. Yemo was already annoyed that he got hurt. How dare this Golden Core State level 7 ambush him? He shot a soul spike over without caring if his spirit sense got injured or not. The Golden Core State level 7 was stunned for a moment, and Zisu brought about a purple veil that sliced off his head. Before he could fall, Yemo had already collected his longsword in storage ring. Then, he ate a spirit recovery pill. The soul spike was effective, but it cost him greatly too. The Golden Core State level 9 wanted to trap Yemo again but found that in such a brief moment. His other companion had been killed. Yemo calmed down. Although he had lost a lot of blood and used up a lot of spirit sense, this Golden Core State cultivator didn't seem to be doing too well either. His face was pale, so it was obvious that this sword formation was taxing on his spirit sense and cultivation essence. Yemo instantly let out Shadowless, and before the 7 swords could trap him again, Zisu hacked out. Even though he really wanted to fight with this Golden Core State level 9 for a while and test his sword formation, Yemo knew it wasn't the best time since he was injured. Who knew if someone had followed him? This guy was no weaker than GZ Yuan, maybe even a little stronger.
The earlier he killed him, the better. Thud thud thud, Zissou clashed with the sword formation, but this time, Emo felt the hidden sword ray through his exert will strike. It was very hard for spirit sense to scan it, but it existed within the sword formation. If he went in again, even if he blocked the obvious sword rays, he would still be injured by those hidden ones. That was how he got injured the first time. Although Emo didn't have a good way to block this hidden sword ray, there was no way he was going to be injured by the same thing twice. Before the sword formation ray activated, he used his soul spike. He wanted to stop this golden core state level 9 before he even activated his attack. The cultivator didn't expect there to be such a peculiar spirit sense attack method. He paused for a moment, but this caused his sword formation to erupt into chaos and the hidden sword rays were gone. Emo rejoiced. He knew that this sword formation was very taxing on spirit sense. He couldn't allow himself to be interrupted at all. At the same time, Emo hacked out Zissou again and again. This time, it was the Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike. Emo didn't even need to command Shadowless as it locked onto the cultivator's meridians. This cultivator's battle experience was very good. He knew things weren't going well already. Usually, cultivators would try to run away as far as possible in the face of danger. But he knew he couldn't run now. His first reaction was to use a rune instead. When Emo saw it, he felt a sense of threat. It was a soul pill rune. Strictly speaking, it was not a rune but a one-use magic artifact that those in the nascent soul state could make. It only had one strike and was equivalent to the strike of a nascent soul state cultivator. However, lower-leveled cultivators needed some time to activate it. Emo was also experienced in battle and knew he couldn't run at all now. He had to stop it from being activated. The whirlpool strike surrounded the cultivator, but he didn't mind it at all and still tried to activate the soul pill rune, if Emo didn't have Shadowless or if this cultivator had activated it earlier. Emo wouldn't be able to do anything, but now it was too late. Before Zissou fell upon his head, the cultivator felt his meridians hurt. Immediately he knew the situation wasn't good. He no longer dared to keep activating the rune now, instead quickly enveloping Shadowless with his cultivation essence, but Zissou's countless swirling sword rays enveloped him nonetheless. Crack crack, Emo realized that his strike didn't do any real damage to the cultivator, it just broke his top-grade spirit artifact and added a few light wounds. Emo realized why this guy didn't care about Zissou's attacks and still tried to activate the Soul Pill rune. When the Golden Core State level 9 saw his spirit artifact break, he knew he no longer had the ability to keep on fighting and turned to flee without hesitation. How could Emo let him flee? He hacked out again. Without any choice, the cultivator had to control his sword formation to block Emo's strike. However, Shadowless broke free of the cultivation essence binding and devoured his golden core as quickly as possible. With his golden core gone, the cultivator could only look on as Zissou sliced through his body. Chapter 971, Jingwen wakes up. This time, Shadowless didn't keep devouring essence blood and instead landed on Emo's hand and fell asleep again. Emo threw Shadowless into the golden page world and started to collect his loot. He noticed that Li Jingwen had already killed the Foundation Establishment State Cultivator and was battling with the 2 Golden Core State Primary Stage and 1 Middle Stage fighters, but he still had the upper hand. Those people fighting Li Jingwen didn't even believe that their big boss would lose so quickly, so when Emo killed that Golden Core State level 9, it was already too late for them to run. They were already had the lower hand in the battle, and now that their big boss had been killed, they were worried. Just when they wanted to run, Li Jingwen took the opportunity to kill the 2 Golden Core State Primary Stage Cultivators. The remaining Golden Core State Middle Stage Cultivator didn't make it very far before he was finished off by Emo. Seeing Emo take part in the battle again, Li Jingwen sweated and said, "My battle power is too weak. If I was a little stronger, this wouldn't have dragged on for so long." Emo shook his head and responded, "These people have been fighting every day and are very experienced. Unless you're more powerful than them, the outcome of the battle would remain uncertain. Of course, this has something to do with your low-level cultivation method, but don't worry. Once you reach nascent soul state, I will get you a better cultivation method." "I can reach nascent soul state?" Li Jingwen asked in joy. Emo smiled. Of course, Li Jingwen had already chosen to follow him. If he couldn't even expedite a cultivator of Li Jingwen's talent to the nascent soul state, then he didn't deserve to be Pill King. Li Jingwen resisted his excitement and didn't continue asking. His main purpose of following Emo was to progress further. Now that Emo promised him personally, what was there to worry about? "Wait for me here, I'll go take a look at that flying ship." Yemo landed on the bandit's ship. A middle-grade spirit artifact was very precious. After Yemo went inside, he found that the ship was indeed big. It had nearly 20 rooms and a big storage depot full of spirit stones, magic artifacts, ores, and herbs. Yemo swept all of these into his ring without hesitation. The reason they stored the loot here in the depot and not in their storage rings was probably to reward cultivators and let them pick what they wanted themselves. The only room in here with a person was found by Yemo. A cultivator was locked up here. He was only Foundation Establishment State primary stage power. Yemo really couldn't understand why they locked him up. His eyes were full of despair and he only looked up a little when Yemo came in. But when he saw Yemo, he asked in shock, "You're Yi Qianbei?" Yemo Yi Qianbei? Yemo looked at this Foundation Establishment State cultivator in confusion. He didn't know this guy, so how did he know him? Seeing this, the Foundation Establishment State cultivator quickly said, "Yi Qianbei doesn't know me, but I know you. I came from the teleportation formation on Xinjia Mountain. I'm from the magical continents. I've long been admiring Yi Qianbei's power after you exerted your godly strength and killed countless enemies atop the magical continent mountain." Yemo realized, "So you're from the inner hidden sects?" Yes, I'm Yu Qiang. I'm from the Luli sect. After the Xinjia Mountain teleportation formation activated, I came with other people. I was lucky and met a golden core state level master here. My master was very nice to me and taught me cultivation, but 2 months ago these bandits killed my master." Suddenly, Yu Qiang thought of something and looked at Yemo in shock. "Yi Qianbei, the ship belongs to bandits. Why are you?" Yemo knew what he meant. He shook his head and told him, "I'm not a bandit, they stopped my ship so I killed them all. I just happened to see you in here." "But how come you're still alive after they killed your master?" Yu Qiang was dazed and looked at Yemo in shock. He even forgot to answer Yemo's question. After a long while, he asked, "Yi Qianbei, you're already a nascent soul state cultivator," but he immediately realized this wasn't something he could ask. He quickly said again, "Thank you for getting my revenge for me, Yi Qianbei." Yemo stopped him from kneeling but waited for his answer. After all, Yu Qiang was older than him. Yu Qiang said, "I like to study formation in Luli sect and the big boss of the bandits heard I had some knowledge on formations. So he kept me to discuss about formations with me." Yemo realized, the big boss left him alive because he wanted to cultivate the sword formation further. But this Yu Qiang reached the Foundation Establishment State in a mere year. This talent was absurd. "Is your talent very good?" Yemo asked. He had to go through life and death to reach Golden Core State, yet other people reached Foundation Establishment State so quickly. He was curious. His cultivation stagnated now and he had been stuck in Golden Core State level 2 now. Yu Qiang shook his head. "Although my talent is not bad, the reason I reached Foundation Establishment State so quickly was due to my master. He taught me a way to turn my inner chi into cultivation chi. This saved a lot of time." Yemo nodded. "It seems Yu Qiang's master was rather smart. I'm going to take this ship. What do you plan to do?" Yemo asked. "I want to follow Yi Qianbei. I don't know anyone here." "You're the only person I know," Yu Qiang said. "Okay." Yemo thought if he wanted to expand China pharmaceuticals, he would need more people. It was fine if Yu Qiang came along, and he knew about formations too. These sort of people were hard to find. Yemo spirit controlled the bandit ship and then took Yu Qiang back on his own ship and introduced him to Li Jingwen. Yu Qiang knew some formation knowledge and liked to play with flying ships, so Li Jingwen let Yu Qiang control the ship while he gave him a few pointers and cultivated. The first thing Yemo did when he came back was to concoct some pills. Dulanchansha was mixed with a few other herbs, and through his whirlpool pill concoction method in the stalagmite marrow, Yemo soon developed a new type of pill. He made 6 on the first try. The pill smelled aromatic and Yemo could feel that the potency of the herb wasn't lost at all. He rejoiced, but still tried one first. It turned into this unexplainable spirit silk in his mouth that reached into his soul and started strengthening it. "It's potent indeed, and heaven grade level 1. Yemo grabbed the other pills and said, "I'll call this do stalagmite pill." It was ready but Yemo became nervous. He wasn't sure if it could cure Su Jingwen. If this didn't work, what should he do? Yemo put the pill in Su Jingwen's mouth anxiously. Immediately, the pill melted into spirit liquid and disappeared. 10 seconds later, Su Jingwen didn't move at all. A minute passed, she still didn't move. 15 minutes passed but still nothing. Yemo couldn't feel any mental waves from her. He began to worry. Just when he wanted to check her body, he found that she woke up from her slumber and opened her eyes. Emo rejoiced but didn't talk. He knew that he needed to give her time now. Chapter 972. There is so much snow here. Su Jingwen saw Emo and suddenly closed her eyes. Then she opened them again and got up, murmuring, "This isn't a hallucination, Jingwen, I didn't expect to see you here." "This isn't a hallucination, it's real." Emo looked at her and felt his heart ache. He could only imagine how much hardship she had gone through. When she was in Ninghai, she had never experienced anything close to this due to her great social status. Emo felt even more guilty. He knew why she came here, but he just didn't know how to face it because he didn't know how to deal with relationships like this. The only way was to pretend he didn't know. "It's really not a hallucination?" Su Jingwen asked again. Then, as though she suddenly woke up, she charged into Yemo's arms and started crying. Yemo embraced her quietly and didn't talk. She needed to let out her emotions now. Su Jingwen cried for a while and looked up asking, "Why are you here? The snow here is so much, so cold." Yemo wiped the tears from her eyes and said softly, "There's no more snow, you won't be roaming in the snow alone anymore. This is my flying ship, this room isn't cold." Su Jingwen heard this and looked around, then looked at Yemo again in surprise. Finally, she cried out again and hugged Yemo tightly, not willing to let go. "Yemo, I finally found you." Yemo breathed easy. He knew that she finally fully recovered now. He looked at her excitement and didn't dare to let go at all. The softest spot in his heart was pinched hard. He let Su Jingwen let out her emotions and didn't ask about Yemo. After a long while, she calmed down and got up from Yemo's arms with a blush. She sat next to Yemo and asked quietly, "How did you find me?" She didn't know that day why Yemo was just standing in the snow and not talking. But now she knew that rather than her having found Yemo had found her instead. "After I came to Jiangchuan City, I saw this bracelet and followed it all the way here." Yemo took out the bracelet. Su Jingwen immediately took the bracelet and studied it before putting it back on her wrist. She looked down and didn't seem to want to say anything else. Yemo didn't know what to say either now. And the reunion quietened down. Su Jingwen felt sad. She met him earlier than Song Yangzhu and Ning Qingxue, so why didn't he express anything? Suddenly, Su Jingwen thought that she couldn't cultivate it all and calm down. She wasn't the same ignorant Su Jingwen anymore. She understood that some people could cultivate, and as long as their cultivation progressed, they had infinite life. She could at most only live 100 years and a third of it had already passed. What about 100 years later, a century later? Yemo would still be Yemo, but she would be a cup of earth. What love was there to be? That loss and melancholy filled Su Jingwen's heart. Feeling this, Yemo suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Jingwen, this is my flying ship spirit artifact, I'll take you outside and see." She didn't object. Seeing the two walk out, Li Jingwen cried out in surprise, "Brother Yi, you succeeded? You really added Dulan Chun Xiao into a pill and it cured her." Yemo nodded and smiled, "Thank you, if you didn't remind me about it, I really wouldn't know what to do." Li Jingwen realized just now that Su Jingwen was even more beautiful alive than when she was asleep. The sadness in her eyes made her seem feeble but render a unique sense of beauty. It made people look at her more. He couldn't help but admire Yemo's choice of beauty. Su Jingwen realized that the reason Yemo could cure her was because of this person's help. She quickly went up and thanked him. Li Jingwen didn't dare to accept her bow and quickly moved aside. "So beautiful." Su Jingwen stood at the head of the ship and looked at the untainted blue sky. Clouds flew beneath her feet and her mood lightened up. Her worry and loss suddenly disappeared. She didn't want to speak at all, she just wanted to watch the peaceful clean sky outside. Perhaps on the other side of the sky was her home, perhaps her mother was also watching her from there. Yemo stood by her and didn't disturb her. Li Jingwen pulled Yu Qiang away and left the space for Yemo and Su Jingwen. After a long while, Su Jingwen sighed and looked peacefully at Yemo, saying, "Yemo, I want to go back home." Yemo understood what she meant by this. She was tired and wanted to go back to Ninghai. If he could do it, he would take her back without hesitation, but he couldn't. He pulled her into his arms and said softly, "Sorry Jingwen, I can't take you back yet, but I promise I will be able to one day. You can stay with Luoying, Qingxue and Yangzhu, and Xiaoyun." Yemo, he added in his heart. He felt this was too absurd, he must not take another one like this. Su Jingwen shook and looked up. There was sourness in her nose. "Is this the promise he gave me?" Yemo kissed her slowly. Su Jingwen's lips were very soft but cold too. However, they soon became warm. After some time, Su Jingwen came to her senses and remembered there were two other people here, but when she looked over, they had already left.
She found she was completely immersed in Yimo's arms.
It was as though she couldn't feel safe if it wasn't like this. Jingwen, starting from today, you can cultivate with me.
Yimo felt she had no cultivation chi inside her at all. Yimo wasn't going to let this situation continue, huh?
Su Jingwen shook and her soft body turned stiff. It was as though Yimo's words reminded her of a scary result. What's wrong? Yimo passed some cultivation essence over to her to calm her down. Su Jingwen fell silent for a while and sighed, sorry.
Yimo, I don't have spirit root, I can't cultivate. She looked up at Yimo wanting to see how disappointed Yimo was, but Yimo's eyes didn't even flicker. She pushed Yimo away. I can't cultivate. Her tone was disappointed. This was something she couldn't overcome. Yimo pulled her over and smiled. I know you can't. My sister Yiling couldn't either before, but now she's foundation establishment state, so you don't need to worry. With me here, not having a spirit root doesn't matter. You can really let me cultivate. Su Jingwen couldn't calm down. She heard that no spirit root meant no cultivation, but Yimo still had a way? She couldn't resist her excitement. Cultivation meant that she could stay with Yimo forever. He didn't know that he was the only man she had danced with, the only man that rode in her car, and the only man she liked. When she felt tired and lost, the heavens sent him to her again. Heavens gave her another chance. Yimo nodded with certainty. Yes, I can concoct a pill called 5 Essence Pill that can let you develop a spirit root, and a good one as well. So don't worry. Oh, by the way, how do you know you don't have spirit root? Yimo suddenly asked. Su Jingwen just wanted to answer when she thought of something else. She grabbed Yimo and said, Yimo was taken away, hurry and bring her back. What happened to Yimo? Yimo couldn't stay calm anymore. Chapter 973, Hidden Spirit Root. Su Jingwen saw Yimo's worried look and quickly said, Don't worry, Yimo should be fine. When the four of us came to the small world, we asked around for you. Many people knew you and due to you, no one dared to be rude to us. However, everyone guessed that you went to Xanjia Mountain's teleportation formation, so we went there too and were brought here. Seeing Yimo calm down, Su Jingwen took a deep breath and continued, I was a little scared on the teleportation formation and was worried about Yimo, so I held her hand. But when the teleportation formation stopped, we found that we didn't end up at the same place as Sister Yuehua and Wancheng. We had been split up. Yimo nodded. He expected this. How's Yimo? Yimo asked worriedly. We were teleported to an ordinary town about 600 kilometers from Jiangchuan City. We went to that town and Yimo's storage ring had a lot of things, so we didn't need to worry about living. We were planning to spend some time until I reached Qi Gathering middle stage and then go look for you and Sister Yuehua, but I was stuck around level 2. One day, we were cultivating outside when Yimo cultivated out lightning sparks. Just when we were happy, a cultivator saw us too. What happened? Yimo began to worry. Yimo was only in Qi Gathering. They had no means of resistance against an ill-willed cultivator. Su Jingwen grabbed Yimo's hand and said. That cultivator stopped and said, She has lightning spirit root, great, great. Then he asked if Yimo wanted to be his disciple. Yimo didn't want to, of course, and she said she wanted to find her dad. Her dad was stronger than everyone. That man saw this and didn't force her. He raised his hand and sent his palm towards a distant mountain peak. That mountain was about a few kilometers away from us, but it was completely pulverized by him. Then, that person asked, Is your dad as strong as me? How did Yimo reply? Yimo knew that someone that could do that was at least body condensation state or above. It was far from something he could compare to. Su Jingwen moved closer to Yimo and said. We were both very shocked. He was like an immortal. Although Yimo admitted that person was strong, she still said her dad was stronger. That person smiled and didn't argue. He said that you can't find your dad now. Although you have a lightning spirit root, you don't have a lightning cultivation method. Even if you cultivate for 100 years, you won't be able to achieve anything. Then, he said that the North Far state we were in was billions of kilometers long. Even if we reached his level, we might not be able to find an individual, much less now. If Yimo wanted to find you, she had to become his disciple and improve her power. Yimo knew Yimo had agreed, of course, but he still asked. Did Yimo agree? Su Jingwen nodded. She thought about it and agreed, but Yimo said that I had to go as well. I was very happy thinking that I might be able to cultivate if I had a master. That person tested Yimo's spirit root and was very happy, but he looked at me and sighed after a long while. He told me that I had no spirit root and would never be able to cultivate. He told me that I should never let someone test my spirit root or I would die, Su Jingwen said. Although Yimo asked me to go with her, that person said she could only come out at least 10 years later. Yimo didn't agree, but that person said if she didn't become his disciple, she wouldn't be able to find you in 100 years. Yimo could only agree, but I didn't want to stay there alone for 10 years, so I came out to test my luck and see if I could find you, Su Jingwen said shakily. After that person took Yimo away, I learned to masquerade and left the town. I roamed around and half a year later, I came to Fuemo City, but I didn't stay there for long and the city was destroyed by 2 powerful cultivators. I followed the asylum seekers to Jiangchuan City and my bracelet was taken on the way. Now that I think about it, I should thank that person, or I might never have seen you again. Su Jingwen couldn't help but start crying again. Yimo grabbed her hand tightly knowing that she needed to vent out her emotions. Su Jingwen continued after a while. Later I knew that cultivators had longer lifespans than ordinary people, and I was getting lost. After I came to Jiangchuan City, I didn't dare to go work for a house, fearing that they would see through my disguise, so I could only roam the streets. That day, there was a lot of snow and I thought I would have no future. I just wanted to walk around in the city and find a peaceful place to leave the world, but the heavens pitied me and let me meet you. Yimo looked at her and knew Yimo didn't give the storage ring to her. She probably hadn't thought about it since she was just a child. Although Yimo was still a little worried, he could breathe easy that Yimo was taken away by a Chinbei who approved of her talent. Can I really cultivate? Su Jingwen asked again worriedly. Yimo nodded. Of course, don't worry. Suddenly, Yimo thought of something and looked at her. Wait, you said you've been at Qi gathering level 2, but how come I don't sense any cultivation Qi on you? Su Jingwen said dejectedly. At the start, I was cultivating even faster than Wan Qing, but after stage 2 Qi gathering, I wasn't about to progress. Yimo's master said I had no talent and I wouldn't be able to cultivate no matter how hard I worked. In my despair, I gave up cultivation and my cultivation Qi gradually dissipated. Thinking about what Yimo's master said, he took out a spirit root testing machine and said, "Put your hand inside, I'll test for you." He found that none of the beads lit up indeed. She really didn't have a spirit root, but Su Jingwen said, Yimo's master tested for me last time too, but he had one white bead that lit up and dimmed down repeatedly. Are you a hidden spirit root? Yimo blurted out. His testing machine was too low quality and couldn't test it out. People who had hidden spirit roots like her would have their cultivation Qi dissipate if they didn't cultivate for a while. This was a leaking body, also called leaking spirit root. If she was really a hidden spirit root, it was rather amazing she could reach Qi gathering level 2, but if the hidden spirit root could be activated, it would be the fastest spirit root. Yimo's master said she had no spirit root because he knew that hidden spirit roots couldn't be activated at all. It needed the 9-colored lotus to activate, and that was something of the legends. Who would have it? Even if they did, they would use it to refine their own spirit root and not use it to activate a hidden spirit root. Yimo was sure there was another way to activate it, and that was possession. That was why he told her not to let other people test her spirit root. At this moment, Yimo finally felt safe about Yimo. The hidden spirit root was the easiest spirit root to possess. Once it was possessed, it would be activated immediately. But Yimo's master didn't say this and warned her instead, meaning that he was indeed a respectable Chenbei. Yimo didn't have the 9-color lotus, but he knew that there was another way to do it. It was to make the rainbow spirit pill with a lotus with more than 5 colors and the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow. He just happened to have it in 2 5-color lotuses. She was a hidden spirit root and the white bead lit up. This meant that after activation, she might be a mutant ice spirit root, a pure one too. A pure ice spirit root activated with hidden spirit root would be the best spirit root Yimo had ever seen. Jingwen, come to my room. I'll help you concoct the rainbow spirit pill. Your talent might be the best amongst us. Even Yimo was desperate to know how fast she could cultivate once activated. Chapter 974, New Idea. Su Jingwen followed Yimo to the room and just remembered that the clothes she was wearing weren't the same she had been wearing before. She looked at Yimo and immediately realized what had happened. Although Yimo was the person she liked, she felt a little uncomfortable thinking that he saw her everything, but then she immediately thought she already was willing to be with Yimo. Why care about that? Yimo didn't know of course that Su Jingwen thought about that much in such a short time.
He started his pill concoction. Rainbow Spirit Pill was a heaven grade level 1 pill.
But that was no pressure for Yemo, such a pretty lotus. Su Jingwen exclaimed as she saw Yemo take out the 5-colored rainbow. Yemo smiled and said, "This is the 5-colored rainbow.
It's not fully mature yet, but it's said that once it matures, it would have 9 colors and be called the 9-colored lotus.
It's one of the most precious things in the cultivation realm.
Anyone would want it, even truth realization state cultivators, but up until now, no one has seen a real 9-colored lotus. Then isn't it a waste to use the 5-colored lotus now for pill concoction?"
Su Jingwen asked worriedly.
She didn't fully understand, but she just felt that it was a pity to use such a pretty flower for mere pill concoction.
Yemo said softly, "Even if I have the 9-color lotus, I would still use it without hesitation for you, much less this 5-color lotus, Yemo."
Su Jingwen heard this and was touched. After these years of hardship and roaming, she finally understood how hard it was to get back what you had once lost. She had waited for this moment for more than 10 years. They only met in the end due to chance amongst chance. If Yemo wasn't concocting pills right now, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge in her heart to embrace Yemo again and express her feelings.
Even though Yemo already knew, she wanted to say it again. Yemo was immersed in the process of concocting the Rainbow Spirit Pill.
This was a special cauldron of pills. Yemo didn't use any materials besides the 5-color lotus and the 10,000-year stalagmite marrow. At this moment, Yemo was very grateful to Tai Sekli Chang.
If he hadn't given him all the stalagmite marrow, how many regrets would he have?
If Yemo saw Li Chang and Luoyu, he would do all he could to help him. The 5-colored lotus slowly melted in the cauldron and the impurities were expunged outside. Meanwhile, the stalagmite marrow enveloped the lotus as the two gradually merged together. 15 minutes later, the pill liquid rolled in the cauldron.
The mist lotus heartfire switched intermittently from weak to strong. Yemo used all his means to concoct this Rainbow Spirit Pill. Half an hour later, even Li Jingwen and Yu Qiang could smell the aroma.
Su Jingwen was immersed in this pill smell. 45 minutes later, Yemo weaved a few pill collection signs and a 5-colored pill fell into his hands. The pill seemed to be alive and jumped about in his palm. Yemo had never seen such a beautiful pill. He looked at it and suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. He realized that his pill concoction skills had increased a level. Before, he would only be able to concoct heaven grade level 3 pills, but now he was sure he could even concoct level 4 pills. In the pill king grade, there was a huge gap between level 3 and level 4 pill kings. It was quite an unexpected joy that he could reach this stage. Putting away the cauldron and heaven flame, Yemo held the pill and walked to Su Jingwen, saying, "Jingwen, open your mouth." The pill emitted a rainbow aura that was so pretty that Su Jingwen didn't want to eat it, but she still listened to Yemo and opened her mouth. The pill entered her mouth and turned into nothing. At this moment, Su Jingwen felt every pore in her body filled with a sense of ease and bliss. Yemo didn't say anything, but Su Jingwen understood that she could now start cultivating. It was an unexplainable feeling of happiness. Do I really have a spirit root now? Su Jingwen was just about to ask when Yemo took out the spirit root testing device, saying, "Test it again." The activation didn't take long. Su Jingwen put her hand inside and in no time, the spirit root device showed a bright white light on the white pearl. "Jingwen, your spirit root is activated, and it's pure ice spirit root." Even Yemo couldn't resist the excitement in his heart. He was desperate to know her new cultivation speed. Su Jingwen's eyes went red. Not only did she find Yemo, but she could also cultivate now. She could no longer hold back that impulse and love in her heart as she grabbed Yemo and whispered in Yemo's ears, "Emo, take me." Yemo's body temperature rose up. When he was cleaning her naked body, he didn't think much of it, but it would be a lie to say he didn't want anything now. Although Yemo really wanted to do as Su Jingwen said, but he still stopped himself. She wasn't suitable to do that stuff now. The hidden spirit root was powerful, but she was rather old. If they did it now, the ice spirit root would be weakened and this would impact her future cultivation. Yemo didn't want that to happen. When your cultivation stabilizes and the ice spirit root has finished growing, then we can. Yemo kissed Su Jingwen and continued, "I can teach you cultivation now. The cultivation method you will use is something I created myself. You can try it first. If it works, then I'll give you the remaining parts of it." Yemo didn't give her the primordial chaos chant. He was golden core state level 2 now and his knowledge of the 3 birth chant had grown. He had his own ice spirit root too.
he had decided to separate that part of the cultivation method and let her cultivate it. Emo wrote down the information pertaining to the chi gathering state with a pen and inscribed the foundation establishment state part of it on a jade slip. I created this cultivation method myself, no one knows about it. It's called Three Birth Ice Chant. Its name is ordinary, but if you can cultivate it, the results won't be ordinary, Emo said. Su Jingwen nodded. The two cuddled together for one night in the room, and only the next morning did Su Jingwen slowly fall asleep. Emo knew that the reason she stuck to him the entire night was that she had made up her mind to cultivate hard. Once she started doing that, they wouldn't have time for this. The second night, Su Jingwen woke up and Emo had already prepared everything she needed for cultivation, including a storage ring and pills. He really wanted to make some good food for her, but Emo just left her some food pills. It was best for her cultivation right now. Emo also set up a simple spirit gathering formation around her. She didn't need the high-level things yet. Emo came to the head of the ship without disturbing her cultivation. Li Jingwen was teaching Yu Qiang. Seeing Emo, the two came over. Yu Qiang was already in foundation establishment state and wasn't suitable to be given a new cultivation method. Emo gave him a storage ring and said, "These are the resources for foundation establishment state cultivators. When you need to form your core, I will give you a cultivation increasing pill. Here's also some of my understanding on formations, you can have a look." Yu Qiang took the storage ring excitedly. He thought he was going to be killed on the bandit ship for sure, but had instead received such fortune. He suddenly knelt down. "Yi Qianbei, please become my master. You got revenge for my master. You are my master now." Li Jingwen looked at this scene in a daze and suddenly said, "Brother Yi, can I also be your disciple?" Emo frowned and thought for a long time before replying, "Perhaps I should start a sect too." Chapter 975, Mo City. "Yes, Brother Yi, you should start a sect and will be the first generation disciples," Li Jingwen said desperately. He had followed Emo for a while and knew his wealth better than anyone. Regardless of whether Emo started a sect or not, his future would be unparalleled. Once Emo formed a sect, he would have a position as well and not just be a follower. How about call it Mo sect? Yu Qiang also hoped Emo would start a sect. Emo nodded. Luo Yu continent was this big. Even if he was all-powerful, he wouldn't be able to take on 8-star or 9-star sects by himself. Right now, he couldn't even take on 4 or 5-star sections. China Pharmaceuticals was a good example. If he wanted to have his own ground in this world, he needed his own power. If he didn't want to be easily annihilated, then forming a sect was the obvious thing. Okay, starting from now, we'll have a new sect. It'll be called Mo sect for now. Emo hesitated and said again, "Mo sect doesn't sound powerful enough, let's add my Luo Yu city to it too." After thinking for a while, Emo suddenly said, "Let's call it Mo Yu city." In Emo's ideal, he didn't just want to form a sect, he wanted to form a city. He didn't want to be like other sects, find a place and rule it out to be theirs and dominate it. He wanted Mo Yu city to be like what Ning Qingxue wanted, a place of peace and freedom. He knew it was too idealistic and it couldn't completely be like that, but he still hoped it would. He didn't want the people of Mo City to have cultivation as the only thing in their lives. He wanted them to have their own life and pursuit. The city of Mo, good name. Li Jingwen and Yu Qiang applauded. Although they didn't know what was good about it, it sounded good. Just like that, Mo City was formed. But they didn't even have their own land. Emo didn't take the two as his disciples, but they could receive knowledge from Emo. In the remaining days, Emo visited Su Jingwen a few times. She was focused in cultivation every day, so Emo didn't interrupt her. He found a room and started studying the Heaven Glory Pill, or cultivating the Purple Eye Soul Sever in 5-element mobility. Days flew by like this. Half a month later, Yu Qiang reached Foundation Establishment State Level 4 from Level 3. Even Li Jingwen reached Golden Core State Level 8. Although Emo used the most spirit crystals and pills, he was still stuck in Golden Core State Level 2. Another half a month later, Li Jingwen told him that they would be nearing Pei Hai City in 2 days. Emo stopped cultivation and went to visit Su Jingwen. When he saw Su Jingwen, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. In a mere month, she had reached Qi Gathering Level 5. "You're Qi Gathering Level 5? Emo subconsciously asked. Once the hidden spirit root was activated, its speed was this terrifying. Su Jingwen smiled sweetly and nodded. "I feel that my speed of spirit Qi intake was just a little faster, but my progress in cultivation is many times faster."
I'm going to take a shower and go have a look with you at the head of the ship. Yemo shook his head. It was clear that Su Jingwen's cultivation speed would be surpassing his in the future. He needed to hurry up and study the Heaven Glory pill, otherwise, by the time Su Jingwen was about to form a soul, she wouldn't be able to. That wasn't really awkward, but if he was weak, he wouldn't be able to face the enemies he needed to face. Even if he got to Peihai City, they would eventually be able to find their way there. What made GMO feel comfortable was that Su Jingwen could cultivate the cultivation method he gave her. Su Jingwen walked up to EMO with a refreshing feel. Her mood had changed greatly since all these things happened. Is there something on your mind? Su Jingwen was very meticulous, and although EMO didn't say anything, Su Jingwen still caught on to his mood. EMO sighed and pulled on her hand, bringing her along to the head of the ship. It's nothing really. A person who had ill intentions gave me a pill. The pill is very good, but I don't dare to use it, so I tried to dissect it instead. I've used up more than half of it, but I still can't find the last main ingredient. The Heaven Glory pill had 5 main ingredients. The supplementary ingredients were very easy to find, but GMO only found 4 of the main ingredients: smoke shilon, yellow 3-leaf, red lightfruit, all of which GMO had, and the water magic artifact weed, which he didn't. But GMO wasn't too worried, as he was sure he could find it. However, without the last ingredient, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Heaven Glory pill. Hearing this, Su Jingwen laughed and said, "You don't dare to eat the pill because you don't know if something is wrong with it." EMO nodded. Yes, I'm sure that person wouldn't be that kind-hearted. EMO still felt threatened by that voice in the hexagonal hall. Su Jingwen squeezed EMO's hand and smiled. Then was there anything wrong with the herbs you separated? No, EMO said without hesitation. Then that's it. The herb you couldn't find is probably the one that person wanted to use to harm you. You can ignore it, Su Jingwen explained. Although she wasn't as good as EMO in other areas, she was good in business and often dealt with schemes in business deals. EMO suddenly felt enlightened. Why couldn't he think of that? In that case, if the recipe had nothing to do with the last herb, he had already found the recipe. He was 50% sure he could concoct the pill, but he needed to find the water magic artifact weed. If he could concoct it, it meant he would reach Golden Core State peak stage in a short time. EMO hugged Su Jingwen in excitement. Thank you, Jingwen, you're really smart. Su Jingwen blushed and looked at Li Jingwen and Yu Qiang and quickly broke free. There are still people on the side. EMO laughed and his mood turned good. He pointed at the two and said, Jingwen, we have our own sect now. It's called MOU City, and they're the first bunch. Su Jingwen repeated in joy. MOU City, such a beautiful name. I imagine that the city will also be very beautiful. 2 days later, EMO put away the flying cloud boat and the 4 entered Peihai City. The streets were very busy and pretty much everyone here were cultivators. They all had the faint smell of the sea on them. There were spirit scents and anti-flight restrictions here. He could easily see Golden Core State and nascent Soul State cultivators on the streets. As for Qi Gathering and Foundation Establishment State, they were everywhere. There were even a few Hollow Spirit State cultivators passing by occasionally. Clearly, this was a big cultivation city. Where do we go now? Are Yangzhu and Yiling really here? Su Jingwen asked worriedly. She wanted to find a place to settle down. She had been running around too much these past years. EMO shook his head. I'm not sure, but it was indeed Yangzhu who left behind the jade card. They should have been here a long time ago. Let's go to some pill towers and see. They might have opened another one here. EMO thought that if they were to stay, they needed a way to earn money. He left behind large sums of pills before he left. The most likely thing for them to do was to open a pill tower. Chapter 976, Ninghai Pill Store. EMO and his group were looking for Song Yangzhu and the others as well as the waterweed at pill towers. What surprised EMO was that a lot of people knew about the waterweed, meaning that it wasn't something very rare. However, EMO was disappointed to find that there weren't a lot being sold. It wasn't that it was too precious, but because this herb was too low valued. Also, it was very dangerous to pick this herb. Waterweeds usually grew on the distant islands in the distant sea. Most of them time, they were protected by level 5 or even level 6 beasts. Many marine beasts like to eat waterweeds, so one had to kill the guarding beasts first before collecting the mere level 4 waterweed. On top of that, the waterweed could only be made into the water algae pill. Its use was for water element cultivator to cultivate. However, its effects were far weaker than the clear essence pill and worse than even benefit essence pill. It was because of this that no one was willing to go into dangerous waters to collect it. Even if someone went out into the distant sea, it wasn't for collecting the waterweed but for beast cores or other herbs. Yemo heard this news and had decided to search around in Pei Hai City. If he couldn't find Song Yangju and them, he would open a pill shop here first. Yemo, Ning Hai Pills. Su Jingwen suddenly pointed at a corner and said enjoy. Yemo immediately looked over and saw Song Yangju and Jin Shaoshan. Without a thought, he pulled Su Jingwen and the others over. At the same time, his heart felt easy. Clearly they were fine. Return the pill? Do you know how much trouble this pill caused me? Do you think that's enough? The two golden core state cultivators looked coldly at Song Yangju and Jin Shaoshan with ridicule in their eyes. Yemo looked at Song Yangju and the others and knew that this wasn't the first time they had encountered this situation. But Yemo knew that they weren't living too well in Pei Hai. How come Li Yuqian didn't come out? Why did Song Yangju and Jin Xiaoshan have to deal with this? Song Yangju was only Foundation Establishment State Level 2 and Jin Shaoshan clearly fell below Golden Core State and was only Foundation Establishment State Level 8. Yangju, I'm back. What's going on? Yemo walked into the small pill shop and asked. Song Yangju was dazed when she saw Yemo. Joy flashed across her eyes as she ran into her husband's arms crying, hee, perfect. Pei Hai City isn't a place where you can be over-domineering, one of the two Golden Core State cultivators said coldly. Yemo patted her back and said, don't worry, I'm back. Jingwen is here too. Jingwen. Song Yangju just saw Su Jingwen and quickly came to say hello. Su Jingwen saw Song Yangju's distressed face and clearly felt she was living better than her. Seeing the two catching up, that Golden Core State walked to a closet and smashed it, saying coldly, do you not want to give me a resolution? You want to act dead? Li Jingwen was already furious, but he could only stay behind Yemo since Yemo hadn't said anything. Yemo patted Song Yangju's hand and asked, Yangju, what happened? Tell me about it. Song Yangju felt even more wronged hearing this. Jin Shaoshan saw this and quickly said, these people bought our pills and changed them to bad ones, saying that the pills we're selling are problematic. So they come up asking for compensation. This isn't the first time. A few times before, we just compensated them, but they're getting more and more ridiculous. Little girl, watch your words. Since when did we use fake pills to trick you? If your shop is selling real pills, would you compensate us before? The Golden Core State cultivator pointed his fingers and cursed. Jin Shaoshan took a few steps back in fear. Yemo got up and said, show me the pills you bought. The Golden Core State heard this and sneered in contempt. A mere Golden Core State Level 2, other than accepting his fate, what else could he do? He had a Golden Core State Level 8 behind him. But this was their land. He was Golden Core State Level 5 and his friend was Golden Core State Level 7. They wouldn't dare to do anything. The Golden Core State threw out a Benefit Essence pill into Yemo's hand and said coldly, this is the Benefit Essence pill. Yemo took this and knew immediately that it wasn't made by him. This was a waste pill. Yemo crushed it and threw it on the ground, saying coldly, I'm curious. What does a Golden Core State cultivator need to buy a Foundation Establishment State pill for? Even if you crush the pill, you still need to compensate me. Do I need you to boss me about why I bought the Benefit Essence pill? I like to eat it. Is there a problem? The Golden Core State said. Yemo nodded and said plainly, that's fine. Before he could react, Yemo suddenly punched out. The Golden Core State Level 5 was instantly bound by the cultivation essence of this fist. This fist was derived from the Illusion Cloud Essence Binding Strike. Yemo kicked on his dantian. He spat blood and his dantian was crushed by Yemo's kick. That Golden Core State Level 7 just reacted and looked sluggishly at Yemo. He turned around and was about to leave. You still want to go? Without Yemo's need to order, Li Jingwen blocked the door with his universal ruler. How dare you fucking destroy my dantian? The Golden Core State Level 5 was full of fear. Yemo sneered and walked up, slapping him in the face many times until his mouth was completely broken. Then he waved his hand and the powder of the pill he had crushed fell in this Golden Core State Level 5's mouth. Yemo then kicked him to the door and said coldly, since you like eating Benefit Essence pill, don't waste it. Yemo didn't kill this Golden Core State cultivator. Now, this Golden Core State finally realized his predicament. He was full of fear. Even if he left now, someone with a destroyed dantian and Golden Core wouldn't be able to survive in this city. Chen Bei, this has nothing to do with me. The Golden Core State Level 7 cultivator turned around and said in horror. He didn't think that Yemo would be this cocky, daring to do such a thing to a Golden Core State cultivator in Pei Hai.
Clearly EMO was already golden core state peak stage. He wouldn't be a match for this guy no matter what. Thinking about this, he started to regret ever coming. He had also heard that Ning Hai pills were easy to abuse. If you went up to scam them you would get benefits. Oh, it's not related to you. Why are you here then? Why did you bring the essence benefit pill? Yemo's tone was cold. Xian Bei, Xian. He wasn't even able to say a complete sentence. He had endured so much to get to golden core state tertiary stage. There were many times he had almost died, and now he was going to be completely destroyed. You want me to let you go? Yemo asked coldly. The golden core state level 7 quickly nodded. Yes, please Qianbei, Yemo said calmly. That's fine, but if I let everyone go, then how can I run my business? I can let you go. Yemo said this and the golden core state level 7 felt as if he had heard heavenly music and wanted to kneel, but Yemo's tone changed. But you have two choices. First is to destroy your own Dan Tian and golden core and piss off. The golden core stayed dazed. This was no different than killing him. He quickly asked for the second option. Yemo knew this would happen and he said, the second way is very simple. Other people have come to scam my store. If you let me plant a restriction in you, you can go bring over all the people who scammed my store. If I'm sure you didn't miss anyone, I can let you go. Chapter 977, Sister Lee's Injury. The golden core state level 7 was dazed. This was hard to do as well, Yemo sneered. Since you don't want the trouble, then I'll do it myself. No, I'll choose the second choice, this golden core state level 7 immediately said. The second choice was hard, but there was still a sliver of hope. This first choice was death. If someone could help him break the restriction, he could run away. He wouldn't need to stay and pay high. Yemo smiled and quickly planted a restriction on this golden core state level 7. Then, he said casually, other than me, no one else can break the restriction. If you try to force it, you will have chosen the first choice. Hearing this, the cultivator's heart went cold. His last sliver of hope was gone. However, the worst news came when Yemo said, of course, I don't care about time, but in 1 month the restriction will activate. Decide for yourself, piss off. Seeing this, the golden core state level 7 stumbled out of the store. The cultivators watching outside shivered. This Ning Hai pill store was the most honest pill store and many wanted to scam them, but none expected the terrifying existence of the store owner. This made many cultivators who planned on scamming the store as well break out in a cold sweat. Yemo looked at the moaning golden core state level 5 cultivator and said to Li Jingwen, bring this person to the city management council and report what Ning Hai pills has suffered. Yes. Li Jingwen immediately took the dead dog of a golden core state level 5 and disappeared. Everyone looked on in fear. Not only did they break someone, but they were suing them as well. Yemo wasn't going to kill as soon as he came here, of course. Even though he destroyed this man's cultivation core, he still needed to notify city management. After all, this city didn't belong to him. He was living here too. This was showing his attitude to Pei Hai City. He believed the city manager wouldn't do anything to him due to this. Plus, Yemo felt a hidden spirit sense scan over when he broke the golden core state level 5. He didn't know who that was, but after that spirit sense scanned over, no one came. Yemo immediately knew it was some significant figure of the city. Interesting, this is quite a character. In a luxurious place, a middle-aged man took back his spirit sense and murmured, who did Brother Ziyu say is a character? An old man smiled and asked. The middle-aged man laughed. A very interesting golden core state cultivator came to Pei Hai City. He's a golden core state primary stage 2. Not bad, the old man laughed. He's clearly really good for you to be able to say not bad. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, he's only golden core state level 5, but he can instantly kill golden core state level 5s and he deals with things in a very experienced way. Interesting. After all the people outside the shop had left, Yemo came up to Song Yangzhu and asked what happened at River State. Where was Li Yuqian? How come he didn't see her? After hearing their story, Yemo realized how much had happened in this half year. When they were at River State, China Pharmaceuticals had been broken in by Lu Jiucheng, who had reached nascent soul state, and the other manager of Immortal Treasure Tower, Li Yuqian, couldn't take on 2 nascent soul state fighters. In addition, there weren't just nascent soul states there at China Pharmaceuticals, there were many golden core state as well. Due to the desperate situation, Jin Shaoshan ate the burst soul pill and would have exploded if she didn't have the stalagmite benefit pill. Even so, her power fell to Foundation Establishment State Level 4. She only reached Foundation Establishment State Level 8 again after more hard work and pills. Meanwhile, Li Yuqian was heavily injured on the spot. Even so, she still brought people with her and left through the escape teleportation formation Yemo left behind. After putting up wards, Li Yuqian's nascent soul was depleted and unable to gather cultivation essence. How's Yi Ling? Yemo was also worried about her. Yi Ling was also hurt at the time, but she wasn't completely affected during the battle. She has recovered now and is taking care of Master inside, Song Yangzhu said worriedly. No wonder those Golden Core State dared to come here. Li Yuqian was still injured. Thinking about this, Yemo got up and said, I'll go have a look at Sister Li, clean her up. Ninghai will stop operation for now. We need to open a bigger pill shop. There was spirit sense shielding formation outside Li Yuqian's room. Yemo went in the room and saw Li Yuqian sitting on a seat recovering while Yi Ling was carefully organizing some herbs on the side. When Yemo came in, he felt a sense of cold, as though it originated from Li Yuqian's body. Yi Ling's power level was too weak and she couldn't feel it. Brother. Yi Ling saw Yemo come and immediately charged over in joy and started crying. As long as Yemo came back, her heart felt settled and those things didn't seem to matter. Yemo, you're back. Li Yuqian also woke up and seemed a little easier, but she was immediately shaken. You're already in Golden Core State, Song Yangzhu and the others couldn't see Yemo's power level, but Li Yuqian immediately saw that Yemo was Golden Core State Level 2. Huh, brother, you're already Golden Core State? Yi Ling grabbed Yemo's hands in excitement. Brother was Golden Core State, meaning that those scamming Ning Hai pills wouldn't dare to come again. There was a sound barrier and spirit sense barrier formation up, so Yi Ling didn't know what had just happened outside. Yemo nodded. Yes, I'm already Golden Core State. Yemo thought that if he found the water weed, then nascent soul state wouldn't be far from him too. He then looked at Yi Ling and said, Sister, Jingwen is here too, go say hi. Huh, Sister Jingwen is here too? Yi Ling rejoiced but then rolled her eyes. Brother, you're going to have one extra wife, right? Yemo blushed and said, This is the last time for sure. Pfft, do you think I will believe you? For Yang Zhu. You also said it was last time. But then, there was Xiao Yun. Yi Ling felt she had spoken a little too much and quickly changed the subject. Okay, I'll go see Sister Jingwen, you must treat Master. Seeing her go out, Yemo could finally breathe easy. He really didn't know how to tell Luo Ying and Ning Qingshuat about Jingwen and Xiao Yun. For Yang Zhu, it was actually easier. Sister Li, what happened to you? How come you still haven't recovered? Yemo asked worriedly. Li Yuqian smiled and said, I just injured my foundation, it's actually no big deal. I just need to rest for another month or two and I will recover. Yemo asked suddenly, Sister Li, did your nascent soul get frozen by something? Li Yuqian looked at Yemo in shock. You can feel the frigidness from my body? You're only Golden Core State Level 2, Yemo smiled. That's because I have a special sense when it comes to coldness and flame. Should I have a look for you? Li Yuqian was a bit embarrassed. Although Yemo wasn't that much younger than her, she was Yi Ling's master. If Yemo helped her check, he would need to use his cultivation essence to run through her meridians. Yemo knew her hesitation. Okay, have a look. Li Yuqian reached out her wrist. A cultivator was pursuing the great Tao of the heaven and earth. Why should she care so much about such little things? Yemo nodded and didn't think anything of it. Yemo sent his cultivation essence into her dantian carefully and saw that her nascent soul was indeed bound by a layer of frost. Such a powerful cultivation method. Yemo sighed. This was a completely different level than his winter's arrival. Sister Li, help me later. I will suck away the frost from your nascent soul. Before she could say anything, Yemo started using winter's arrival to suck. Li Yuqian was shook. This was Lu Zhoucheng's ultimate move. Even another nascent soul state cultivator wouldn't dare to do this. Yemo was a mere Golden Core State primary stage. This was suicide. Just when she was about to stop Yemo already started siphoning. Li Yuqian sighed and could only cooperate. But Li Yuqian soon found that layer of frost was really being sucked away and Yemo was still fine. Was he an ice spirit root? This was impossible. There was no such thing as an ice spirit root pill master. Yemo felt good. His winter's arrival's power had stagnated, and now after absorbing so much frost chi, it immediately grew. Chapter 978, Standing Ground in Peihai. After 15 minutes, Li Yuqian's pale face became ruddier.
She could feel that her nascent soul was breaking free. As the frost was being sucked away, that long-forgotten sense of freedom surged forth. Li Yuqian looked at Yimo in surprise and joy. Yimo surprised her too much. The injury that had troubled her for half a year was completely gone. Although the frost wasn't as strong as it had been in the beginning, it was still crazy that Yimo could suck it away with only his golden core state level 2 power. His cultivation essence was probably the same as a normal golden core state level 7 or level 8. Li Yuqian sighed to herself. When Yimo's hand moved away from her wrist, she had recovered about 80% of her power. She got up immediately and circulated her cultivation essence. She then said with gratitude, Yimo, thank you, you surprised me so much. There seems to be no problem you can't solve. Yimo was also very happy. He bowed to Li Yuqian and said, Sisterly, the person that I need to thank is you. If it wasn't for you, Yang Zhu and them rest wouldn't be here. Thank you. Yimo knew very well that if Li Yuqian wanted to run away herself, even 2 nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't be able to stop her. The reason she got injured was because of Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling. Then, Yimo gave her 2 bottles. Sisterly, you just recovered, you need these pills, life essence pills? Li Yuqian took the bottles and asked in shock. Even Hollow Spirit State Cultivator could use life essence pills, one could imagine its value, yet Yimo was willing to give her them and 2 bottles in one go. When Yimo and Li Yuqian came out, Li Jingwen was already back. Su Yu and Shang Yizhong were also back. When Su Yu saw Su Jingwen, the two released their sad emotions. Both didn't expect to meet again in this vast Luoyu continent. This room of people squeezed together felt the joy of reunion. What did the manager of Peihai City say? Yimo asked Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen replied, the manager Wang said we did really well, they wouldn't never let such people go. Yi Ling said in contempt, bullshit, when our store was scammed again and again, how come no one did anything? Yi Ling's words made everyone speechless. So what if they got scammed? If Yimo didn't come back, no one would care even if they were scammed 100 times. This place was the survival of the fittest. The city lord had the same attitude, the stronger the people who lived here, the happier he was. Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, Yimo smiled and broke the sullenness. With Sisterly here, I don't think those little punks would do such things again from now on. Shang Yizhong and Su Yu prepare for foundation establishment state. Sister Jin needs to reform her core. We will only avoid abuse if we grow stronger and stronger. Let's find a place to settle first. This store is too small. Hearing this, everyone deeply agreed. In this world run by the law of the jungle, there was no reasoning, your fist was the reason. Li Jingwen got up and said, Sec leader, that manager Wang just said the treasure tower is open and asked if we wanted to rent it. Why did he suddenly ask this? Su Jingwen asked. Yimo smiled, clearly, they're testing our power. One reason is that we have more people now and we need to change places. The second is to test how much power we have. If we rent it, then it means we're worth their attention. If we don't even have that much power, then we're not worth their attention. But we don't know how big treasure tower and where it is. Shang Yizhong suddenly said, I know it, when we came, that place was already wasted. It's near the city border. There have been a few beast tides and each time the buildings near the city walls are damaged first. Plus, although that place is cheaper than other places, it's not cheap for ordinary people. It's not small but no one wants to rent it. Yes, I heard that the last owner was nascent soul state tertiary stage power but never came back after going out to the sea. So, it's been empty up until now. The land is more than 100,000 square meters, Su Yu said. 100,000 square meters of land was not small. Yimo nodded and asked Li Jingwen, how many spirit stones did that manager Wang say it costs? Li Jingwen shook his head. He said about 200k to 300k top-grade spirit stones a year. That expensive? Yi Ling opened her mouth wide. Yimo fell silent. There's no need to rent it, tell him, if it's within 3 million, then we're willing to buy it. After we buy it, we'll change its name to MOU. This place will be the starting ground of our MOU city. Yimo had about 6 million top-grade spirit stones. He was going to be using this place for the long term, so instead of renting, he might as well buy it. What? You're going to buy Treasure Tower? The manager was scared by Li Jingwen. Even a hollow spirit state cultivator would have trouble taking out a few million spirit stones. Li Jingwen replied calmly, yes, Manager Wang. Our sect leader is interested in this place, but we're planning to stay long term.
Instead of renting, we might as well buy it.
Of course, if you're not willing to sell it, then never mind, sell, of course I'll sell it, but the sale price is at least 30 times the price of 1 year's rent.
Are you able to afford it? Even if I give you a discount.
The yearly rent would be 200k top grade spirit stones, and so the sale price would be 6 million sale price. Li Jingwen was shaken. Yemo only gave him 3 million, but these guys immediately asked for 6 million. Seeing Li Jingwen's hesitation, manager Wang didn't rush him, but he was beginning to have some interest in the mysterious boss behind Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen thought for a while and saluted with his fists. I'm really sorry, Manager Wang, the price our boss gave is 2.5 million spirit stones. This price is too far from what we expected. Manager Wang shook his head. 2.5 million isn't even half the price. It seems we won't be able to conduct this transaction, then that's really unfortunate. Li Jingwen got up and was ready to leave. Wait a moment, Manager Wang stopped Li Jingwen and quickly left. Li Jingwen was in no rush. He knew that Yemo didn't have to buy this place, but he just didn't have the time to look for it. In a while, Manager Wang came back and said apologetically to Li Jingwen, I just asked, if you really want to buy it, the lowest price is 3.5 million. Any lower than that, 3 million, Li Jingwen interrupted. If you can sell for 3 million, I will leave the spirit stones immediately and sign the contract. Okay, great, 3 million it is. I, Wang Di, will make this friend, Manager Wang said without hesitation. Li Jingwen opened his mouth and felt bitter. He knew that he had lost big today. He also realized that in terms of business, two of him were no match for Manager Wang. Seeing this, Manager Wang felt happy. He would have agreed if that place could be sold for 2 million, but now he had sold it for 3 million. He didn't expect this at all. If there was a place of similar size in the center of the city, then it would be worth at least 10 million, but Treasure Tower was really not worth such a sum of money. Despite this, Li Jingwen could only sign the contract. He thought that if Yemo didn't give him only 3 million but 4 million instead, he would have lost it all too. Yemo heard Li Jingwen's guilty report and laughed. He patted Li Jingwen's shoulder and said, You fall over, you learn something. Things like this won't happen in the future. Sometimes, losing is winning. I'll hand the development of MOU over for you to oversee. Later, find people to build MOU based on my blueprint. Yemo knew Li Jingwen was going to lose money, but he still sent him there, as he and Yu Qiang would be responsible for most of the negotiations of MOU City in the future. He needed to prepare them. Chapter 979, Going Out to the Sea. A month later, MOU appeared in Peihai City. MOU wasn't the biggest merchant association, but it was the most grandiose merchant association. Not only did it have layers of defense formations, but all of its buildings were made from the blue rock found at the bottom of the ocean. From a distance, it looked like the ocean. This time, Yemo didn't cut costs. He set up multiple defense and attack formations. With his formation master skills and the splurging of spirit stones, the attack formations were already level 4. Even if nascent soul state cultivators were trapped inside, they wouldn't be able to leave easily. If there was a nascent soul state cultivator manning the formation, then even if cultivators above the nascent soul state attacked MOU, they would die. The reason China Pharmaceuticals was broken into and Li Yuqian was heavily injured was because Yemo's power was limited and he couldn't set up high-level attack formations. To Yemo, the best defense was a good offense. MOU rose up with dominance in Peihai, but most of the people came from Ninghai Pills. However, many people knew that those who scammed them before were all found out by a golden core state level 7 cultivator and had their dantians destroyed. After the higher-ups of Peihai City remained silent about this, no one dared to look for trouble at MOU. Even without that, no one would dare to go start trouble at MOU just from how they rose up in a dominating fashion. MOU's main products were formation discs and pills. At the same time, they bought all sorts of materials including beast cores. All those who went to MOU were shocked to find that although their prices were similar to other places, they had a lot of top grade and mostly special grade pills. The main thing was that they even had some single stocks of condensed red pills for golden core state cultivators. As this news spread, MOU soon became famous in Peihai. The distant place MOU was at also became more and more populous. As for the formation discs, rarely any other shops in Peihai sold them. Yemo was teaching Yu Qiang how to make formation discs while teaching Suyu and Shangizhong pill concoction. As for the management of MOU, he handed it completely over to Li Jingwen. Although he was very occupied now,
Once Shin Shaoshan reached Golden Core state again, he would be able to have an easier time. Su Jingwen, Yiling, and Song Yangzhu were weaker, so other than helping out at the shop sometimes, they spent most of their time cultivating. A month later, MOU was completely on the right track, and now Shin Shaoshan had reached Golden Core state again. Although she was very excited, Yi Mo thought it was nothing much. He was supplying with her so much pills and her talent wasn't that bad. However, Su Jingwen reached Golden Core State Level 9 in less than 3 years. Yi Mo gasped at her cultivation speed and was prepared to go out and find the waterweed. He needed huge amounts of cultivation resources. Ordinary spirit gathering formations weren't enough for him at all. MOU opened up and Yi Mo spent all the spirit stones he had. Plus, he invited 2 level 6 spirit pill masters to stay at MOU. Yi Mo needed to go out into the sea and he didn't have time for pill concoction. Su Yu and Shang Yizhong had just started learning, so they wouldn't be able to concoct any for sales. 3 months later, Yi Mo set up another teleportation formation and gave the middle-grade spirit artifact flying ship to Liu Qian before leaving Peihai City. Ever since the incident at River State, Yi Mo didn't feel safe anywhere. There must be a teleportation formation. This time, Yi Mo's formation skills greatly increased, so he set the other side of the teleportation formation to somewhere 200,000 kilometers away. Peihai was next to the Heartless Sea. Each day, countless cultivators went from the city to the Heartless Sea. These cultivators all formed groups to hunt beasts or collect spirit herbs and ores. Low-level cultivators stayed around the border of the Heartless Sea, but if you wanted to find higher-grade spirit herbs and beasts, you had to go further into the sea. There were 2 ways of going out. One was to have your own spirit artifact flying boat or a flying magic artifact. Another was going through the teleportation formation to reach Peiqi Island and then leave from there. This island was only about 100,000 kilometers from the city. The teleportation formation was set here as it was surrounded by dangerous waters and there were many businesses here. Those who went out hunting would replenish their supplies here and sell what they found. On top of that, the island would be able to send news back immediately if there was a beast wave. Yi Mo had his own flying boat, so he didn't go to the island. He was going to an island called Duohorn Island that was 100,000 kilometers from the Peiqi Island. Yi Mo heard that there was the most waterweed here. Yi Mo got on his flying boat and headed there according to the map. Unlike everyone else, Yi Mo didn't have a companion. Yi Mo felt it was easier to go out by himself. After all, he had the Golden Page World and could run away easily. The moment Yi Mo got to the island, there was a shocking news from Peihai City that instantly spread across the entire North Far State. South Peace State, North Far State, and East Black State were going to establish intercontinental teleportation formations. Multiple truth realization states with 30 disaster transformation states and cauldron filling states would come to try to establish the teleportation formation in a year's time. No one knew why these 3 states suddenly wanted to build a teleportation formation, but many of the cultivators at the bottom finally realized that there wasn't just a single state on Luoyu continent. More shockingly, the site of the teleportation formation was chosen to be Peihai City. The person who regretted life the most now was Manager Wang. No one would have thought the site of the teleportation formation would be Peihai City. Due to this, the land price of Peihai City soared up more than 10 times. The land he sold for 3 million was worth more than 30 million now. However, Li Jingwen couldn't stop smiling. If he sold MOU out now, he would be earning tens of millions of spirit stones. However, the sect leader had left and he couldn't share this joy. He greatly respected Yi Mo's words now. Losing is winning. It seems he won more than he could ever imagine now. Manager Wang wasn't happy, but he knew very well that MOU seemed large but only had one nascent soul state cultivator. Just when he wanted to think of a way to take it back, he heard that a disaster transformation state formation master went to MOU. This made Wang Di's heart skip. If that disaster transformation state master was related to MOU and he offended them, he wouldn't even know how he would die. It was Li Yuqian who came to greet the master, Chen Bei. Li Yuqian was also uneasy facing a cultivator many states above her. However, that cultivator didn't have much of an attitude. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't be anxious, I see that the defense and attack formations here are very good. I wanted to ask who set it up. If possible, I want to see him. Yi Mo's formation had deviated from the traditional formation basics. He had his own system, and so when this disaster transformation state saw this unique defense formation, he immediately wanted to see who set it up. Li Yuqian said worriedly, Chen Bei, the formation is set up by our sect leader. He went out to the sea a few days ago. Chen Bei can see him when he comes back. Oh, okay. The disaster transformation state cultivator was a little disappointed. He took out a jade card and said to Li Yuqian, in that case, when he comes back, tell him to take the jade card to the center of the formation site of the city to find me. I'm Jilin. At the same time, Yemo had encountered some trouble at Duohorn Island. Chapter 980, Reject Invitation. Yemo stopped his flying boat because he was blocked by a battleship-like magic artifact. It was huge and it seemed like a moving continent from afar. It was a much higher level than Yemo's flying boat. It was a low-grade cultivation artifact. In fact, this big ship had been parked here before and 2 golden core state cultivators got off and stopped Yemo's flying boat. They looked the ship with greedy eyes. Yemo didn't do anything. The person who could control such a huge cultivation artifact would be no ordinary person. Even if he could beat the 2 golden core state, he couldn't do anything. The low-grade cultivation artifact had offensive and defensive capabilities. It was very easy for them to catch up to a ship even though it was huge. Plus, Yemo guessed that there were about 100 golden core state cultivators on board and about 2 in the nascent soul state. Yemo had no hopes of running away from such power. The downside of this ship was that it was so big that ordinary storage rings wouldn't be able to store it. Some wouldn't even be able to shrink. It was normal for some nascent soul state cultivators to have cultivation artifacts, but such massive flying artifacts were really not common. Yemo believed this probably belonged to some sort of power. Golden core state level 2 cultivator. The 2 golden core state came up to Yemo and smiled. Clearly, Yemo's power meant nothing to them. The greed in their eyes grew. A mere golden core state level 2 dared to fly out with such a top-grade spirit artifact. This was no different than suicide. Where are you going? Seeing that Yemo didn't reply, that golden core state level 7 suddenly asked coldly. Yemo stood up and replied calmly, does everyone who goes out to the Heartless Sea need to report to you? The golden core state level 9 was shocked. He didn't expect Yemo to dare to talk back like this, but clearly, the 2 didn't dare to overtly attack Yemo. The golden core state level 7 felt unhappy that Yemo had no respect for him. Of course it has nothing to do with us and you don't need to report to us, but you can't take this path. You have to go around if you want to go to the Heartless Sea. Our Ao Chang Merchant Association will be using this path for these few days. Even if you want to leave from here, you have to wait till our ship has left. Yemo fell silent. The island he wanted to reach was not far ahead. If he had to go around, he would still need to come back here. Who knew how long this boat would be parked here for? You want to go to Duohorn Island, right? Although I don't know why you want to go there, you can't go there as well, the golden core state level 9 said. Yemo didn't hide it and said, that's right, I want to go there to collect some waterweed. Waterweeds were worthless to golden core state cultivators. The 2 golden core state were dazed and laughed. The golden core state level 7 laughed again. If you want to go look for something else, I can't say for sure, but I can tell you that there certainly won't be any waterweed. You won't even be able to catch a whiff of it, even in the area with the radius of a few 100,000 kilometers, you won't find any waterweed. Why? Yemo blurted out. Waterweed was very important to him. Without it, how could he concoct the Heaven Glory Pill? How could he reach nascent soul state? The disappointment on Yemo's face was obvious. The 2 could easily tell that the waterweed was important to Yemo. The golden core state level 7 used this opportunity and pointed at the big boat not far away and said, if you want waterweed, it's not impossible. That's the ship our Ao Chen Merchant Association uses to go into deep waters. You can take our boat over. Otherwise, even if your spirit artifact is top grade, it would be suicide to go into deep waters. Yemo frowned and that cultivator continued, if you want waterweed, you need to follow our ship into the deep sea. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people on board. Then why are you guys stopped here? Yemo asked. The golden core state level 7 smiled. It's fine if I tell you, our elder Hao is about to reach nascent soul state tertiary stage, so we need to stop here and wait for the elder to ascend. It's your luck that you met us. Our ship has nascent soul state Qianbei, there basically won't be any danger. But every cultivator on our boat needs to pay some price. Yemo sneered. He had his flying boat and they wanted him to go on their boat and give his boat away. These 2 were crazy. Yemo guessed that even though they desired his boat, they wouldn't dare to steal it in front of all the other cultivators. Many of the cultivators on board had probably been lured on like this. The golden core state level 9 intervened, although you have this top grade flying spirit artifact. It's easy to get here, but it would be very hard for you to go back alone later. I'll tell you the truth, there's a level 7 beast here and he went crazy. He took his lower level minions and cleared all the spirit herbs around here. This includes the waterweed. Many solo cultivators were also killed. Our Merchant Association's Hollow Spirit State Elder battled that level 7 beast and both got injured. The level 7 beast retreated and the lower leveled minions also retreated. However, the herbs they collected weren't taken away. They're still on an island. But other than the herbs, there are many beasts below level 6 on it, so many cultivators formed a small squad and hired our ship. Our Merchant Association sent out 2 nascent soul state elders to support this project. So it's indeed due to luck that you can get on it. Then, he scanned Yemo's flying boat hoping that Yemo would go on now. As long as he went on, Yemo's flying boat would belong to them. Yemo didn't object. This cultivator's words were a mix of truth and lies, but one thing was for sure, the herbs nearby were all swooped away. The Golden Core State cultivator was getting a little desperate seeing that Yemo didn't express anything. Just when he wanted to say something, Yemo saluted with his fists. Thank you too for your goodwill, but I won't go to the Duo Horn Island. I'm going back now. The two wanted to trick Yemo onto the ship and then slowly threaten and trick Yemo into giving away the flying boat, but now, there was nothing they could do. Just when they wanted to say something, the horn on the big ship sounded. It was about to depart. Although they were very unsatisfied, they flew back onto the ship without hesitation. Soon, the ship disappeared. Yemo didn't leave. He was sure that most of what they said was real, but why would the Merchant Association only send 2 nascent soul state cultivators? The store of herbs should attract way more people. Why were there only Golden Core State cultivators forming squads and only 2 nascent soul state cultivators sent here from the Merchant Association? Yemo stood thinking for a while and decided to go see the island first. A few hours later, Yemo stood on the island. This place was indeed empty, not a single beast nor spirit herb. Chapter 981, Terrifying Pill. Yemo wasn't really going to go back. He instead opened the stealth formation of the flying ship and followed carefully. He could only follow in the direction that the ship had disappeared. In the next few days, Yemo didn't find any signs of that ship but saw tens of islands. The islands were all wiped clean like the cultivators had said. Yemo was shaken. Was this really the case? If so, how many beasts were needed to collect the herbs? How many herbs had been collected? There were too many islands in a 100,000 kilometer radius from this point, but all their spirit herbs had been harvested. This was no different than a beast wave. Beast waves usually started without warning and had little organization, but what had just happened before his eyes was much too organized. Thinking about this, Yemo didn't continue following the ship. Regardless if the cultivator's information was true, he didn't have the power to take part in it. He changed the direction of his flying ship. A few days later, Yemo found some more islands along the way, but they were all barren as well. Yemo had decided to go deep into the sea. Although he was already in the deep sea and would face life-threatening danger if he went in any further, he was willing to risk it for the waterweed. 7 days later, he found another island. What shook him was that the spirit herbs were still there and there were still spirit beasts on it. Yemo suddenly felt that the Aochen Merchant Association's actions were quite eerie. He didn't bother with that, it had nothing to do with him. Yemo searched this island, they were all low-level spirit herbs. The other islands that were harvested wouldn't have high-level spirit herbs, but all these low-level spirit herb were harvested clean. There definitely was something here. 3 days later, Yemo stopped on an island that was only a few hundred kilometers in circumference. He was very excited. He had finally found one waterweed, one that didn't have any spirit beast guarding it. This was in the extremely deep sea. One was not enough for Yemo, but it could let him know if he would be able to concoct the Heaven Glory pill. Yemo found a safe place on this island and went into the Golden Page world. He was going to concoct the Heaven Glory pill. Yemo had gathered all of the 4 main ingredients. As Yemo threw a set of spirit herb into the Shinnan cauldron, he filtered out the impurities with his spirit sense. The pill liquid started to boil and mix. Yemo took this trial very seriously and kept refining the pill liquid repeatedly. Half an hour later, a faint herb aroma was spreading. Yemo rejoiced. He felt Su Jingwen's guess was right. Another 15 minutes later, Yemo kept weaving finishing pill signs. The Heaven Glory pill was about to form. Yemo held the excitement in his heart and was very careful, but at this crucial moment, he heard an almost indiscernible crack. The pill was about to fail. Yemo was shaking. Was Su Jingwen's conjecture wrong? The missing herb wasn't the harmful part? Without it, the pill couldn't form. Yemo's heart sunk. He stopped the pill formation process and used his spirit sense to stop the pill from cracking. The Heaven Glory pill was level 9 spirit pill. With his level 4 pill king skills, he far exceeded the requirements to concoct the pill. Yemo carefully started to check the pill with his spirit sense. Soon, he saw the problem. The Heaven Glory pill was missing spirit power and couldn't condense. Yemo immediately thought of spirit crystals. He threw in 3 without hesitation and started to use the finishing pill signs. This time, the Heaven Glory pill didn't crack and slowly condensed, eventually forming 3 pills at the bottom of the cauldron. Yemo breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the 3 pills. Looking at 3 pills, Yemo knew that he indeed didn't discover one more ingredient. It was quite possible that the Heaven Glory pill that person gave him was fine, but Yemo shook his head. Even if he knew it was 99% fine, he didn't dare to eat it. He wasn't able to see what the terrifying existence did even if he did something to the pill. He was planning to concoct 6 pills but had only 3 formed in the end. Yemo was sure that even if this was the Heaven Glory pill, ordinary people wouldn't dare to eat it. He supplied spirit power with spirit crystals, and although the pill eventually formed, it lost some harmony. Even if this pill could let people ascend, it would injure them. Those a little weaker might even explode. At this moment, Yemo finally knew that the Heaven Glory pill had 5 main types of ingredients and he hadn't figured out the last one, but it was definitely not spirit crystal. But Yemo already knew what the purpose of that last ingredient was. It was to provide spirit power and harmonize the power of the pill. Yemo couldn't think of what this herb was. He didn't even find it on thing, but Yemo wasn't very disappointed. His Heaven Glory pill was indeed the right pill, but he just didn't dare to let anyone else eat it. He himself should probably be able to eat it though. Yemo packed away the cauldron and started to eat it. The pill turned into countless spirit liquids that instantly filled his meridians and dantian. Yemo felt that the pill liquid was very cool and was surprised. He thought that the pill wasn't very explosive. Without thinking too much, he started to use the 3 birth chant to digest the liquid, but as soon as he did, he started to shake. All his meridians turned from cool into a burning inferno. It was as though the next moment he would burn to ash from the inside out. If Yemo didn't use the 3 birth chant immediately, he might not even have had the chance to. The 3 birth chant made sure Yemo didn't faint, but his meridians started to crack and blood seeped out of his body. His ligaments were convulsing. Yemo had never been in such a bad state since he began his cultivation. He became a man of blood and could only hold on to that sliver of conscious. He knew that if he fell unconscious, he would be turned into ash. This pill was that volatile, but what agonized Yemo the most was that he was sitting on a spirit root. He didn't even need to absorb the spirit chi and it would go inside itself. This was like a firefighter fighting fire with oil. At this moment, Yemo finally understood how powerful his 3 birth chant was. His meridians were cracking, but his golden core was getting bigger and bigger, and his meridians were also healing at the same time too. Yemo didn't know how long it has been, but when there was no more pain in his body, that explosive spirit power rapidly turned into cultivation. Essence. Yemo could clearly feel his power increase dramatically. Chapter 982, Shocking Secret. Yemo breathed out and stood up. He estimated that it had been a few days since he had eaten the pill. He was golden core state level 3 and his cultivation essence was dense. He didn't have any feelings of discomfort. Not just that, he even felt that his meridians had expanded and become more durable. This was indeed one pill, one level. If this pill recipe was leaked, how much madness would it cause? Yemo didn't rest. He started to consolidate his power. 5 days later, he felt his power had completely consolidated, and then he took out the remaining Heaven Glory pill. He stared at it for a long while before eventually deciding to keep eating. Clearly, he didn't want to experience that life and death pain again. But he knew that without power, perhaps what he would encounter next wouldn't just be pain, but death. Yemo closed his eyes and sat on the spirit root once again. He knew it was more dangerous, but without the spirit root, the power of the pill wouldn't be fully utilized. This time, Yemo was prepared and started using the 3 birth chant long before he felt pain. His meridians broke and repaired in a repetitive cycle. This time, Yemo didn't suffer as much as last time and reached golden core state level 4. Although he reached golden core state level 4, he felt the pill didn't seem to be as effective as last time. Even so, Yemo was very happy.
He reached Golden Core State middle stage with just 2 pills. He had spent no more than 1 month in the Golden Page world. The guy didn't lie to him when he said that he could reach Golden Core State peak stage in half a year, reaching level 4. Emo consolidated his power but didn't eat the last Heaven Glory pill. He cultivated using the condensed red pill and started to study the 5th strike of Illusion Cloud and the purple Eye Soul Sever. For the 5th strike, Emo felt that if he could merge formations into his sword, then his Illusion Cloud 9 strikes would go up a level. Emo kept testing and verifying, but he was always missing that little bit. After cultivating with condensed red pills and spirit crystals for a month, Emo's state completely stabilized. He didn't eat another Heaven Glory pill and left the Golden Page world instead. He wanted to kill some spirit beasts. He knew that the reason he far exceeded cultivators of the same level in combat capabilities was due to his constant fighting. Emo left this island and found another island. There were no water weeds here, but there were quite some spirit beasts above level 3. There was even a level 5 two-headed crocodile. It was laying lazily on the beach and ignored Emo's invasion, but after Emo killed more than 10 level 3 and level 4 spirit beasts, it finally couldn't stay seated anymore. It roared and charged at Emo, shooting out a dark ray towards Emo by raising one of its head. If Emo was in Golden Core State level 2, he might be interested in fighting with it, but now, he really wasn't interested in this level 5 middle stage crocodile. Emo hacked with Zisu and wanted to test his incomplete Illusion Cloud 5th strike. The purple ray clashed with the dark ray of the crocodile. As the sound disappeared, Emo was disappointed to find that his strike didn't do anything at all. The sword formation didn't activate. The only use was that it blocked the crocodile's attack. Emo was disappointed, but so was the crocodile. It saw that its first move was blocked by a cultivator at a lower than it. It was furious and swept its huge body at Emo, clearly. He was waiting for Emo to come down so it could attack again. Emo lost the will to keep fighting, seeing that his 5th strike was incomplete. He just hacked out with Illusion Cloud Essence Binding Strike. The spirit beast clearly didn't expect that it would be instantly bound. Before it could even feel fear, it had lost a head to Emo's reverse slice. The crocodile immediately charged towards the ocean. Emo was just about to stop it when he felt an extreme sense of danger. Without thinking, he quickly kicked the crocodile head into the sea and found a place to hide. He felt 2 cultivation essence waves rapidly approaching. This was the deep sea and Emo knew danger was around every corner. Just when Emo hid himself and massed his chi, the 2 cultivation essence waves arrived above the island. What shook Emo was that he was familiar with one of the cultivation essence waves. Soon, he remembered it to be one of the people who got off from the low-grade cultivation artifact flying ship. It was a nascent soul state cultivator, but what shook Emo was that the nascent soul state cultivator was the one running away from a chasing spirit beast. Emo didn't dare to watch with his spirit sense at all. He focused on camouflaging himself. He suspected that he had already been found. Shihong, why did you go back on your words? Are you not afraid of our merchant association's revenge? That nascent soul state landed on the island knowing that there was no point in running. Emo could tell that this nascent soul state cultivator was heavily injured. Then, he heard a coarse voice sneer, "Keep my words? Bullshit, we agreed on sending 300 Golden Core State cultivators over, but you wanted to use those Golden Core State cultivator to start a rebellion. Luckily I was prepared too, or else you guys would have succeeded. How many times have I told you, their rebellion has nothing to do with us? I really don't know how they got the news," the nascent soul state cultivator said with annoyance. "Very well," the coarse voice said coldly. "Since it has nothing to do with you, why didn't you help me when they had the upper hand and instead tried to plunder? Does that have nothing to do with you too?" The nascent soul state cultivator was at a loss for words. He said after a while, "If we wanted to trick you, we wouldn't do it at this time. Why don't we wait till next time when we send over the nascent soul state cultivator and start the rebellion?" "Yeah," the spirit beast said in contempt. "Luckily you reminded me, dealing with you cultivators are like dealing with shrewd schemers. Luckily we didn't wait till the nascent soul state deal." Emo was shaken. They were up to no good indeed. The Ao Chang Merchant Association found some Golden Core States just so they could hand them over to the spirit beast for a deal. It was a pity that those Golden Core State cultivator had no idea at all. Although he didn't know for what reason that this was eventually exposed, Emo rejoiced that he didn't listen to those 2 Golden Core State cultivators. If he did, he might not be able to get out alive. Ao Chang Merchant Association, such a cruel and sinister merchant association. Shihong, it's not the first time we've done deals like this.
We did wrong to you this time. I'm willing to give you my storage ring. Please, on account of our many deals, let it go this time, the nascent soul state cultivator said. Let it go? You guys killed a level 6 brother of mine and you want me to let it go? Keep dreaming, goo, die.
Then, EMO heard explosions. From their conversation, EMO could tell that the nascent soul state cultivator really wanted to do business with the spirit beast. But it probably wasn't his fault that it didn't work out in the end. The spirit beast probably knew this too, but still wanted to kill the nascent soul state cultivator. There must be some other reason. Chapter 983. Befuddled by money, EMO could only listen and use neither spirit sense nor eyes to watch. The battle grew very intense and searing flames kept flying above his head. Sometimes, stones would strike him. At the start, EMO thought his stealth was fine, but when those rocks and pebbles kept hitting him, he finally felt something was wrong. Both sides were nascent soul state tertiary stage and he was only in golden core state middle stage. If they didn't notice anything before, he could hide from them with 3 birth chant, but just from the rocks that kept hitting him, they would catch it with their spirit sense. Since both of them knew he was hiding here, what was the point of staying here? Thinking about this, EMO was forced to expose himself and immediately fled, trying to dart into the ocean. EMO was a decisive person, but just as he moved he heard that nascent soul state cultivator say, Zhang Yuan, attack. EMO didn't know what this meant, but he knew it was nothing good. Immediately, he felt a strong blow hit the place where he had been hiding. It was blown to pieces, so close. EMO thought. If he didn't predicted it beforehand and left half a second earlier, he would have been blown to pieces. EMO already landed by the seaside and understood what had happened by now. When the nascent soul state cultivator and spirit beast arrived, they had already noticed where he was. After all, he had observed them with his spirit sense before hiding. Plus, there was the bloody smell of a 2-headed crocodile here. The remains of battle were also apparent on the scene, but these two pretended they didn't know. That nascent soul state cultivator wanted to use him too. The nascent soul state cultivator knew that the spirit beast knew he was hiding there and gradually shifted the battle over here. When he was behind the spirit beast, the nascent soul state cultivator suddenly attacked and called out the name Zhang Yuan. Because of this, the spirit beast thought he was ambushing him and was with the nascent soul state cultivator, so the spirit beast would attack him first. In fact, both of them succeeded. The nascent soul state cultivator made the spirit beast attack and the spirit beast attacked him first. If EMO didn't already suspect that he was discovered, he wouldn't know what was going on even if he died. Even though EMO already left the range of the attack beforehand, he still felt his chi roiling. 2 cunning bastards. EMO wasn't in a rush now as he fell by the sea. The two were fighting, perhaps he could use it to his advantage. It was dangerous, but he wasn't the type to be used and suck it up. Finally, EMO could observe that spirit beast. It was a level 6 one-horned flood dragon. However, it had 2 hands and looked very uncomfortable. As soon as the nascent soul state cultivator yelled attack, he spat blood and it soon turned into an eerie picture. That guy wanted to use this moment to use blood escape. He was smart, but the spirit beast wasn't dumb either. He attacked before the cultivator called out to attack, ignored EMO and attacked the nascent soul state cultivator instead. The nascent soul state tertiary stage had already started using blood escape, but it wasn't completed. He only needed 1 or 2 more seconds. If he still kept committing to his blood escape while a level 6 spirit beast attacked him with full power, then he would be dead for sure. He took out a huge stamp-like magic artifact. After releasing it, it turned to the size of a mountain and clashed with the spirit beast. The nascent soul state cultivator stopped the attack but had to cancel the blood escape. The nascent soul state cultivator was clearly decisive, and before the spirit beast could attack again, he took out a dark bead and quickly cut off one of his arms. The arm turned into a bloody mist enveloping the bead, and at this moment, the spirit beast's attack came again. The mist and black bead happened to clash with the second attack. Rumble, the terrifying sound shook the earth a few kilometers away. EMO looked on and was amazed. He didn't know what that black bead was but was astonished it could release such power. EMO noticed that the cultivator's face went extremely pale after using it, but he glared at EMO before spitting out more essence blood. Although EMO knew he was about to use essence blood again and this was the best time to ambush him, he was too far from the cultivator and he knew that although the nascent soul state cultivator was heavily injured, he could still kill him easily. EMO noticed that the spirit beast was injured as well, but not as heavily injured as the nascent soul state cultivator.
He had lost an arm as well. Both the spirit beast and nascent soul state cultivator were heavily injured, but he still wasn't able to beat them. This was the best opportunity to run. Without a thought, Emo burst his cultivation essence and was about to run, but suddenly, he stopped. Emo didn't choose the original direction and instead changed paths and grabbed something in midair before diving into the sea. Insect, you're asking to die. The spirit beast saw Emo grab the object and couldn't care about his injuries nor the nascent soul state cultivator anymore. He flashed across towards Emo but only caught his shadow. Insect, you took my storage ring and you still want to run from the sea? Keep dreaming. The flood dragon roared and charged into the sea. The nascent soul state cultivator heard this and was shaken. His blast did seem to blow off the spirit beast's arm, but how did that golden core state level 4 get it? Seeing Chi Hong chase into the sea, the nascent soul state cultivator was regretful. If he knew that Chi Hong wasn't going to chase him, why keep using the blood escape? He sighed in his heart at the same time. A golden core state level 4 cultivator dared to steal a level 6 spirit beast storage ring. Even he desired what was in Chi Hong's storage ring, but he knew that golden core state level 4 wouldn't be able to escape from Chi Hong. Regardless, his blood escape activated and he turned into a shadow of blood disappearing from this island. When Chi Hong chased into the sea, he stopped after a moment. He was worried because he had lost track of Emo. How could a golden core state level 4 cultivator hide from him in the sea? His spirit sense had a range of a few hundred kilometers in the sea. He would be able to see the egg of a shrimp clearly, but that golden core state level 4 was gone. If he had only lost his arm, he could easily regenerate it with his wealth, but if he lost the storage ring, he lost everything. Emo knew he did something stupid once he stole the arm. Although he could go into the golden page world, this was the heartless sea, the realm of the aquatic spirit beasts. His golden page world was like a golden light floating in the sea. It was very hard to trick that flood dragon. Emo immediately realized that he was too greedy and unsatisfied that both nascent soul state guys used him. That's why he wanted to get something back. Suddenly, a group of rapid white fish dashed before the golden page world. This group of fish was in the 10,000s. Without thinking, Emo controlled the golden page world to go into a fish's mouth. Despite this, Emo was still unnerved. Chapter 984, Not Minding Your Own Business. The golden page world left along with the school of fish. It was still within the range of Chi Hong's spirit sense range, but there were so many fish in the sea, he couldn't skin each one. Even a level 7 spirit beast wouldn't be able to check the insides of all the fish. Chi Hong would never expect that Emo had something as powerful as the golden page world. That was its own realm. There was nothing in the cultivation realm like this. There were small pocket worlds, but nothing as powerful as the golden page world. Most pocket worlds were artificial, but Emo's golden page world was born from chaos, no matter how powerful you were. Even if you cultivated to be a god, you wouldn't be able to create something as powerful as the golden page world, so Emo was clearly worrying too much. Unless Chi Hong could find the golden light in this fish's stomach, he would never be able to find him. Emo didn't dare to leave the golden page world, so he took out that spirit beast's arm and took a large storage ring from it before burning the arm. This storage ring was made differently from ordinary ones. He could also make some simple artifacts and storage rings, but the ones he made were the simplest and had very little space. This storage ring looked and was made differently. When Emo sent his spirit sense inside, he could tell that there was a very strong spirit sense restriction in it. Emo was sure that if he wasn't a formation and restriction master, he wouldn't be able to open the ring. Luckily, it was him who got this ring. If someone else had taken it, it would be as if they had got nothing for them. Emo started to remove the restriction bit by bit with his spirit sense. Even though he knew how to break it, it took him nearly 3 days. But when Emo saw the football field-sized space, he was astonished, not because of the size but because it was the first time he saw a storage ring this wealthy. This was no storage ring, it was a warehouse. When he got the bandit's storage ring, he was also shocked, but that was nothing compared to this. There were tall shelves placed tidily. The lowest level spirit herb was level 3. There were mountains of level 4 and level 5 herbs. He even saw a few hundred level 6 spirit herbs and 2 level 7 spirit herbs. What made Emo rejoice was that he saw thousands of water weeds. After coming out of the plane of herbs, he realized that he had thought he knew what being wealthy meant, but he actually had no idea before now. Other than spirit herbs, there were about 50 million top-grade spirit stones. There were countless middle-grade spirit stones and all sorts of magic artifacts and spirit artifacts fully stacked on a shelf. Emo believed that they were mostly taken from the human cultivators he killed. there were very few beast cores, only about 20. The lowest was a level 5 and the highest was a level 7. To Yemo, level 5 and above beast cores were priceless. Yemo's spirit sense reached the last white shelf. It had the fewest things, but Yemo felt this was the most precious shelf. The first thing that caught Yemo's eyes were 3 extreme grade spirit stones. Beside it was a flame restricted by a seal, snow essence flame. Yemo was shocked. It was one of the 36 rare flames of the cultivation realm. It was only ranked 15 though, however, it was the hardest flame to collect. It was a water-type flame like the purple flower flame. However, the flame was pure water element. Some pills needed water and fire to concoct, and this snow essence flame was the best choice. It was good indeed. Yemo was very happy and took it away. There were also 2 level 6 materials next to it, extreme blue gold and 1000 level spirit sand. Yemo was excited and at the same time sighed. A mere nascent soul state tertiary stage spirit beast had such wealth. What if he stole the storage ring of a hollow spirit state cultivator? But Yemo immediately thought of the black and white face and killed the thought. What Yemo didn't know was that Chi Hong's storage ring was a small warehouse and it just happened to be Chi Hong's turn to keep it. Which was why Chi Hong hunted Yemo like crazy. If he lost the ring, there would be no good consequence for him. He was only one worker working under a level 7 spirit beast. Yemo put away the ring but still didn't dare to leave. He started cultivating, preparing to eat the 3rd heaven glory pill. Another month passed and Yemo reached golden core state level 5. He had lots of waterweed and could continue concocting the heaven glory pill, but Yemo didn't want to eat anymore for now. The powering up was satisfying but the process was too terrifying. Yemo took out the 5-element mobility and made up his mind to study it. This was his main method of escape from now on. 5-element mobility was just a name. It wasn't actually 5 types of mobility. This was very easy to learn but hard to master. Even if you learned a little bit, your speed wouldn't be faster than using a magic artifact. It depended on your cultivation essence, spirit sense, and your understanding of the technique. It had 7 levels, but without a strong spirit sense and cultivation essence, you might never get past level 1. Even if you had powerful spirit sense and cultivation essence, without adequate understanding you would never reach level 2. Yemo cultivated the 3 birth chant, so his understanding was unparalleled. He reached level 1 on the first day. Time passed quickly in cultivation and soon 2 months had passed. He couldn't keep hiding in the golden page world. He had left for half a year and acquired a lot, but he wanted to go back and check on MOU. Yemo couldn't control the golden page world to leave the mouth of the fish, so he could only say sorry to that fish and left the golden page world. But when he came out, it was very dark. He scanned his spirit sense out and saw that he was in the belly of a whale. Clearly, that white fish had already been eaten. Well, he could finally get revenge for the white fish that saved his life. Yemo released Zisu and a gash was opened from inside of the whale's body. Yemo came out from the whale's back and took a shower in the seawater before standing on top of the water. He was speechless to find that as soon as he came out, he saw another fight between 2 cultivators, but this time, it was 1 golden core state level 9 and 1 level 8. The golden core state level 8 was in danger and was about to be killed. At that moment, the golden core state level 8 saw Yemo suddenly appear and said, "Dao friend, please send news back." Ao Chang Merchant Association conspired with Spirit Beast to trick golden core state cultivators to go out in the sea and hand them over to Spirit Beasts. You're asking to die. The golden core state level 9 attacked even harder. The golden core state level 8 was hit by a white jade ring and spat out more blood. But he still yelled, "Hurry and leave, bring the news back. Otherwise, you'll be next after he kills me." Yemo wasn't going to meddle in the business of others, but this involved the Ao Chang Merchant Association, who Yemo was very annoyed with. Thinking about this, Yemo released Zisu. It brought a long purple ray and passed a few kilometers above the head of that golden core state level 9. Even the golden core state level 9 didn't expect that a golden core state level 5 would refuse to run and come up to suicide instead. Chapter 985, News of MOU, there are really still heroes in this world? That golden core state level 8 forgot about his situation and looked in a daze at the sword ray. He shivered at the sight of such a quick sword ray, insolent. The golden core state level 9 sneered and was about to release his white ring again, but he felt his cultivation essence slow down. He couldn't completely activate his white ring. What was going on?
The golden core state level 9 just wanted to run and immediately realized that his cultivation essence had been bound. He was shaken and broke out in a cold sweat. He knew the consequence of this too well. If the second strike arrived before he broke free, he would be dead for sure. He couldn't underestimate this golden core state level 6 anymore. He burned 3 mouthfuls of essence blood and barely broke free. This golden core state was definitely not only level 5, the golden core state level 9 realized, and he turned to run. If he kept fighting with EMO, he might have had a chance to run, but as soon as he ran, that sliver of a chance was gone. The second strike swept over the heavens at him. He could barely release the ring to block it and was encapsulated by the sword rays. The storage ring fell into EMO's hand, who then looked back at the dumbfounded golden core state level 8. The golden core state level 8's eyes were wide open. From such a distance, EMO finished off a golden core state level 9 with 2 strikes? Even though the golden core state level 9 already fought with him, he shouldn't have been killed in 2 strikes. This was too absurd. Was EMO golden core state peak stage? But even golden core state peak stage cultivators shouldn't be able to do that. In reality, the golden core state level 9 was too terrified of EMO fighting with a cultivator that could bind his cultivation essence, was like suicide. If he didn't feel fear and run away immediately after breaking free, EMO would need to spend some time fighting before he could beat him. If EMO didn't lay down any formations during the meantime, he could even run away, but he was too scared of death and lost the will to fight after the first strike. You're a golden core state peak stage Chenbei. The golden core state level 8 was dazed for a long time before blurting out. EMO smiled and asked, "Where is this? How far are we from Peihai City?" The golden core state level 8 just realized that he had been saved and bowed to EMO and said, "1 Bei Li Qishan, thank you for saving me, Chenbei. Peihai City isn't far from here. 10,000 kilometers east lies the Peiqi Island." The shameless Ao Chang Merchant Association conspired with spirit beasts and tricked golden core state cultivators to go out and die. I must expose this Qianbei. I'll be leaving first. After I do this, I will come and thank Qianbei. EMO nodded. Li Qishan didn't know if he would live or die, that's why he said he would come back and thank him later. EMO quite approved of this Li Qishan. He saw that Li Qishan was about to leave and stopped him. He took out the white ring and gave it to him. This middle-grade spirit artifact is not bad, it's yours. If you don't have a place to go, you can come find me in Peihai City. I'm EMO, I'm staying at MOU, okay. Li Qishan didn't reject and disappeared after taking the ring. He had been in the deep sea for a while but hadn't heard of MOU. He thought it was just a small place. EMO headed towards Peiqi Island. If he got there, he would know which direction to go. EMO crossed 10,000 kilometers quickly. The island was densely populated, making EMO feel that this was no island but an island city. EMO wanted to get some news about Peihai City and go back there through the teleportation formation. As soon as he got here, he heard the exciting news that South Peace State, North Far State, and East Black State were setting up intercontinental teleportation formations. He was planning to get a huge cultivation artifact flying ship after reaching Hollow Spirit State and taking everyone to South Peace State, but for now, this was heavenly news. EMO wasn't even planning to go into that small bar, but upon hearing this news, he walked in. The few Foundation Establishment State cultivators who had been talking didn't even realize that EMO came here due to overhearing their conversation. EMO knew that if he showed his golden core state power, these golden core state cultivators would be more vigilant. So he showed his power to be Foundation Establishment State Level 5. "Dao friends, I'm EMO, I've been cultivating in the deep sea. I just heard you guys talking about the teleportation formation, is it true?" EMO walked over and saluted with his fists. There were 3 cultivators at the table, one black-clothed man at Foundation Establishment State Level 9, an honest-looking youth to his right who was Foundation Establishment State Level 7, and a female cultivator who was curvaceous and golden core state Level 8. EMO's sudden appearance surprised them, but when they saw that EMO was only Foundation Establishment State Level 5, they didn't feel so vigilant. The female cultivator smiled sweetly. "Little brother, have a seat. What we said is true. You haven't been back to Peiqi Island, is that why you haven't heard about it?" EMO nodded in shame. "Yes, I just came back from an adventure. I was very shocked at this news, Sai. Even if we want to go out for adventure, it would be hard. The nearby islands have been swept clean by spirit beasts. There are so many cultivators on this island because they have nowhere to go now. Some golden core state Qianbais were organizing squads to go into the deep sea. but those people haven't been back since.
After all, it takes longer to go into deep sea. We're too weak to go there, the honest-looking youth said.
Sighing, the black-clothed cultivator said, I heard some Golden Core states hired a Ochang Merchant Association ship to go into the deep sea. I wonder if they have succeeded. Yemo wasn't here to discuss this, he smiled and said. I also heard that these Golden Core state cultivators were organized by the Ao Chang Merchant Association, but they're not out there to cast away spirit beasts. The Merchant Association organized them to deal with spirit beasts. Their goal is to trick them to join them and then sell them to the spirit beasts. Before Yemo could finish, that female cultivator quickly stopped Yemo and looked around carefully.
Little brother, do you not want to live? How dare you say these sorts of things? There are people from Ao Chang Merchant Association everywhere.
If they hear you, you will die for sure, and we will also be involved. Yemo knew this was true and smiled.
Okay, let's not discuss this. How far is that North Far State teleportation formation? The female cultivator quickly said. It's located in Peihai City.
I heard a few Truth Realization State cultivators came to set it up, and there are more Disaster Transformation State cultivators.
By the way, have you heard of MOU?
They're the biggest merchant association in Peihai City because it's said that they're closely related to a Disaster Transformation State formation master who came. Yemo was shocked.
He knew everyone who was in MOU. Since when were they connected to a Disaster Transformation State cultivator? How come he didn't know? Yemo immediately said, I know MOU, but they're a new merchant association.
How can they be associated with a Disaster Transformation State formation master? The female cultivator got more into the conversation. Everyone from MOU are business geniuses, and in just 2 months, they became the #1 merchant association.
But because of this, they offended the previous largest merchant association, Yangtze Merchant Association. Yemo began to worry. Yangtze Merchant Association wasn't an entity that MOU could mess with. Chapter 986, Rich Second Generation Yemo. The female cultivator didn't notice Yemo's expression and said to herself, it said that at the time. The manager of Yanghai Merchant Association requested city management to take the land back, but for some reason, the person responsible for this, Manager Wang, was in solitary cultivation. It said he was breaking through to nascent soul state. Meanwhile, the Yanghai Merchant Association have always been domineering, so since the city management didn't do anything, they sent 2 nascent soul state cultivators up there themselves. 2 nascent soul state cultivators, and Li Yuqian wouldn't be able to stop them. Yemo had made up his mind that when he got back, he was going to concoct some nascent soul state cultivator pills no matter what, so Li Yuqian could reach hollow spirit state earlier. But Yemo wasn't too worried.
After all, with the formation he set up, 2 nascent soul state cultivators were nowhere near enough, but what they didn't expect was that the Disaster Transformation State Formation Master was staying as a guest at MOU, and when the Disaster Transformation State Shinbei knew that they came to look for trouble, he destroyed their nascent souls on the spot and threw them out. Yemo could finally breathe easy now. He didn't know how that Disaster Transformation State Shinbei was related to MOU, but he felt it had something to do with the formation he set up. The youth also shook his head and said, when those people realized that there was a Disaster Transformation State Shinbei supporting MOU. The owner of Yanghai Merchant Association brought gifts to apologize instead of getting revenge. That black-clothed cultivator said, don't underestimate them, even Ao Chang Merchant Association aren't as big as them. The Disaster Transformation State Shinbei is from the South Peace State. He won't be staying in Peihai City forever. When the Disaster Transformation State Shinbei leaves, MOU will still face danger. Even if they aren't attacked overtly, subtle means can still be used against them. Yemo heard this and agreed strongly. It was not plausible to rely on a Disaster Transformation State cultivator from South Peace State for support. By the way, Sister Tian, how can that Disaster Transformation State cultivator be related to MOU? That youth asked something Yemo long wanted to know.
The female cultivator shook her head.
That I don't know, but I'm sure that Manager Wang knows, and that's why he used the excuse to avoid seeing the Yanghai Merchant Association. I heard that every time the Disaster Transformation State Shinbei came to MOU, he would walk around MOU. Yemo had understood by now that the Disaster Transformation State Shinbei liked his formation means and wanted to discuss them with him, but he was in the deep sea and hadn't been back for months. Yemo was relieved that a Disaster Transformation State Shinbei had protected MOU, but he didn't think MOU would attract the enmity of Yanghai Merchant Association in such a short time. It seemed they had fully utilized their business minds, but they thought of the world too naively.
This wasn't Ning Hai. If he was in Pei Hai, he would prefer to stay more low-key. MOU can be built beautifully, but they shouldn't be pressuring others business-wise, at least not now. But Yemo was no timid person. Since he already offended others, he might as well eliminate the threat. If he couldn't kill the danger, then he would retreat. Yemo got what he wanted and had no intentions of staying longer. He got up and saluted with his fists. "Thanks for telling me the latest news of Peihai City." Before Yemo finished, the female cultivator said, "Little brother, you're not yet in the Golden Core state. You can't keep talking about the Ao Chang Merchant Association in such a way. Otherwise, you won't even know how you will die." Yemo smiled and replied, "I know, thank you big sister. There's a big auction on the island tonight. If you brought back anything good you can sell it at the door there, you'll get a good price." The female cultivator reminded him again in goodwill. Yemo really didn't want to go to the auction. He had gained a lot, but Pei Chi Island wasn't a good place to sell it. He couldn't expose it yet. If someone knew he stole the spirit beast's ring, he would be finished. Yemo left the bar and showed his Golden Core state level 5 power again. It could save him a lot of trouble here. The once-a-year big auction of Pei Chi Island is being held tonight. All sorts of precious items, only 2 low-grade spirit stones and you will know everything inside. A few chi-gathering cultivators raised their booklets promoting everywhere. "Are the things in the auction tonight really all in your booklet?" A Golden Core state grabbed a booklet and threw 2 spirit stones over while asking. The chi-gathering cultivator quickly said respectfully, "Shenbei, more than 80% is in the booklet. Of course, there are some treasures at the end of the auction that we don't know." "I know," the Golden Core state murmured and left. "Give me one too." Yemo threw 2 low-grade spirit stones over and took one. There wasn't much on it, but it was indeed not bad. There were even level 6 spirit herbs and top-grade spirit artifacts. Level 7 spirit beast Dihua Beast Core? Yemo exclaimed. Level 7 Beast Core was so rare that you can't even buy it. Dihua beasts were very rare too, and very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch one at all. Even hollow spirit state cultivators wouldn't be able to get Dihua Beast Core. Dihua Beast Core. Another Golden Core state heard this and immediately said to the chi-gathering cultivator, "Give me a booklet too." When he got the booklet he repeated in surprise, "Dihua Beast Core indeed, and a level 7 at that." Yemo thought, the Dihua Beast was hard to catch, but it was only a level 7 spirit beast. There was nothing special about it. Although Yemo really wanted to go up and ask, he knew it would be too sudden and that person might not tell him. Yemo wasn't interested in the auction originally, but because of the level 7 Beast Core, he decided to go. Thinking about this, Yemo left rapidly and went to a secluded place to put on 9 transformations. This time, Yemo changed into a pale-faced rich second-generation man. He dressed himself appropriately and held a spirit artifact fan. Although there were still a few hours before the auction began, Yemo didn't want to go enter along with a lot of people. There was a Foundation Establishment State Level 9 at the door. And seeing Yemo's very fashionable and cocky look, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Shenbei, there are still a few hours before the auction starts. Do you really want to go in now?" The Foundation Establishment State cultivator asked carefully. Yemo glared. "What, I can't?" This Foundation Establishment State shivered at the unreasonable glare and thought, these rich second generations were too hard to deal with. Which family let him out? "No, you can, of course you can." The Foundation Establishment State didn't even dare to look at Yemo's face and quickly replied. He knew that if he offended someone like this, he would die really quickly. "Give me the most expensive room." Yemo kept up his act. Yemo thought it would be at least a Golden Core state reception. The most expensive room costs 100k top-grade spirit stones, the one lower. The Foundation Establishment State replied. He knew that the most expensive ones were just for show, rarely anyone went in. After all, 100k top-grade spirit stones were a huge fortune for a Golden Core state cultivator. Some Golden Core state cultivators only had about 1 or 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yemo waved his hand. "No need for the one lower. I'll take that 100k one." Then, Yemo threw him a bag with 100k top-grade spirit stones and said, "Don't waste time, take me to my room." "Ha!" The Foundation Establishment State was dazed for a second. Then immediately reacted, Okay, Shenbei, please follow me." Chapter 987, Real and Fake Rich Second Generation. That Foundation Establishment State cultivator brought Yemo inside and took care of the procedures. Then, another extremely pretty woman took Yemo to the most expensive room. After coming here, Yemo realized why this room was so expensive. It wasn't in the best location but was very luxurious and had a high-level spirit gathering formation, as well as all sorts of spirit fruit. There were some scantily clothed female cultivators and a big pink bed. This room was the most expensive, but not the best.
Clearly, this place was most suited to the persona Emo was currently displaying.
Emo was afraid of being recognized, otherwise he wouldn't act so cold. He waved his hand at those pretty girls and said, "You can leave now, I don't need you here, don't disturb my rest." His tone was cold and emotionless. Those female cultivators felt unsatisfied but didn't dare to go up and talk. They bowed and left. After these girls left, Emo checked the situation in the room here. One could see the entire auction ground from here, and there was a high-level spirit sense barrier formation. There was no surveillance formation here either. Clearly, this auction was rather transparent and clean. Emo had a lot of time to kill, so he sat down and started cultivating. You said a youngster in his 20s looking very pale and unfamiliar, a nascent soul state tertiary stage cultivator furrowed his brows in an equally luxurious room. Questioning the foundation establishment state cultivator, yes, it was as though 100k spirit stones was nothing to him and he took it out easily. He kicked the maids out as soon as he came in. The foundation establishment state replied respectfully. "Should I send someone in to check?" The nascent soul state waved his hand after some thought. "No need, he's here for the auction, we've been holding auctions for many years. As long as he behaves, we don't need to do anything. If he does anything odd, there's even less need to investigate him. He'll just spend some spirit stones." "Yes," the foundation establishment state quickly answered. A few hours passed and Emo opened his eyes again. Finding that most people were here, Emo scanned with his spirit sense. Most of the people here were in the golden core state and some were nascent soul state, but he didn't see any foundation establishment state cultivators, meaning that the lowest requirement for this auction was probably golden core state. Another 15 minutes passed and when the entrance closed, another golden core state female cultivator with very little clothes walked up to the stage. The first item is a bottle of top-grade blue one pills. There are 6 pills in total. I don't need to explain the effect of the blue one pill, but I believe everyone knows better than me that the lowest price of the pill is 100k top-grade spirit stones and each increment must be no less than 5k. As soon as her voice sounded, the golden core state cultivators rustled. As long as one was golden core state, they needed the blue one pill, 110k. People immediately started bidding, 120k, 150k. Emo finally understood why cultivators liked to come to coastal cities. The cultivators here were too wealthy. The fortune they had compared to cultivators of other places wasn't on the same level. At the Nanshan market auction, people used middle-grade spirit stones, but here people were using top-grade spirit stones and adding in 10,000s. One top-grade blue one pill was sold for 300k. This wasn't a price that an ordinary golden core state could afford. The auctioneer was obviously happy that the first item was sold for this price. She looked at the excited atmosphere and said, "This is a top-grade spirit artifact rainbow silk dress. It's made with rainbow-winged spirit silkworm silk. It not only has astounding defensive capabilities but can also perfectly outline a female cultivator's curves. The bottom price is 200k top-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 10k. Emo didn't have a defensive spirit artifact and neither did Song Yangzhu nor Yi Ling. This rainbow silk dress was very pretty and seemed very light and soft. Emo was interested at first glance. He had decided to buy it and either Song Yangzhu or Yi Ling could wear it. Thinking of silk, Emo thought of Shadowless. It was still asleep but there was a thin layer of silk around it forming a cocoon. Emo wondered if it could be made into an armor too. As Emo thought for a moment, the rainbow silk dress's price had already rose to 360k. Emo knew that too many female cultivators loved this and there was no way that it could be bought with a low price. Emo said, 500k, this price made a lot of the people fall silent. This price wasn't low, and someone who could casually take out so much was no ordinary person. There was a brief moment of silence until another bleak voice said, 510k, I'm Ao Chang Merchant Association's Ao Qilong. Friend, if you want to bid a higher price, then very well, I'll quit, hehe. This was an obvious threat. Some other people who still wanted to bid gave up on the thought because of this. Ao Qilong was the young master of Ao Long Merchant Association. He was just 40 but was already golden core state level 9. Emo suddenly felt that he was back at the Nanshan market and this Ao Qilong was Fate Sijang, but now, Fate Sijang was dead and that stone stool was in his golden page world. Now, there was another dimwit who tried to threaten him. He was a fake rich second generation, but he knew that Ao Qilong was a real rich second generation. His attitude was due to being given long-term respect by the people around him. he would naturally form a condescending attitude. The auctioneer was very unhappy with Ao Qilong's actions, but she couldn't do anything about it. Yi Mo suddenly thought, if one day Mou grew big and he held an auction and someone made threats in his auction, what would he do? What else? Throw him out. If Mou didn't have that power, then they shouldn't hold auctions. 510k once. Most people knew that there probably wasn't going to be another bid. 510k twice. The auctioneer's voice woke Yi Mo up. Ao Qilong smiled. So what if that Aravista stayed in a high-level room? Anyone could go in there with enough spirit stones. But for rooms like his, you needed not only spirit stones but also status. Thinking about this, he patted the female cultivator next to him and said, if I say those clothes are yours, then they're yours. No one can take them. The pretty female cultivator next to him called like a cat and squirmed into his arms, clearly very happy about the clothes she was about to get, but Yi Mo just called out, 520k. Everyone glanced her through their spirit sense at Yi Mo's room, despite them being unable to send their spirit sense inside. Everyone wanted to know who this bold guy was who dared to slap Ao Qilong's face like that. Ao Qilong heard this and his face went green. He got up immediately. Chapter 988, Madman Pill Recipe. Ao Qilong didn't think this Aravista really dared to bid against and slapped his face by adding an extra 10k spirit stones. Very well, I keep to my words. The rainbow silk dress is yours. I hope you can hold it long enough to make it warm. Ao Qilong's face was bleak. No one dared to be this rude to him. Even nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't show bad attitudes when they saw him. Everyone else also thought that this Aravista had balls. Some even guessed that GMO had a large backing and was probably the young master of another big power where he had conflicts with Ao Qilong already. That's why he added 10k, otherwise, he could have added 50k or more. Although that would still offend Ao Qilong, it wouldn't offend him as much. Now, no one wanted to add more spirit stones. They all knew that Ao Qilong would rob the item back in the end. 520k spirit stones won. 520k spirit stones twice. The auctioneer seemed to want to insult Ao Qilong and dragged her voice on, 520k third time. The female cultivator slammed the hammer. Deal, congratulations, friend from the 11th room, Yi Mo sneered. This made Ao Qilong even angrier, but this female cultivator didn't have any good intentions either. He didn't care, he already offended Ao Qilong, so it didn't matter how badly Ao Qilong hated him. The rainbow silk dress was sent to Yi Mo's room. Yi Mo opened it and saw it was indeed made very exquisitely and emitted a soft chi. He was sure that if one wore this, it was not only very beautiful but comfortable as well. Yi Mo was very happy that he could get this for 520k spirit stones. The only ones unhappy were Ao Qilong and the beautiful woman in his arms. The auctioneer took out the third item. She showed it off and said, this is a level 4 formation disc, it can attack or defend. The starting bid is 100k top grade spirit stones. Yi Mo had lost interest in what she had to say, but Yi Mo didn't expect that a level 4 formation disc would have a 100k starting price. Yi Mo knew that if he had the materials now, it was no problem for him to make level 4 formation discs. His formation skills had reached level 5. It seemed that both pill concoction and formations were lucrative businesses. If he went to learn forgery sometime, then he would be a master of all the cultivation realm crafts. Yi Mo shook his head. Any of the arts, whether it was formation, pill concoction, forgery, or rune making, was each enough for a cultivator to study for their entire life, yet he wanted to learn all of them. After the formation disc was bought for 160k spirit stones, the following items were either pills or spirit artifacts. There were a few spirit herbs that were useful to Yi Mo, but he didn't buy them. After all, he had too many spirit herbs in his storage ring. He didn't need to buy everything he saw. Half a day passed quickly and Yi Mo didn't buy anything else. He wanted to buy the level 7 Dihua Beast Core. He felt that this Beast Core would benefit him, but he didn't know exactly how. Just as he was thinking about this, that female cultivator said, the next item is definitely explosive. Many friends have already guessed it. That's right, the level 7 Dihua Beast Core. As expected, the cultivators down below burst into pandemonium. Many people didn't even know what the Dihua Beast was or knew what it was for. After the noise, the auctioneer said, many people just think this is just a level 7 Beast Core, but if you think like that, you're wrong. The difference between other Beast Cores is that the Dihua Beast Core can increase your chances of reaching nascent soul state. If you spirit refine the Beast Core, you will have above a 60% chance of reaching nascent soul state. Seeing that someone was about to talk, she pressed her hands together and said, friends, don't be hasty. I know you want to say that if you just spirit refine the beast core directly, you would explode even if it was a level 5 beast core, right? That's true for other beast cores, but the Dihua beast is an exception. Instead of calling it a beast core, the Dihua beast core is more like a spirit item. Of course it's not a spirit fruit, but it's the only beast core that can be spirit refined by a cultivator. It contains astounding amounts of spirit power, but it's not volatile. It's very calm and doesn't contain any negative emotions. If you get the Dihua beast core in spirit, refine it with mist flower. Then you'll have an even greater chance of reaching nascent soul state because the beast core can neutralize the explosive power of the mist flower. So this beast core is like a Chao Huan pill but better. Rumble, the crowd burst into excitement. No one expected that the auction would have something similar to a Chao Huan pill, although a level 7 beast core was something that a nascent soul state used to reach hollow spirit state. Even nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't be able to spirit refine other beast cores. Yemo's head also rumbled. He finally understood what the Heaven Glory pill was missing. It was the level 7 Dihua beast core, if this woman didn't explain it. He would never think that the beast core of Dihua had large amounts of neutral spirit energy. His Heaven Glory pill needed something with large amounts of spirit power, plus, if the beast core could neutralize the volatility of the mist flower, then it could also neutralize the volatile power of the other herbs in Heaven Glory pill. Yemo smiled bitterly. If he didn't know what the fifth ingredient was, it was fine. But after learning it, he realized how absurd his trial before was. He was thinking that if he could find the fifth ingredient, he could concoct large amounts for everyone around him, but now he knew that was impossible. This beast core was very rare. Plus, the pill itself was absurd. Which madman thought of using such an extravagant way of concocting pills for golden core state cultivators? If a level 7 beast core couldn't let a golden core state cultivator increase one level, then this level 7 core didn't deserve to be level 7. The reason this guy was crazy was that even one whole bottle of Heaven Glory pill might not be worth a Dihua beast core, but Yemo was also crazy like this. He wouldn't care if it was a level 7 beast core or not. If it was useful for his cultivation now, then he would be willing to get it no matter the cost. The auctioneer waited for the crowd to calm down before saying, the starting bid is 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50k, you can start bidding now. Everyone knew it wasn't going to be cheap, but 1.5 million top-grade spirit stones as a starting bid was too insane. The scene fell silent, but the auctioneer wasn't worried at all. She stood on the stage waiting for bids. She knew there would be people who could afford it. Chapter 989, What is an Imbecile? 1.6 million. The auctioneer didn't wait for long and some cultivator already made a bid. Soon, more people started to bid. 1.7 million, 1.8 million, 2 million, mine. Some even stood up while making bids and raised their fist. However, this Dihua beast core was worth much more than this price. Soon, when Yemo wanted to bid, it was already 2.15 million. After this price, no one made bids anymore. A golden core state peak stage stood up in excitement and said shakily, no one else is bidding. Call time. Everyone could understand how the golden core state peak stage was feeling, and so could GMO, but he was still going to make a bid. He had to buy it. This core decided if he could reach nascent soul state, GMO was really sick of using spirit crystals to concoct the Heaven Glory pill. That pain wasn't something ordinary people could endure. Plus, he didn't even know if there were side effects with the pills made with spirit crystals. The female cultivator smiled and just wanted to speak when someone else made a bid. 2.2 million, another voice said before Yemo could bid. The golden core state peak stage slunk down after hearing this price. Clearly, this was the highest price he could afford. Yemo heard this voice and sneered. It was that Ao Chilong again. This guy wanted what he had his eyes on every time. How angry would this guy be once he took the Dihua beast core from him? 2.2 million first time. Seeing Ao Chilong make a bid, the auctioneer wasn't happy but could only start calling. Before she could call twice, Yemo bid 2.5 million. The competition was intense before, but rarely did anyone add 300k spirit stones each time. Yemo's bid immediately caught the attention of everyone. When they saw it was the same guy, they had looks of understanding. That Aravista in the luxurious room clearly had some great conflicts with Ao Chilong, otherwise he wouldn't be fighting with him for every bid. Ao Chilong was furious hearing that it was GMO bidding. He knew that he wasn't going to let this guy go after the auction. But he was now outbid publicly again. He was extremely unhappy. 2.6 million. Ao Chilong added 100k without hesitation. Even if he gave the auction holders more spirit stones, He didn't want to be outbid by Yemo twice. The young master of the Ao Chang Merchant Association was outbid by an Aravista. He couldn't lose that face. 3 million, Yemo said calmly. He didn't consider Ao Qilong a threat at all. The level 7 beast core was worth at most 2 million spirit stones. Even if the Dihua beast core was more valuable, it wouldn't be worth over 3 million. After all, these beast cores were only effective for the golden core state and nascent soul state. 3.1 million. Ao Qilong cursed. How dare this insolent brat dare to compete with him? Did he not know he was the young master of the Ao Chang Merchant Association? He couldn't lose face for that name. 3.5 million, Yemo said. He picked up tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones for free. It didn't hurt him at all. Everyone took a deep breath. This Aravista was so wealthy. 3.5 million top-grade spirit stones had far exceeded the value of the Dihua beast core already. Even ordinary nascent soul state cultivators wouldn't have this much wealth. Just when Ao Qilong wanted to increase the bid, a manager-like person next to him whispered, "We only brought 5 million spirit stones along and you've already spent 2 million on the things you bought before." "We don't have more spirit stones." Ao Qilong heard this and almost spat blood. Since when was he, young Master Ao, insulted like this, and that too in front of the pretty girl he just got? He really wanted to bid more, but he didn't have enough spirit stones. Okay, you have balls, Ao Qilong said coldly to Yemo. Yemo sneered. He was never afraid of threats and replied coldly, "Ao, you have balls too. How dare you bid against me? If you don't have money, then don't like you do." Sheep shit. The scene fell silent. Even the auctioneer didn't understand. Ao Qilong was threatening Yemo, but he didn't name names. But now, this Aravista not only won the bid but also named Ao Qilong and cursed him. He sounded like a hippie on the streets. The insults had no technique at all. Slam. Ao Qilong pulverized the tea table in front of him. Everyone in the auction place could hear it clearly. Yemo said calmly, "You're an imbecile indeed. You don't have money to buy things, so you vent your anger on the property of the auctioneer. But luckily your dad has enough money for compensations." "What's an imbecile?" a voice suddenly asked, clearly not liking Ao Qilong too. "No matter who you are, if I don't repay you dearly, I'm not a human." Ao Qilong gritted his teeth and said. Yemo replied to the cultivator who asked the question, "See now, this is an imbecile." Everyone heard this and burst into laughter. Yemo sneered. He wasn't someone without a brain. He wasn't going to fight with Ao Qilong by swearing at him. But since Ao Qilong wanted to attack him, he was going to stand up for himself. The more he angered Ao Qilong, the more Ao Qilong would want to kill him personally. This way, he wouldn't think of getting help. If he left Pei Chi Island and Ao Qilong chased him by himself, he wouldn't mind killing this guy. He'd been annoyed at Ao Chang Merchant Association for a long time. Killing one of them was still one dead. If this guy calmed down and found a nascent soul state cultivator, then it would become quite difficult for Yemo. Yemo was not interested in the next item, so he left the auction scene after getting the Dihua core. He knew that with Ao Chang Merchant Association's influence here, Ao Qilong would be able to know when he left, so Yemo never intended to hide it from Ao Qilong. He left openly. As soon as Yemo left, Ao Qilong took a Golden Core State Peak Stage and the Golden Core State Level 2 female cultivator and followed him out. Clearly, Yemo thought too much. Ao Qilong never intended to ask a nascent soul state cultivator to come for a mere Golden Core State Level 5 like Yemo. If it wasn't that the manager kept following him, he wanted to kill Yemo himself instantly. But what Yemo didn't expect was that another Golden Core State Peak Stage left the auction and followed Yemo and Ao Qilong. Yemo sneered. That Golden Core State Peak Stage clearly wanted the Dihua core. He probably also wanted things from Ao Qilong, but the Golden Core State Peak Stage's stealth cultivation method was good. Even Ao Qilong's Golden Core State Peak Stage manager didn't notice him. Yemo's spirit sense was very strong and he had been very experienced in stealth cultivation methods. Playing stealth in front of him was like teaching physics in front of Albert Einstein. The Golden Core State Peak Stage probably also planned to kill Ao Qilong after he killed him. That way, Ao Qilong's disappearance would be blamed on him, but if that was the guy's plan, then Yemo had planned a little surprise for him. Chapter 990, Injured Twice. Thinking about this, Yemo didn't choose to fly towards Peihai City and instead flew to Two Horn Island. Yemo had gone through here once. He knew that in another few thousand kilometers, there would be a small island. Although that wasn't Two Horn Island, it was enough for Yemo to kill people. Yemo didn't take much time to get there on his flying ship. After Yemo landed on the island, he started laying down formations. If Ao Chilong knew that his trap formation was for him, he would be even more furious. The reason Yemo decided to set up a trap formation and not an attack formation was that there was another Golden Core State Peak stage as well. Yemo wasn't concerned with the first three, he was confident that he could kill all of them without any formation, but Yemo felt threatened by that Golden Core State Peak stage behind them. His stealth cultivation method was much stronger than the other three and he seemed very powerful. His chi was even similar to Dong Tianya. Dong Tianya was ranked 4th in the South Peace State Golden Core State Hall of Fame. Even Yemo now might not be able to win against Dong Tianya. Thus, one could see how strong that Golden Core State Peak stage behind them was. This guy was the reason Yemo set up the trap formation. He didn't want this guy to run, so he had to set up a trap formation. Although in such little time he could only set up a level 3 formation, that was enough. Despite Yemo's formation skills being far better than before, as soon as he finished the formation base, Ao Chilong and his 2 people were here. Seeing Yemo standing on the island and not running, Ao Chilong sneered, "Keep running, weren't you really cocky in the auction?" "Why aren't you cocky now?" Yemo smiled. "Young Master Ao, which eye did you see me running with?" "With which eye did you see me not being cocky?" Ao Chilong was at a loss for words. This Aravista was very calm and didn't seem to want to run at all. "Very well, you have balls indeed." Ao Chilong was so angry he laughed. He turned back to his manager and said, "Tong Zhong, debilitate him, don't kill him yet." That manager was obedient and released a huge octagonal mace without hesitation. He didn't have any scruples about killing Yemo. If Yemo wasn't just an Aravista, he would go to the high classroom that also required status, not just money. The mace released was very strange, it didn't have a handle. It seemed like an octagonal ball, but once it was released, it immediately turned into a metal mountain that loomed over Yemo. Yemo approved of this cultivator's attack. This mace made the air around Yemo stiff, making people feel they were in a canopy, but Yemo didn't even need to struggle against this. He just used his cultivation essence and that feeling disappeared without a trace. This binding was too weak, even an ordinary Golden Core State tertiary stage would be able to break free. Thud, Yemo was smashed a few hundred meters away into a huge rock. He immediately spat a mouth of blood and seemed to be immobilized. Yemo was speechless, he was fighting someone and he had to force himself to spit blood. This was unbearable. But Yemo knew that if he took the upper hand, that cunning fox would get ready to retreat even if he didn't retreat himself. With someone that powerful, if he decided to retreat, even Yemo wouldn't be able to stop him with a trap formation if someone escaped here. Even if he wore the 9 transformations, he would leave behind some clues. Yemo wasn't going to take this risk. Plus, he knew he couldn't kill Ao Chilong personally. Ao Chilong's support was at least a hollow spirit state cultivator. The difference between the hollow spirit state and nascent soul state was too huge. Yemo didn't believe at all that there was no spirit sense tracing on Ao Chilong. If his conjecture was right, anyone who killed Ao Chilong would have his information sent back. So, Yemo couldn't kill Ao Chilong and had to wait for that man lurking behind them to kill Ao Chilong instead. In that case, he couldn't act too tough. "Ha, I thought you were strong, but this is all you've got. Keep bidding. Perhaps if you call out a higher bid I can let you go." "Idiot, you're just an Aravista and you dare to act cocky on Peichi Island." Ao Chilong walked up to Yemo and sneered, "Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I will take you back to serve you properly." In Ao Chilong's eyes Yemo was an idiot waiting for torture. Yemo shook his head. This Ao Chilong was really like an idiot, as he said. He had 0 fighting experience. Even if he didn't die here today, he would eventually be killed. Why didn't he think that if Yemo truly had so little power, how would he dare to bring them here to get himself killed? "Brother Long, why not kill him now and take his ring? Let's see how many spirit stones this Aravista has." That Golden Core State Level 2 beautiful woman said softly as she walked over and held Ao Chilong's arm. The greed was almost dripping out of her eyes as she stared at Yemo's ring. "Wait." That Golden Core State Peak stage seemed to notice something wrong. Yemo was so cocky, this shouldn't be all he had. But he had just called out when he saw Yemo suddenly get up and throw out a big stamp. It immediately turned into the size of a small mountain and smashed towards Ao Chilong. The Golden Core State Peak stage was shaken and wanted to help, but he wasn't going to make it in time. But Ao Chilong only sneered, "Stupid little trick." At the same time, he released a silver broadsword that immediately turned into a 3-meter wide silver light. The silver light struck the stamp first, and this stamp was hacked away thousands of meters away before falling on the ground and dimming. EMO was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the rocks of the island before spitting out more blood. EMO was angry. That golden core state peak stage hiding in the back saw that he had lost too quickly and instead didn't dare to come out. Helpless, EMO could only ambush Ao Qilong. He only showed the ordinary strength of a golden core state level 5 in that attack. He believed that the lurking cultivator wouldn't be able to tell. If he still didn't fall for it, then EMO had decided to use all his power. It wasn't certain that he would be able to keep them all. This is your confidence? A mere golden core state level 5 dares to ambush me, Ao Qilong said in contempt. Perhaps you finally know the difference between golden core state level 9 and golden core state middle stage. What a pity, it's useless to know it now. EMO was completely speechless. Before his ambush, he intentionally let out his cultivation essence and attacked once Ao Qilong had a reaction. But now this guy was shamelessly talking about the difference between golden core state level 5 and level 9. Tong Zhong breathed easy, but he immediately became vigilant and turned around. At this moment a sigh sounded in their ears. The three realized another person had come onto this island. EMO felt assured hearing this. The last guy finally came. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would have to keep up the act. Now these guys can bite each other. EMO knew that the reason that the golden core state peak stage believed his act was not because he was smart, but because the guy didn't consider his power a threat. It's indeed an Aravista, and a golden core state level 5 at that. You really dream too big. You came to this island and set up a trap formation wanting to use it to kill 2 golden core state level 9 cultivators. Pity, you didn't have time to finish it. The golden core state peak stage walked over as though there was no one here. Then, he looked at EMO. I knew the first time you got injured was an act. But with your power, you can't even pretend anything. You want to rely on your trap formation, right? You think you can trap them even if you set it up? Keep dreaming. Chapter 991, Terrifying Emotionally. EMO bit his lips and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, he was thinking about how powerful this golden core state peak stage was. He could tell that he was acting the first time, but what about the second time? As for this guy seeing his trap formation, he didn't care at all. Even Tong Zhong saw it. To them, this formation was worth nothing, but only EMO knew the power of this trap formation. It was just a level 3 trap formation base. But EMO believed that once he completed the formation, even golden core state peak stage cultivators wouldn't be able to get away. That golden core state peak stage looked at EMO and said, seeing how you're quite wealthy, I'll let your opponents die first. EMO felt his words were dodgy but couldn't tell exactly what was wrong with them. Ao Qilong was instead feeling concerned seeing that this guy arrived on the island without them noticing. But he was about to lash out seeing how nonchalant this guy was. However, Tong Zhong got in front of him and said, friend, this Aravista has some conflict with us. This has nothing to do with you. Are you going to get involved too? Our Ao Chang Merchant Association isn't something that people can abuse. The golden core state peak stage suddenly sneered, you don't need to hang Ao Chang Merchant Association on your mouth. It's not bad, but I don't consider it a threat. Even if the Heavenly Monarch wants to take my shit, I will fight for it. So this means you want to fight with us, friend? Tong Zhong grabbed the octagonal mace and said. The golden core state peak stage looked at that mace in contempt and said, that ragged ball is enough for a golden core state level 5, but not enough for me. So shameless, you're only a golden core state cultivator too, yet you think you're nascent soul state. Brother Long, kill this cocky bastard, the female cultivator said in contempt. Only EMO knew that this golden core state peak stage delayed the time of her getting his ring. That's why she was unhappy with him. The amicable golden core state peak stage's face suddenly went cold and he flung his hand behind him. That female cultivator didn't even see what it was and her body sprayed out blood mist. She looked at that golden core state peak stage in disbelief and wanted to say something, but she was unable to and just died. A golden core state level 2 was instant killed. Even EMO was shaken. He had tried to estimate this golden core state peak stage's strength, but he was even stronger than he had imagined. EMO saw clearly that the strike was a long, thin black line. It seemed to be alive and very fast, instantly piercing the woman's dantian. What shook EMO was that the string looked very thin but immediately released power enough to blast her chest apart. EMO was unnerved. If that man had ambushed him first, he didn't know if he could have dodged it. How dare you kill Fei Fei? I'm going to kill you. Ao Qilong was furious and was about to attack with his broad silver sword, but Tong Zhong stopped him. "Wait, young master." Ao Qilong calmed down after this. His eyes grew cold and that broad sword circulated above his head as though he would kill someone at any time. "Friend, you're strong, we'll leave now," Tong Zhong said. The Golden Core State chuckled. "You want to go? You've probably recognized me, right? Since you have, do you think I will let you go?" Emo was shaken upon hearing these words. He looked at the Golden Core State peak stage. His face was very ordinary, one that people would never remember again. Clearly, this man also wore a mask, but it was a much higher level than his. This guy's mask was a magic artifact that made people unable to remember the face. Emo was sure that the reason Tong Zhong recognized this man was due to that string. Tong Zhong's face went pale, but he still saluted with his fists. "Yes, I recognized you, friend. North Far State Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 3. Ao Qilong was shaken. "Your North Far State Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 3, Mo Chinli." Then, Ao Qilong's face also went pale. There were 2 of them, but they were far from enough for Mo Chinli. They didn't expect he would appear here. Mo Chinli's name wasn't Mo Chinli originally. His surname was Mo and he was very cruel. He never left anyone alive. Thus, everyone called him Mo Chinli, meaning that they must not get within 1,000 kilometers of this guy if they were fighting him. Otherwise, if they got close they would die for sure. Pretty much everyone who had encountered him was already dead. That's why no one knew what he looked like. He was the only one to not go to Golden Core State Hall of Fame but still appear on the rankings. Some even said he had killed nascent Soul State primary stage cultivators, but no one knew for sure. This ranking of 3rd was given decades ago. Perhaps he could even be Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 1 now. Attack. Tong Zhong was decisive. He knew that Mo Chinli wasn't going to let them go no matter what. Ao Qilong also released his huge broadsword and threw a rune out. He could only activate this level 6 rune in this short time. It couldn't do anything to Mo Chinli but was enough to delay him. Tong Zhong's mace suppressed space again and hurled towards Mo Chinli. A black bead also appeared in his hand. This was red lightning. Seeing Mo Chinli sneer, Mo immediately knew that even if the 2 used all their means, they were no match for Mo Chinli. He didn't expect Mo Chinli to be this strong. Mo couldn't care about Shadowless slumber anymore. He used a light spirit sense pike on Shadowless to wake him up. He needed this guy, but this guy was sleeping in Golden Page World. Shadowless was woken up by the spirit sense pike, and when he knew of Yemo's will, he crawled out unhappily. He raised his feet at Yemo but eventually succumbed to Yemo's will and went out. Yemo found that the gold dot already covered more than half of Shadowless' back. Yemo was quite expectant to see how powerful Shadowless was now. Yemo looked at the 3 fighting. Ao Qilong's chest was bleeding and looked at Mo Chinli in satisfaction. Clearly, he didn't have long to live. That cool-looking sword was on the side. Tong Zhong was covered in blood, his mace was surrounded by countless black strings and couldn't move. The red lightning he threw out was also surrounded by countless black lines and couldn't even activate. More and more black strings appeared while Mo Chinli only had a few holes on his clothes. His demeanor was very calm. Clearly, he didn't doubt at all that he could kill the 2. Tong Zhong's face was pale, bead-sized sweat rolled down it. Yemo also noticed that there was a black string floating in front of him that was moving slowly towards his dantian. Tong Zhong knew that he would be dead for sure if the black string neared his dantian, but he couldn't stop it at all. He used all his cultivation essence and could only slow the black string. Yemo was shocked. It seemed that Mo Chinli could control far more than just one black string, but Yemo also was decisive. If he had to ambush, it was now. Otherwise, when Mo Chinli finished dealing with Tong Zhong, he wouldn't be well off either. Chapter 992. Already made a move. The moment he decided to attack, he released Zisu and used Purple Eye Soul Sever to the max. He didn't even care about the damage he did to himself. He used the Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike with the Purple Eye Soul Sever. This was the most powerful and cruel attack Emo could use. It was cruel to both the enemy and himself. His Purple Eye Soul Sever when used at full power did quite some damage to himself as well. With his Golden Core State Level 5 Cultivation Essence, the Illusion Cloud Whirlpool Strike was so much more powerful than before. The Whirlpool Purple Sword Rays were dense and even formed a tangible purple whirlpool, completely surrounding Mo Chinli. Thousands of meters of distance passed under Yemo's feet rapidly. When the purple sword rays had surrounded Mo Chinli, Emo was already there, but when Emo saw the sneer on Mo Chinli's face, his heart went cold. He had a bad feeling. He finally realized where that feeling came from. In his subconscious, he thought that Mo Qianli was underestimating him. But in fact, Mo Qianli saw through that he was faking the injury both the first time and second time. The reason, he said, seeing as how you're wealthy, I'll let your opponent die first. This was just to make Mo think that he lowered his vigilance against Mo. But when he was fighting Tong Zhong and Ao Qilong, he was actually constantly wary of his ambush. The reason Mo Qianli said that he had seen through his trap formation was to make him less cautious, and he fell for it. It could be said that as soon as the two met each other, Mo Qianli was targeting Mo with his attacks while he was still oblivious and trying to scheme against Mo Qianli. He fell for it indeed and chose to ambush Mo Qianli at this moment. Mo Qianli could have killed Tong Zhong way earlier, but he was waiting for him to attack. Understanding this, Mo forcibly stopped himself and wanted to pull back Zisu. Mo knew that his whirlpool strike wasn't enough to kill someone as powerful as Mo Qianli, so he might as well take it back for defense. As soon as Mo wanted to pull back Zisu, he felt the countless black strings joined together forming a thumb-sized strand. Before Mo could react, it was already at his chest. There was some horror in his dantian. He had the strong feeling of being suppressed. Mo could see clearly that the spear-like black strings were the ones surrounding the mace, but under Mo Qianli's control. They instantly attacked him. Mo didn't even have time to use Zisu to block. He had seen countless golden core state masters but never someone as fast as Mo Qianli. He might not even be able to stop this speed head-on, much less when being ambushed. But this guy was careful to the extreme. Ordinary cultivators would have long given up already, but Mo spat out essence blood and used purple eye soul sever to the best of his ability. Even if he was going to die, he was going to bite this bastard. The moment that the black string was about to pierce into Mo's chest, the pressure paused and so did the string. Mo wasn't going to waste this opportunity. Zisu was already released and was in front of his chest. Mo knew that the moment of pause wasn't that Mo Qianli wanted to have mercy on him but due to his soul pike. If it wasn't for that, he would have been gone already. Before Mo could even sweat, he had already used Illusion Cloud Exert will strike to the best of his capability. Ugh. Mo Qianli gasped, clearly suffering from the attack. A trickle of blood came out of his mouth, but he maintained his sneer. You didn't disappoint me indeed. This is a spirit sense attack. I'm using 40% of my focus to deal with the two idiots from Ao Chang Merchant Association and spending 60% of my attention on you, but you could still manage to injure me. Even so, you're still going to die. Suddenly, the thick black strand turned into countless fine black strands and surrounded Mo. Tong Sheng, who barely survived because of Mo, looked on dazedly at Mo and Mo Qianli. When Mo Qianli was fighting them, he wasn't using his full power at all. This was his full power now, the heaven-covering black strings. Tong Zhong was shaking from just looking at the sight. What shook him more was that the Golden Core State Level 5 had been acting weak. He realized now that the reason he acted like he had gotten injured was not to fight them but for Mo Qianli. Clearly, the trap formation this Golden Core State Level 5 set up was not for them but for Mo Qianli, from the start to the end. The two weren't targeting them but each other. Tong Zhong's heart sunk. Such a terrifying Golden Core State middle stage. Tong Zhong knew Mo wasn't going to live through this, but he had never even heard of a Golden Core State Level 5 cultivator that was this strong. What a joke it was that he and the young master had thought this was an Aravista. Ai Qilong, who only had one breath in him, also looked at Mo in a daze. He knew that Mo was going to die under this move for sure, but if Mo Qianli wasn't here, this insect of a Golden Core State Level 5 to him would have long finished them off. The outside world is dangerous. Don't go out easily until you reach nascent soul state. Ao Qilong finally understood what his father had meant when he said this. Clearly, his power was nothing in North Far State. Other people respected him because of the Ao Chang Merchant Association, not his own power. Even Mo Qianli felt Mo was about to be killed. He breathed easier but also thought that this Golden Core State Level 5 was the strongest he had ever encountered. If he wasn't careful and schemed for everything ahead, he might not have such an advantage. Now that he was surrounded by the evil soul strands, not even a nascent soul state cultivator would be able to escape, but before Mo Qianli killed Mo, he wouldn't underestimate Mo at all. He kept trying to pierce Mo with the black strands. He had already ignored Tong Zhong and Ao Qilong. The only person who didn't think he would die was Mo himself. He had calmed down now. he knew that he must not be pierced by these strands or he would be finished. The illusion cloud exert will strike activated countless sword rays that join together like a sword ray formation, blocking every little strand accurately. At first, Mo Chinli didn't care, but when he saw that his strands kept on getting wasted, his face finally changed. He split one strand that pierced Tong Zhong and Ao Qilong's head. Then, he used the remaining ones to attack Mo. The strands grew in number and speed. He wanted to kill Mo as fast as possible. Chapter 993, Illusion Cloud 5th Strike. When he took Ao Qilong's head, a beam of light darted into Mo Qianli's body. Mo Qianli saw it, but he didn't care at all. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had dealt with this. Illusion Cloud exert will strike. It was forming a communication with each sword ray through his will, but as the strands grew more and more, Mo also began to struggle. He didn't even have time to eat a spirit recovery pill. He was soaked in sweat and blood seeped out of his mouth. His face was very pale. Clearly, his spirit sense was already injured. At last, Mo just closed his eyes. He couldn't care about finishing the trap formation to trap Mo Qianli. This Mo Qianli was too strong. He had to think about how to escape the endless strands. Mo seemed to have the same feeling as when he fought Ji Yuan. He had to rely on his senses to feel the black strands and destroy them. As time went on, more and more blood seeped out of Mo's mouth, but he still closed his eyes to feel the black strands piercing over. Mo wasn't the only one struggling. Mo Qianli's face was also pale. He didn't expect someone would be able to survive this long after being trapped by his black strands. Was this Golden Core State Level 5 a monster? Mo Qianli couldn't stop now as well. He had to kill Mo as the evil soul strands were taxing on the spirit sense as well. He would be hurt greatly if he forcibly stopped them before killing someone. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but it was actually a stalemate. If he could hold on till the end, Mo would lose. If he couldn't, then the soul strands being destroyed would heavily injure him and make his cultivation level drop. What shook Missouri Qianli was that he had so many evil soul strands, but none of them could hurt Mo at all. No matter how fast they were, Mo could always find it and destroy them. In the beginning, his evil soul strands were very close to Mo, but now they were being pushed away. Only when he killed the other two and focused all his efforts on Mo did the strands push towards Mo again. The reason he was undefeated was that those who were pierced by his evil soul strands would die for sure. No one could escape. As time went on, Mo Qianli began to get scared. If this continued, he would lose for sure, because Mo was starting to push the evil soul strands back again. He even started to regret getting involved in this matter. Little did he know that there was Shadowless under his feet. It wasn't that Mo had forgotten about Shadowless, but Mo couldn't spare the energy to hint to Shadowless to attack. Shadowless was strong, but its intelligence was still completely under Mo's control. It couldn't attack on its own, but even if Mo could order Shadowless now, he wouldn't. He had gotten past the hardest moment. He was still bleeding from using too much spirit sense, but he was very happy. He finally felt the feel of the Illusion Cloud 5th Strike. When he controlled the sword rays to form simple formations, they drastically decreased the threat of the black strands. Mo kept trying these methods of control. After some time, Mo suddenly felt comfortable. The pressure was gone and his spirit sense completely let loose. He opened his eyes and found that his purple sword rays had formed a sword ray formation that trapped the diminished black strands. With a mere thought, those black strands would be completely destroyed. Illusion Cloud Formation Kill Strike popped up into Mo's mind. He knew that his Illusion Cloud 5th Strike had formed. It was just a trap and kill formation now, but as his spirit sense increased and his control over the sword rays did as well, it would turn into more and more types of trap and kill formations, and even defense formations as well. Looking at the pale-faced Mo Qianli, Mo howled and waved Zisu, making an arc before yelling, "Kill!" Suddenly, the black strands were enveloped by the purple sword rays. Seeing Mo destroy all the black strands, Mo Qianli suddenly spat blood. His face was as pale as paper. He looked dazedly at the black strands that had disappeared and couldn't believe that the evil soul strands that had allowed him to dominate people and kill countless enemies for 200 years were all destroyed. Although he had lost more than half of his black strands already, he had believed that if he killed Mo, he would be able to get them back over time. But now, Mo suddenly seemed to have found a way to deal with them and instantly killed all of them. Mo Qianli looked coldly at Mo and wanted to eat him. 200 years of work was destroyed before he even reached nascent soul state. His heart was bleeding. He had never thought that there would be a golden core state level 5 as powerful as GMO. If he reached golden core state peak stage, who could fight with him? There probably wouldn't be a more powerful golden core state cultivator in the entire Northfar state, but he had to kill this man, not by himself however. He couldn't kill GMO, but he only had to spread news that GMO had killed Ao Qilong, and this golden core state level 5 wouldn't live for long. Not everyone could hide like him, you will regret it. Mo Chinli glanced coldly at GMO for a long time before saying. GMO smiled. Whether or not I regret, you won't live to see it. You think you can trap me with an incomplete level 3 trap formation? Idiot, Mo Chinli said. GMO didn't answer and ordered Shadowless to attack while throwing out tens of formation flags. At the same time, Mo Chinli used his mobility technique. But as soon as he used it, he felt his meridians hurt. Immediately, he knew that he had been ambushed. He enveloped Shadowless immediately. He was someone who was very patient, but this golden core state level 5 was more patient than him. He only used such a killing blow when he was about to run away. This person was too scary. Mo Chinli just wanted to get away as far as possible. He instantly decided to burn his essence blood and force out Shadowless. The next moment, his figure had disappeared. Mo applauded Mo Chinli for his decisiveness and the power of his cultivation essence and spirit sense. He had been fighting with him for so long but still forced Shadowless out with just one mouthful of essence blood. This was also when Shadowless was so much stronger than before. Thud, Mo Chinli was suddenly stopped a few kilometers away. He looked at Mo in disbelief and pointed at him in horror. You're a formation master as well. Clearly, if Mo wasn't a formation master, how could he finish and activate the trap formation so quickly? For the second time, Mo Chinli felt danger. The last time he felt this feeling was against a nascent soul state level 1. At that time, he used his wits and damaged himself heavily before trapping the nascent soul state and killing him with evil soul stands. You said you could run, I want to see how. Shadowless, go. Mo then gave Zisu a wave, bringing about another onslaught of purple sword rays. Chapter 994, No Right to Go. Mo Chinli was furious. How dare Mo ambush him again with that thing? If he got ambushed again, then he wouldn't be called Mo Chinli. Even though his evil soul strands were gone, he wasn't a pushover. Thinking about this, his spirit sense flared up in pain again. The damn spirit sense attack. Just how many cards did this golden core state level 5 have? He was almost absurdly powerful, but in that moment of pain, Shadowless entered his meridians again. At this moment, Zisu brought countless sword rays and surrounded Mo Chinli. Mo Chinli had released a round shield already, but due to the spirit sense spike, he wasn't completely able to block the sword ray. Plus, Shadowless already started devouring his essence blood. 2 purple sword rays pierced Mo Chinli's body and his body froze. He wasn't able to stop the combined attack of Shadowless and Mo. He finally realized how powerful the purple sword rays were before. He thought lightly of them before, but now he realized that it was only because Mo wasn't able to fully activate them the first time. When the purple sword rays pierced into his body, he felt his cultivation essence flow away rapidly. Mo Chinli, have been dominant my entire life, but now I'm going to die here. I'm unsatisfied. Mo Chinli fell with endless hatred and unsatisfaction in his eyes. Mo took the 3 storage rings without hesitation and burned Mo Chinli's body before packing away the formation and leaving quickly. Mo Chinli had killed Ao Qilong during the battle. It was to bring the person behind Ao Qilong here. He was fast at running and had a way to remove the spirit sense mark, so he was fine even if the master came. Meanwhile, Mo would be the one unable to get away. Not long after Mo left, a man in his 50s soon appeared. He looked at the dead Ai Qilong and Tong Zhong. Fury burned in his heart as he cursed, no matter who you are, I will cut you into pieces for killing my son. After going around for a few days, Mo finally came back to Peihai City. What shook Mo was that there were suddenly a lot of high-level cultivators in the city. Most of them were above hollow spirit state. This made him worry. Mo got back to MOU immediately. Mo immediately summoned everyone once he got back, wanting to ask what happened after he left. But without a need to call anyone, everyone had gathered already. Only Su Jingwen was still in solitary cultivation. Song Yangzhu grabbed Mo's hand excitedly. The MOU now was not the same MOU that he had left. There weren't just 2 pill masters. Now there were 3 level 6 pill masters and 1 level 7 pill master. Li Jingwen was golden core state level 9. Clearly the blue one pill had helped him greatly. Jin Shaoshan had returned to Golden Core State Level 3 again. Yi Ling and Son Yangzhu were both Foundation Establishment State Peak Stage. They were one step away from Golden Core State, and the only thing holding them back was that the two didn't have the cultivation increasing pill necessary. The reason the two reached this level of cultivation in less than 2 years was partly due to their spirit roots, but also because YMO was providing them with spirit range pills. Not even 8-star and 9-star sects would have such things, but YMO gave them to Foundation Establishment State cultivators. Even Su Yu and Sheng Yizhang were. Qi Gathering Level 8, Yu Qiyang was Foundation Establishment State Level 5. What shook YMO the most was Su Jingwen. She reached Foundation Establishment State without the Foundation Establishment pill. After she activated her hidden spirit root, her progress was astounding. Plus, she spent almost all of her time in cultivation. Li Yuqian had the least progress. She was still nascent soul state level 1. YMO knew that when she had reached nascent soul state, it was already forced. Plus, it was harder to progress in nascent soul state, so it was normal that she wasn't able to progress. Sisterly, I heard people outside say that the Yanghai Merchant Association had bad intentions for us and a disaster transformation state Chen Bei helped us? Is that Chen Bei still in Peihai? YMO asked. If he is, then I should go visit him. Li Yuqian nodded. Yes, that Chen Bei is called Jiling. He's a disaster transformation state formation master from the South Peace State. He came looking for you many times. He seemed very interested in our defense and attack formation. Every time he came, he would study it for a while. But half a month ago, the teleportation formation between South Peace State and North Far State was completed, so he left Peihai. He left behind a jade card saying that if you go to the South Peace State you can find him there. He left? YMO said with regret. But then he immediately reacted and asked in joy, Sisterly, did you say the teleportation formation between South Peace State and North Far State is complete? Yes, it's finished. Brother, do you want to go find Sister Luoying and Xingxue there? Yiling asked. YMO nodded. Yes, I received news that they are there. If the teleportation formation is open, then let's go there together. The spirit chi is much better than here, we can cultivate there. But Li Yuqian shook her head. I know you've wanted to go there and I've asked Jiling Qianbei too. That teleportation formation is not for ordinary people, it's for cultivators at the hollow spirit state and above, and you have to be younger than 300 years. Jiling Qianbei said that even though you're a formation master, he wasn't able to break this rule and get a spot for you to go. This immediately doused Yimo's excitement. The teleportation formation was ready, but it had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yimo's disappointment, Li Yuqian said, this is only the first criteria. The second one is that each person must pay 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Yimo fell silent. That was too easy for him, but hollow spirit state power, even if he could reach it, how long would that take? Surely it wasn't going to take him 1 or 2 years. Could he wait that long, just these 2 criteria? Yimo asked. Li Yuqian shook her head. No, 2 more. One can be accepted with either the referral of a disaster transformation state Qianbei from North Far State, or if one is a pill king who was level 3 or above. Yimo had already broken through to a level 4 pill king last time. But the thing was, he couldn't show that. With his current power, if he made known that he was a level 4 pill king, the only result would be getting kidnapped by sections. If he was just level 3, that might have been better, but he reached level 4 and didn't have any power faction to back him up. The only hope was a disaster transformation state Qianbei referral, but were there even disaster transformation state Qianbei in North Far State? Are there disaster transformation state Qianbei in North Far State? Yimo asked. Those who reached disaster transformation state all went to South Peace State to reach truth realization state. Who would want to stay here? Li Yuqian nodded. Yes, according to what I know, there are 3 disaster transformation state cultivators in North Far State. You've probably seen one of them. I've asked Jiling Qianbei. The teleportation formation is controlled by 3 disaster transformation states and 8 cauldron filling state cultivators. I've seen one. Li Yuqian smiled. You've seen him for sure, but you just don't know. Every time the herb plane opens, Ling Zhongtian Qianbei would go. So you've seen him for sure, Ling Zhongtian? He's disaster transformation state? Yimo asked in shock. Li Yuqian nodded. Yes, Ling Zhongtian is one of the 3 disaster transformation state cultivators.
The other two are from the 28-star sects in North Far State. One is from the moon-seeking sect, Shandi, the other from Virgin sect Tang Mang Rao. Chapter 995, South Peace State Trial Tablet, EMO side. It seemed relying on others was the most unreliable. Even if he could get the referral, so what? Could he leave Son Yangzhu and the rest behind? It seemed he had to find a way to go there himself, otherwise he would always have to rely on others. To add to that, he didn't know any masters, but when he thought of Luoying and Ning Qingxue, his hands went warm. He was too desperate to meet up with them. Song Yangzhu felt the heat from Yemo's hands and looked at him. She held his hand even tighter as though if she let go he would go to South Peace State. Yemo knew what she meant. He pulled her hand, signaling her not to worry. Even if he went there, he would come back soon. If he couldn't come back, he would think of ways to take them with him. In addition, Yemo realized that these requirements meant that they wanted the most genius disciples of North Far State. They exerted such efforts to find talented people like this for some reason. No matter what their reason was, raising his own power was the most important. Thinking about this, Yemo gave some pills to the others. Yiling and Son Yangzhu were about to form their cores. Yemo gave them special grade cultivation increasing pills. When Li Jingwen held the Chaohuan pill Yemo gave him, he almost cried out of excitement. He didn't think that this was real. He finally realized how wise his decision was to follow Yemo. Son Yangzhu knew about what happened with Yemo and felt a little assured. She stayed with Yemo for a night before preparing to form her core. Yemo left Li Yuqian to help Son Yangzhu and Yiling form their cores. He had to concoct large amounts of pills to improve his power. Although he got the Dihua Beast core, it was unsure if he could concoct the Heaven Glory pill. Yemo was also very curious as to what sort of things Mo Chenli and Ao Qilong had in their storage rings. When Yemo came back, MOU started behaving low-key. They gradually retracted their business and stopped expansion. MOU had basically been left to Jin Shaoshan and Yu Qiang. Li Jingwen was preparing to break through to nascent soul state. As for Yemo, he only stayed with Song Yangzhu for one night and went into solitary cultivation. As soon as Yanghai Merchant Association knew that Jiling had gone back to South Peace State, they started investigating what to do with MOU. If MOU continued to expand as it had, there would be no place left for them. Although there was some danger in fighting a power with the support of a disaster transformation state cultivator, the leader of the Yanghai Merchant Association Yang Yukong spoke the truth. The reason MOU was supported by that disaster transformation state formation master was because that formation master liked the defense formation of MOU. Now that the disaster transformation state cultivator had returned to South Peace State, he might never come back to North Far State. He might not even remember MOU. Plus, MOU didn't have a hollow spirit state cultivator, so they couldn't go to South Peace State. Yanghai Merchant Association didn't need to be worried, but at this moment, they got news that MOU was starting to retract their business in both advertisement and expansion. Since they realized their situation, it means they're not dumb to the bone. We also need to change our tactics. We'll cook them slowly and take their place after a year or two, Yang Yukong said. At the South Peace State, the South Peace City was very busy. This was the biggest cultivation city in South Peace State, and the most famous place here was the Trial Tablet Square. In South Peace City, there were 5 stone tablets on the Trial Tablet Square. They corresponded to the Golden Core State, Nascent Soul State, Hollow Spirit State, Body Condensation State and Cauldron Filling State. There were no tablets for Qi Gathering and Foundation Establishment State. There were few Disaster Transformation State and Truth Realization State cultivators, and reaching this level was already a legend in itself. Most people could remember their names, so they didn't need a trial tablet, but one thing was for sure: anyone who reached Disaster Transformation State and above had once been on these tablets. Each tablet soared into the clouds. The cultivators who wanted to take part in the trial had to come to the tablet matching their cultivation and mark their name. The tablet would rank your power of your marking. Usually, the stronger you were, the higher ranked you were. The tablet could not only judge your cultivation power but also means of attack and even state of will from the words you write. Thus, this was almost like a Hall of Fame ranking. Usually, when someone came to mark their name, the place would get busy but the hype would soon diminish. However, these past few days, the square had been filled. Almost all of the elite disciples of South Peace State came here because these few days were the South Peace City social. The elite disciples of the sects would come with their Qian Bais here and discuss about cultivation and trade goods. Everyone was from the elite of the elites. No one thought they were worse than anyone, so the best way to compete was using the trial tablets.
only a rare few cultivators would choose life and death battle due to unresolvable conflicts. This time, the social was mainly for Golden Core State and some nascent Soul State cultivators. Before a Golden Core State tablet, a young man in blue shirt looked pridefully at this tablet. His clothes shook without wind, clearly his cultivation essence had surrounded his body. Everyone fell quiet as they looked at this young man. Waiting for him to mark his name, a group of women stood at one corner. One baby-faced girl looked very excited and said, "Sister Rong, that blue-shirt Fong Zhongsher is the Golden Core State Hall of Fame #1. Do you think he can get into the top 10 of the trial tablet?" Sister Rong smirked. "Fong Zhongsher is not bad, but there's no way he can get into top 10. It's not bad if he can even get into top 20, Sister Rong. You're third on Golden Core State Hall of Fame. Can you beat that Fong guy on the trial tablet?" the round-faced girl asked expectantly. Sister Rong frowned and thought for a while before shaking her head in dismay. "I can't beat him yet, but half a year later, I think I will be able to." One green-dressed girl suddenly asked, "Sister Rong, who are the top 10? How come even the first of Golden Core State Hall of Fame can't beat them?" Sister Rong smiled. "Martial Sister Beiwei, usually Golden Core State cultivators with some power come and try leave their name here, and then if they reach nascent Soul State and try to mark their names on the nascent Soul State trial tablet, the name on the Golden Core State trial tablet disappears. Some people disappeared after leaving a name on the Golden Core State tablet, so their name stays there." Tang Beiwei asked curiously, "In that case, if you leave behind your name on the tablet and never go write your name on the nascent Soul State tablet, your name would stay there forever?" Sister Rong shook her head. "No, after 300 years it would disappear, except for the person ranked first. No matter which trial tablet it is, the name in first position will never disappear unless someone surpasses him. The top 10 names you see here are all left behind by Golden Core States in the past 3 centuries, but they all disappeared and never left their names on the nascent Soul State trial tablet." Then, she looked at the pale yellow-dressed woman and asked, "Martial Sister Susu, is there something on your mind?" Before she could reply, the blue-shirt youth dashed up into the air in a blue ray of light. Chapter 996, Encounter. Almost everyone's attention was captivated by that blue figure. The intense pressure from the trial tablet could be felt by the observers even from a long way away. 3 meters, 6 meters, 18 meters. Finally, the blue figure seemed bound by that force and slowed down. When he was almost 21 meters in the air, the youth suddenly stopped. It seemed he had reached his limit, and the youth quickly wrote the words Fong Zhongsher on the tablet. Immediately, the words turned into a blue ray of light that immersed into the tablet. When the youth landed, his name appeared on the tablet. He looked at his ranking, Golden Core State 11th. However, that youth shook his head in disappointment. Fong Zhongsher got 11th. Indeed, he's still #1 to the Golden Core State cultivators of South Peace State. Yeah, the lightning element cultivation method is too powerful. Other than the Chen Bice who have disappeared, he is actually #1. He doesn't seem too satisfied. Everyone took part in the discussion. However, Fong Zhongsher seemed very calm. Suddenly, he saw a white-clothed woman walk towards a group of girls on the square, and joy shone in his eyes. He quickly followed her. Due to Fong Zhongsher easily getting 11th, many people who wanted to try their luck gave up. Some even made up their mind to get into top 10 no matter what next time. If their ranking was too low, they would just be embarrassing themselves. Lightning Cloud Sect Fong Zhongsher greet Martial Sisters from Black Ice Sect. Fong Zhongsher was very polite and saluted with his fists. "Martial Brother Fong is extraordinary indeed. You got 11th as soon as you arrived. This ranking is pretty much #1. Congratulations." Sister Rong smiled. That round-faced girl looked at Fong Zhongsher in admiration. Fong Zhongsher didn't seem satisfied at all. "Martial Sister Rong, my measly accomplishment is nothing to be praised. Even Sister Rong wouldn't perform any worse than me, much less the top 10 Chen Bei." "Martial Brother Fong, is your goal to get into the top 10 of Golden Core State trial tablet?" the round-faced girl asked. Fong Zhongsher nodded seriously. "Yes, although I don't hope to reach the top, I must get into top 10 before I reach nascent Soul State." Then, he looked at the white-clothed woman. However, that woman was talking with 2 other women in joy and didn't notice him at all. "Sister Qingxue." Tang Beiwei charged over when the white-clothed woman came. She hugged her tightly. Luoying also came over, and the 3 became very excited. This was the first time they had reunited since they split up. "Sister Susu, Beiwei, I have always wanted to go visit you guys, but..." Ning Qingxue's eyes went red as she spoke. Luoying was different. If it wasn't something to do with EMO,
she would control her emotions no matter how exciting something was, but Tang Beiwei and Yi Ling were different. They showed their emotions on their faces. If possible, Ning Qingxue would rather be with Luoying and Tang Beiwei than be by herself at Ethereal Immortal Pond. When they spoke of EMO, they clearly seemed dejected. With their fame, there was no way EMO wouldn't have known about them if he was in South Peace State, but the fact was that EMO still hadn't come looking. The only explanation was that he wasn't in South Peace State. Fang Zhongshi and Zhao Rong looked at the three in surprise. Luo Susu's beauty was known throughout the entire South Peace State, but the people from Black Ice sect knew how she didn't like to talk. She rarely said anything to anyone other than Tang Beiwei. Zhao Rong also knew that white-clothed woman was Ning Qingxue from Ethereal Immortal Pond, also one of the South Peace State 10 beauties. Usually, the 10 beauties were famous but were rarely close like this. Luoying, Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei stood together talking. White, green, and pale yellow, the three colors were in stark contrast to each other, and almost all the attention from the square focused here. Martial sister Qingxue, your cultivation speed is really fast, you're already golden core state level 3. Fang Zhongshi suddenly walked over and saluted with his fists. Who are you? Qingxue is not something you can say, Luoying said coldly. Fang Zhongshi felt a little awkward. He believed Luoying was purposely saying that. There was no way anyone here didn't know him. He didn't know that Luoying really didn't know who he was and was just unhappy that he tried to chat up Ning Qingxue. Fang Zhongshi was a gentleman and smiled. Lightning Cloud sect Fang Zhongshi, greeting Black Ice sect martial sister Luo Susu. His tone was genuine and didn't seem flirty at all. Luoying frowned and wanted to take Tang Beiwei and Ning Qingxue to another place to talk when she heard someone else say, Martial sister Susu, I didn't think you were here too. Another group of people walked over. The man leading them wore faint purple cultivator robes. In terms of looks and temperament, he was even better than Fang Zhongshi. Luoying didn't say anything at all and was just going to drag Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei away. Martial sister Susu, this is Infinity Sect's #1 disciple Yuan Guannan. He's only 36 but he's already nascent soul state level 2. Zhao Rong quickly stopped Luoying and introduced. Infinity was the top sect in the entire Luoyu continent. Black Ice sect was also a 9-star sect, but they were far from Infinity sect's level. Susu didn't really like talking to these people but she couldn't act like she didn't see Zhao Rong. Qingxue? At this moment, another girl who came with Ning Qingxue asked, Martial sister Qingxue, they are? The girl came from Ethereal Immortal Pond. She asked this question as confusion after seeing Ning Qingxue suddenly being so talkative with two girls. Everyone here is from the elite of South Peace State. Everyone will be the future powerful beings of South Peace State. Let me introduce you, Yuan Guannan said. He pointed at Luoying and the others and said, they are Black Ice sect's Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei, and Ethereal Immortal Pond's Ning Qingxue. They are part of the most beautiful 10 girls of South Peace State. Behind them are core disciples of Black Ice sect Zhao Rong and Wang Weiner. Martial sister Zhao Rong is Golden Core State Hall of Fame #3 and this good-looking blue-shirt brother. The blue-shirt youth stood straight and said, Lightning Cloud sect Fang Zhongshi, greetings friends. With this, more and more cultivators were introduced. A gray-clothed handsome cultivator also walked out and saluted with his fists. Golden Sword sect Xiao Fei, this is my sister Xiao Shirin. People discussed. Golden Sword sect Xiao Fei, Golden Core State Hall of Fame #2. He didn't go to the trial tablet. I think if he tried he would be at least top 20. His sister is the 5th-ranked beauty of South Peace State, Xiao Shirin, Infinity Sect's Dong Tianya, God Wind Valley's Mo Phone. More and more names were said. Everyone was the elite of their sex. Luo Susu, you didn't disappoint me indeed. You're already Golden Core State level 4. I will wait for you 1 year. When you're Golden Core State peak stage, I, Wensei, will challenge you again. Chapter 997, Looking for Trouble. Luoying looked coldly at Wensei and said, if you think you're strong, go challenge the people at Hall of Fame. I don't like to talk to people I don't know. Luoying never understood why this extremely beautiful woman wanted to challenge her all the time. If it was for Yuan Guannan, Luoying felt that was even more absurd. She didn't have any intention towards pursuing this Yuan. There was a very strange feeling as soon as the two started talking. Both were ranked top of the South Peace State 10 beauties, but why did there seem to be conflict in their tone as soon as they met? Ning Qingxue studied Wensei. She was even a little taller than her and Luoying. Her hair was shoulder length and her extremely beautiful face was somewhat prideful. Her skin wasn't even as white as Beiwei's, but there was a unique feminine attraction about her. It was as though if someone looked at her, he would never be able to move his eyes away. from Ning Qingshua's perspective, Wen Sai was very beautiful but just a little lacking compared to Susu. At most, she was at her level. Wen Sai, Susu's sister, has never seen you before.
Why do you want to challenge her? Ning Qingxue frowned and asked unhappily.
I don't like being ranked the same as someone. I will let everyone know that there is only one first place in the South Peace State 10 beauties, Wen Sai said calmly. Yuan Guanan looked unhappily at Wen Sai and said, Sai, don't talk like that. Wen Sai sneered and ignored Yuan Guanan. Luoing looked calmly at Wen Sai.
I never thought I was some South Peace State top 10 beauty. If you like the fame, then take it. Qingxue and Beiwei don't care about it either. If you want it, then take it. No one would come to take it from you.
From today on, don't include us in some South Peace State 10 beauties.
If you're bored, you can find someone else to challenge. I'm not as bored as you.
Qingxue, Beiwei, let's go. Then Luoing pulled Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei's hands and turned to leave. Everyone was dazed that Luo Susu didn't care about the fame, but what right did she have for Ning Qingxue and Tang Beiwei to quit the South Peace State 10 beauties? The surprising thing was they didn't object and left willingly with Luoing. Wen Sai was stunned for a moment but stopped Luo Susu again.
Good, you have this self-awareness, but there are some men you can't touch. Even if you dare to touch, I will take it back and I will challenge you, Sai.
Yuan Guanan said unhappily, clearly thinking Wen Sai was talking about him. Luoing was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She felt contempt at picking fights with someone like Wen Sai. Her tone turned cold.
I have a husband and I will only touch my husband. No one can take him from me, you are no exception.
Other than my husband, even if you take all the men in the world, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone was shaken. No one expected the first beauty to have a husband already.
Many of those who admired Luoing fell into an ice cave. Although they knew they stood no chance even if she wasn't married, that didn't affect them feeling this way. Susu, you're married already? Yuan Guannan's face went pale. His tone was getting shaky. Who is he?
Who? Luo Susu didn't even look at him and left. Wen Sai was shocked for a few moments and her face grew unsightly. Luo Susu didn't even fight her but completely defeated her with just a few words. Even if she took all the men in the world, it has nothing to do with her? This was clearly saying that she was a promiscuous woman. Wen Sai's face sunk. She wasn't implying about Yuan Guanan because only she knew who it was, but Luo Susu's words hurt her. She swore in her heart that no matter who your husband was, I will let you know that no one can stop me from getting the man I want. Perhaps one day, I will steal your husband and then kick him back to you. Then you will know the difference between us. Yi Mo had come out of solitary cultivation after a month and was greeted Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu, who had reached Golden Core State. Yi Mo was very happy that the two had both reached Golden Core State. He was just about to give them the Golden Core State cultivation resources, but felt a powerful spirit chi whirlpool explode outside Peihai City. Brother, that's caused by brotherly forming his nascent soul. Master and Sister Shan both went to see. Let's go have a look too, Yi Ling said. With this, Mo's power would rise up another level. Thinking about this, Yi Mo released the flying ship and took Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling outside Peihai City. At this moment, a few thousands kilometers outside Peihai City, many cultivators had gathered and more were coming. Although there were a lot of nascent soul state cultivators in Peihai City, there were mostly Golden Core State and Foundation Establishment State cultivators here. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Li Jingwen sat in the center of a simple spirit gathering formation. Li Yuqian and Jin Shashan were anxiously protecting him. The understanding cultivators stood 3 kilometers away, but there were a few Golden Core State cultivators who didn't care at all that someone was forming their nascent soul. They stayed very close and had a casual look on their faces. Yi Mo was furious seeing this. Forming the nascent soul required absolute focus and no interruptions at all. Li Jingwen didn't even have a defense formation. Master. Hearing Yi Ling's call, Li Yuqian and the others turned back to see Yi Mo. Finally, their anxious faces eased up. Yi Mo flew over and saluted with his fists to the cultivators around. Friends, today is our MOU's manager Li forming his nascent soul. Thanks for visiting, but please retreat to a distance of 5 kilometers. I need to set up a formation. MOU's Yi Mo thanks you all. MOU's Yi Mo? He's the owner of MOU that's always nowhere to be seen? How is he only Golden Core State level 5? It's probably him, but don't underestimate him. When he was Golden Core State level 2, he easily killed Golden Core State middle stage cultivators, so that's it, most cultivators started to retreat. The breakthrough of higher states were the most important thing for cultivators. Anyone who tried to impede them was the most serious enemy, but while most of the people retreated 5 kilometers, there were still 5 Golden Core State cultivators who stood closer. They were very close, only 1 kilometer from Li Jingwen. This distance was enough to threaten Li Jingwen's breakthrough. Mo dumped a few formation flags and looked coldly at them. "Why are you still here, haha?" The Golden Core State peak stage amongst the 5 laughed wildly. "What a joke! What's his breakthrough got to do with me? Is this place yours?" A mere Golden Core State level 5 dares to clear the scene. Mo threw down a few more formation flags and said, "You guys need to think this through. Once I set up the formation, you won't be able to leave. What, do you want to fight? Oh, I understand, you have a nascent soul state cultivator. Very well, you're welcome to attack. Our Yanghai Merchant Association seems to have many more nascent soul state cultivators than MOU. You only have one and you dare to tell us to go away," a Golden Core State level 8 sneered. By now, even the onlookers realized that these 5 were here to cause trouble. It seems MOU doesn't have it easy. Yanghai Merchant Association really has conflict with them, clearly, otherwise, they wouldn't send people here to obstruct the breakthrough. Impeding one's Dao Foundation is a huge taboo. Mo didn't bother trying to persuade them. He threw out more formation flags and countless spirit stones. No one could tell what formation Mo was setting up, but as Mo threw more formation flags, the spirit chi nearby seemed to thicken and Li Jingwen gradually grew blurry. Eventually, even the 5 cultivators from Yanghai Merchant Association became blurry. Chapter 998, Using Lightning to Kill You. When the 5 cultivators couldn't see the outside anymore, they realized that Mo really dared to trap them. But even so, they weren't worried at all. MOU wouldn't dare to do anything to Yanghai Merchant Association. In the end, the 5 couldn't even see each other. "Not good, we're trapped. Let's work together and break the formation," the Golden Core State peak stage yelled, but no one responded to him. The 5 were clearly separated by the formation. Now, the Golden Core State peak stage began to worry. It seemed that MOU didn't care if they were from the Yanghai Merchant Association or not. Just as he was about to yell Mo's name, the sky suddenly darkened. 9 chopstick-sized lightning bolts flashed in the sky. Mo helped Li Jingwen strengthen the spirit-gathering formation while setting up the lightning attraction formation. This time, the lightning attraction formation wasn't for himself but for the 5 Golden Core State cultivators. Previously, he had helped Li Yuqian take some lightning bolts. Now, the 5 Golden Core State cultivators needed to do it. Mo was sure that the 5 couldn't absorb lightning source like him. Once the final lightning bolt struck down, they would be dead for sure. Li Jingwen's situation was different than Li Yuqian's. He had 2 top-grade defense spirit artifacts as well as the 5 altruistic Golden Core State cultivators. Mo wasn't worried at all. After Mo set up the formation, he came out. He didn't want to stay in there for too long and make people think too much. Seeing Mo exit alone without the 5 Golden Core State cultivators, everyone was bewildered, but the lightning was beginning to get crazy. Their attention was focused on that and they soon forgot about the 5 Golden Core State cultivators. Association leader Yi, how come our men from Yanghai Merchant Association haven't come out? Another Golden Core State peak stage came out and asked in a disrespectful tone. Mo sneered and suddenly raised his voice, "You really talk oddly. Just then, I was helping my manager set up a defensive formation and told your men to come out. They said that this place didn't belong to MOU and I have no right to tell them where to stand. I believed so too, so I came out alone. But as soon as I come out, you guys reproach me. This is overtly looking for trouble. Are you going to start trouble either way if I let them out or not?" With this, most people watching couldn't take it anymore. They didn't dare to openly offend the Yanghai Merchant Association, but there was gossip spreading. Mo's voice was loud, causing almost all the cultivators to hear and curse the Yanghai Merchant Association for being so domineering. The 2 Golden Core State cultivator knew they were being unreasonable. After all, everyone heard that the 5 Golden Core State cultivators didn't want to come out. The formation rumbled inside. Even if they suspected something, they had no evidence. Plus, after Mo came out there was only Li Jingwen by himself. There was no way he could fight 5 Golden Core State cultivators while forming his nascent soul. Rumble rumble, lightning flashed in the sky non-stop. a few cultivators felt it strange that Yemo had added a stealth formation to the defensive formation. After all, stealth formations were of no use when dealing with divine damnation. They would only serve as a waste of spirit stones. As more and more lightning fell, people realized that the rumbling was getting less and less. Crack, the last thumb-sized lightning bolt struck and a huge spirit chi whirlpool gathered in the sky. Seeing this, everyone knew that the breakthrough was successful. Otherwise, such a huge spirit chi whirlpool wouldn't amass. Yemo started to pack up his formation. He wasn't going to let anyone see the lightning attraction formation. As long as he took the formation flags, no one would be able to tell what he did. Even if they guessed that he set the 5 up, there was no evidence. When everyone looked at the 5 cultivators who had gone in, they were shaken. They had turned into 5 charred bodies. They're dead. The Golden Core State peak stage questioning Yemo suddenly called in shock. He suddenly pointed at Yemo and yelled, You dare to kill our Yanghai Merchant Association people, you. In his fury, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Yemo was prepared to use Shadowless to sneak attack if there was someone still alive, but now that the 5 were all dead, there was no need. Hearing this Golden Core State cultivator's words, he immediately sneered and stood up, saluting with his fists to the people nearby. Friends, I'd invited these 5 to come out before, but they didn't want to come out. Now that they got caught in someone else's divine damnation, am I to blame for this? Is the Yanghai Merchant Association such an unreasonable place? Yeah, the Yanghai Merchant Association is being too unreasonable. Association leader Yi didn't even take long to set up the formation. How can he kill 5 Golden Core State cultivators in such a short time? They were clearly killed by the divine damnation. We all know this, there's no need to say it clearly. They're just doing this for MOU's land. A Golden Core State level 5 instantly killed 5 cultivators much stronger than him. The Yanghai cultivators only seem to know how to do business. Although they didn't dare to offend the Yanghai Merchant Association, they still dared to discuss. Hearing this, the 2 Yanghai Merchant Association Golden Core State cultivators were furious. No one was helping the Yanghai Merchant Association at all. After all, everyone heard and saw clearly what they just did. They only knew how to do business? This was mocking their battle power. Li Jingwen suddenly got up and howled. His clothes were tattered, but none of his top-grade spirit artifacts were. From the howl he made, everyone could tell he was a real nascent soul state cultivator now. Under countless gazes of admiration, Li Jingwen took out a new set of clothes and walked to Yemo Association leader. I didn't disappoint you. I've reached nascent soul state. Yemo was really happy. MOU was getting stronger and stronger. However, he knew that although he hid the assassination of the 5 Golden Core State cultivators really well, any clever person would be able to tell he was behind it. This place wasn't suitable to stay at. When he got back, he needed to think about how to fight with the Yanghai Merchant Association. Ever since the 5 Golden Core State cultivators didn't want to leave Li Jingwen's divine damnation range, Yemo had made up his mind to kill them. He had already made a retreat in business, but Yanghai was still chasing them closely. There was no other path of survival for MOU. If they were going to fight sooner or later, he might as well do it now. Seeing that Li Jingwen was done here, Yemo said, let's go back and talk. What, you want to leave just like that after killing our Yanghai Merchant Association's people? An icy voice sounded. Chapter 999, Save your farts for when you go home. Everyone looked at the person who just spoke. Yemo's heart sunk. It was a nascent soul state level 3 cultivator. He had 2 nascent soul state cultivators on his side, but they were both only nascent soul state level 1. Even if they could beat the nascent soul state level 3, Yanghai would have more coming while he only had 2. Even though they knew he killed the 5 cultivators, Yemo wasn't going to admit it. Thinking about this, Yemo said, there are so many friends watching here in your Yanghai Merchant Association also as people watching. I don't understand when you saw me killing your people. Am I supposed to be responsible for them getting caught in nascent soul state divine damnation when they didn't want to come out? That nascent soul state cultivator clearly just arrived and didn't know what happened, besides the fact that a few people died. Hearing Yemo's words, he frowned and looked at the 2 Golden Core State from his side. The 2 didn't dare to hide anything. After all, there were too many cultivators here. They would be exposed as soon as they told any lies. After questioning them, the nascent soul state turned and said coldly to Yemo, so this means you set up a trap formation making them unable to come out? Yemo sneered. Set up a trap formation so they couldn't come out? This is the funniest joke I've heard. I set up a defensive formation and your men didn't want to come out.
There are so many people here, ask any of them. Plus, I only set up a level 3 formation, do you think that can stop 5 golden core state cultivators?
This is too funny, the nascent soul state cultivator frowned. He didn't doubt Yemo's words. With Yemo's age, a level 3 formation would be the best he could do, and that was indeed not enough to stop 5 golden core state tertiary stage cultivators. Yemo didn't see that amongst the crowd of cultivators, there was a golden core state peak stage with a strange smile on his face, thinking, it was clearly a level 4 trap formation, yet he calls it a level 3 defense formation. Interesting, such a young level 4 formation master. It's the first time I've seen this. At this moment, Li Yuqian and the rest came to Yemo's side. The nascent soul state cultivator saw the 2 nascent soul states and grew more hesitant.
He was nascent soul state level 3, but he couldn't say he could win against the 2 for sure. Yemo wasn't going to hesitate like him. He immediately said to Li Yuqian and others, "Sisterly, let's go." He took out his flying ship and the 6 got on. Immediately, they went back to Peihai City.
Yemo was so desperate to get back to MOU because there were complete formations he had set up there as well as teleportation formation.
Even if he was no match for the Yanghai Merchant Association, he could leave easily. As soon as Yemo left, the people watching left as well. The Yanghai nascent soul state cultivator had a bleak face and took the 2 golden core state peak stage cultivators into Peihai City too. Both he and Yemo knew that this matter wasn't settled. The reason he hadn't attacked yet was that he wasn't quite sure what the association leader of the Yanghai Merchant Association's will was. As soon as Yemo got back to MOU, he immediately gave out cultivation pills, especially soul essence pill. He gave multiple bottles to Li Jingwen and Li Yuqian. He was going to continue perfecting the formation. Due to being limited by resources, he could previously just barely upgrade the defense and attack formation to level 4. But now, he acquired Qihong's storage ring and the first thing he was going to do was upgrade the formation to level 5. Level 4 formations were sufficient against nascent soul state cultivators, but Yemo didn't believe that the Yanghai Merchant Association didn't have a hollow spirit state cultivator. How could the number 1 merchant association in Peihai City be without a hollow spirit state cultivator? Yemo rebuilt the formation in the guest hall. If the people from Yanghai came to threaten them, the venue would be the guest hall. That might be the first battleground. Yemo also had another reason to do this. It was to let everyone know that MOU wasn't to be easily messed with. If he didn't completely beat down Yanghai Merchant Association, then after he left Peihai and went to South Peace State, people would still scheme against MOU, but what Yemo didn't expect was that after 2 days passed and Yemo had upgraded all the formations to level 5, there was still no one arriving from Yanghai Merchant Association. Still, Yemo didn't worry and told everyone to cultivate. If anyone asked, he instructed them to say that the formations were taught and set up by Jiling Qianbei. If he wasn't waiting for the people to come, he would have already gone into solitary cultivation to reach Golden Core State Peak Stage. No one knew that he had made the Heaven Glory pill. And 9 pills at that, but Gmo was helpless due to the fact that there weren't any more Dihua Beast cores, so he couldn't concoct more. On the 5th day, when Emo was almost getting impatient, Sheng Yizhong said that the Yanghai Merchant Association people were here. There was a group of 11 people. Emo breathed easy. He was afraid that these people wouldn't come. If they used some other means, he really didn't have a good way to deal with it. With Yanghai Merchant Association's dominance, since they made up their mind to annihilate MOU, they would do it up front. This time, Emo killed 5 of their people, giving them an excuse. Did you go notify Peihai City Lord Estate? Emo asked. He had already ordered if that Yanghai Merchant Association came, the first thing to do other than reporting to him was to notify the City Lord Estate. Emo knew that in order to survive in Peihai, they had to succumb to one side until they had a certain level of power. Emo chose the City Lord Estate for 2 reasons. Firstly, they didn't have any direct conflict of interests, and second, that as long as he notified them, even if they didn't come, they couldn't say they didn't know. Sheng Yizhong nodded. When the Yanghai Merchant Association people came, I already sent someone to notify them. The manager there said that it's not suitable for them to get involved in the matters between us and Yanghai Merchant Association. Emo sneered. He had expected this and said to Sheng Yizhong, call out sisterly and managerly, get ready for battle. Emo knew that the conditions Yanghai Merchant Association would set would be extremely unreasonable. He didn't need to ask to know there was no chance of compliance. It was either MOU leave Peihai City or submit to them. As for whether they could even leave safely, it was still up to the Yanghai Merchant Association. Yemo, Li Yuqian, Li Jingwen, and Jin Shaoshan came to the guest hall and found 11 cultivators there. Seeing their power levels, Yemo's eyes twitched. There were 5 golden core state peak stage, 3 nascent soul state tertiary stage and middle stage. 2 golden core state tertiary stage, and what shook Yemo the most was that there was even 1 hollow spirit state cultivator. That hollow spirit state cultivator sat at the top and the 10 cultivators sat by his side. He saw Yemo and the rest come in and sneered, saying coldly, "Since you came, have a seat." It was as though they owned this place. Li Jingwen was going to talk, but Yemo stopped her and sat down first. He didn't talk, he didn't need to be afraid in here. There was a level 5 trap and attack formation. Yemo believed that if they manned the formation, they could trap and kill the 11 people even if they had a hollow spirit state cultivator. "You're quite bold." That hollow spirit state saw Yemo didn't seem scared at all and sneered. Yemo suddenly took out 4 jade cups and a jade kettle. He poured an aromatic liquid into the 4 cups and handed the other 3 to Li Jingwen, Li Yuqian, and Jin Shaoshan. "Sisterly, have a taste of this, it's good." Then, Yemo drank from his cup and closed his eyes in enjoyment for a while. Finally, he looked at the hollow spirit state cultivator and sneered. "If you have words, then hurry up and say them. Save your farts for when you go back." Chapter 1000, Killing Hollow Spirit State. After first trapping Li Rua, Yemo couldn't join his illusion cloud strikes together, but he was eventually able to use it however he wanted. The illusion cloud formation kill strike had developed to the point he could hurt Li Rua with the sword rays. Li Rua was furious, but he was getting more and more shocked. If he hadn't experienced what he had gone through today, he would never believe that a golden core state cultivator could hurt him. But the fact was that this golden core state cultivator's sword technique was not only bizarre, but the sword rays that shot up from that purple kitchen knife had formed a sword ray formation. This formation was not fluent to begin with, but eventually it became more and more solid. A golden core state cultivator could form his sword rays into the equivalent of a level 3 attack formation. How absurd was this? Clearly, he was at least a level 4 formation grandmaster. Thinking about the fact that Yemo was a formation grandmaster, Li Rua began to sweat more and more. It was absurd, but this was indeed the first time he felt fear towards a golden core state cultivator. He had already realized that this formation wasn't set up by that South Peace State disaster transformation state cultivator. It was set up by this golden core state cultivator. In this formation, he was forced to remain very passive and could only try to break free. He had no room to counterattack. Due to this, Yemo was already in an undefeatable position. If Yemo really set up this trap and attack formation, then Yemo was a real level 5 formation great master. He had to go out quickly, otherwise, even if he was hollow spirit state, he would surely be killed in the end. Yemo also felt unhappy. He took all the opportunities he could and put Li Rua at such a disadvantage, but he still couldn't damage Li Rua seriously. If this went on, his formation might not last till the moment he killed Li Rua. Hollow spirit state cultivators were indeed strong. They weren't something he could kill, even with a level 5 formation. Luckily he upgraded the formation to level 5 without conserving materials, or Li Rua would have long broken free. His illusion cloud formation kill strike was powerful, but it didn't do enough damage to this high-level cultivator. Yemo was already thinking of ways to improve his illusion cloud formation kill strike. He thought that if he formed the sword rays into a real sword, would the power increase drastically, but would that increase the toll on his spirit sense? Suddenly, he heard Li Rua howl in pain. He felt his sword ray immersed into Li Rua's body. The beams from the formation also passed through his body. Li Rua was no longer able to attack the formation. Yanghai Merchant Association won't let you go. He struggled to say before falling dead to the ground. Yemo sneered and took out the rainbow soul devouring flag and swept it out. The hollow spirit state cultivator's soul was stronger than that of a nascent soul state cultivator. His attack killed Li Rua, but he had already seen Li Rua use a soul forbidden technique to escape. Not everyone knew how to do this, but high-level cultivators knew a little. Arg. Before Li Rua could beg for mercy, his soul was devoured by the rainbow soul devouring flag. Clearly, the lethal blow wasn't struck by Yemo but by Li Yuqian. Those 10 cultivators were already dead. Li Yuqian's face was pale. She had used her forbidden technique and hurt herself as well. She shook her head and said weakly, "A bit longer and that hollow spirit state might have broken free. In that case, all of MOU would have fallen with us." Then Li Yuqian took out a life essence pill and ate it before sitting down. She said to Emo,
our battle with Yang Hai Merchant Association has just begun. They lost a hollow spirit state and many nascent soul state cultivators, which was more than half of their power, but their association leader Yang Yukong is a hollow spirit state middle stage cultivator. We need to be prepared. Then Li Yuqian started recovering her cultivation essence. Yi Yamo nodded and took Li Rua's storage ring. Li Jingwen and the others had handed over the rest of the storage ring. Yi Yamo waved his hand. Let's sisterly distribute these later. Take out what you need, put the rest into MOU's storage. Take a break too, that Yang Yukong won't let things go here. I need to lay the formation down again. After this battle, Yi Mo gained a better understanding of the power of hollow spirit state cultivators. Just a level 5 trap and kill formation plus his golden core state level 5 power wasn't enough to kill a hollow spirit state. Yi Mo grit his teeth and used up all of Qi Hong's materials. He laid a few more kill formations in MOU. If one was not enough, I'll use 2, if 2's not enough I'll use 3. I don't believe that a level 5 formation can't do anything to a hollow spirit state middle stage. Yi Mo thought that at this moment, no one would come and find them. Even if there were, it would be people from the Yang Hai Merchant Association, but as soon as Yi Mo came out, Suyu said someone had come to find him. It was a golden core state peak stage cultivator. He looked like he was in his 50s, with a broad face and big eyes. He was clearly an astute person. Association leader Yi, I'm Pu Yufeng, a solo cultivator. I hope you don't mind my sudden arrival. The middle-aged man saluted with his fists. Yi Mo didn't know what this guy was here for, so he said plainly, Brother Pu wouldn't be unaware of MOU's predicament right now. Since other people don't dare to come, why would you? Pu Yufeng sat down and said, of course I know MOU's predicament, and I even know that the Yang Hai Merchant Association cultivators looking for trouble here probably won't make it back. Yi Mo was surprised. It was just moments ago that he killed them. How did this Pu Yufeng know? Pu Yufeng said again, I wasn't too confident before, but when I came to MOU, I was sure. To be honest, Association leader Yi is the biggest genius I have ever seen. A few days ago, I saw Association leader Yi use level 3 trap formation to kill the 5 Yang Hai Merchant Association cultivators. I thought Association leader Yi was a level 4 formation grade master, but it seems now that I was gravely mistaken. Yi Mo was shaken. He didn't expect this Pu Yufeng to be able to see through him. It seemed he really couldn't underestimate the cultivators of the world. There were powerful cultivators everywhere, but they just didn't want to show it. Yi Mo was grateful that Pu Yufeng didn't expose him on the spot, but he knew that this guy had some request. Know that he was bringing this up. No matter what, if he used Yang Hai Merchant Association to threaten him, there was no need to talk anymore. Yi Mo believed this person wouldn't be dumb enough to do that. Yi Mo smiled. He felt this Pu Yufeng didn't have any ill will at least. He said, Brother Pu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Okay, in that case, I will. Pu Yufeng sat down again.